reconciliation, forgiveness, and putting country over self. He forgave his jailers and worked with them to move the country forward. He emphasized that building a progressive country demanded leaders rise above anger and desire for revenge. He also believed strongly that preservation of a nation requires the triumph of pragmatism over ideology, that when the nation is under extreme threat, leaders must embrace extreme compromise. He believed power was not an end, but a means to an end. It should be used towards the desired end. He believed that power should be used to ensure the existence of the nation, not the demise of the nation. He wanted power to be used to ensure progress, prosperity, and peace of and among nations, and not for any causes that would yield contrary outcomes. We will cherish RAILA'S memory in the heart of our nation, and I believe in the hearts of many African nations. Fare thee well, our champion, our freedom fighter, our Baba. You have fought the long fight. You have finished the arduous race. You have kept the unshakable faith. Your work here is done. The struggle continues. Rest in peace and rest in perfect and eternal peace. Thank you, Baba. Long live the King!
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are going now to receive the following family members to eulogize their father, Winnie Odinga, Raila Odinga Jr., Rosemary Odinga, and later on, Mama Ida, and Mzee Senator Dr. Oburu Oginga will close that chapter on the family tributes. Karibuni.
Hello? 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 Mimi leo sina mengi ya kusema. Niko hapa na watoto wangu. Huyu ni mtoto wangu wa kwanza, anaitwa Safi. Na huyu ni wangu wa pili, anaitwa Senai. Niko na mandugu zangu huko nyuma, Junior na Winnie, na my cousins pia wako hapa. Leo ni siku wa uchungu mwingi sana kwangu mimi. Najua nyinyi pia mnasikia uchungu mwingi sana. Kwa sababu hata baba alikuwa baba wetu, alikuwa baba zetu sote. Naomba niseme machache kwa Kiingereza tafadhali. Ladies and gentlemen, of course all protocols observed. I'm a bit today I'm feeling very, very sad. I did not anticipate to speak today, and there's so much I can say about Baba, but at the same time, we don't have enough time for me to say it all. To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well, and my children and my siblings. I remember the day I received the message. I was seated on the table, just finished my breakfast. And then my brother Junior called me. And he asked me where I was. And I told him, nimekaa kwa meza, I'm seated at the table. And then he asked me to sit down. And I asked myself, now do I sit on the floor, or sitting on the table, or the seat at the table is good enough? I was so confused. But then Junior then told me that our father was no longer with us. Until today, it is still very difficult. Ni uchungu mwingi sana ambao tunahisi kama familia. Na leo hii tunakuja na nyinyi pia, ndio tuombeleze na nyinyi pia, Kenya mzima na dunia nzima. Nataka tu kusema asanteni sana kwa kusimama na sisi, na tutaendelea kusimama pamoja, na Mungu abariki Kenya mzima na bariki dunia mzima. And thank you all. Asanteni sana. Mungu atupe nguvu. Mama, Mungu akupe nguvu. Thank you so much. Sina mengi ya kusema.
Sawa. Aya. Okay. Tulia, wacha nisome. A tribute from RAILA Junior Odinga. My beloved mom, my sister Rosie and Winnie, my extended family, excellencies, distinguished guests, my fellow Kenyans, since I learned of my dad's demise, I have organized over how to best mourn him. My father was many things to me, to many people, but to my siblings and I, he was simply Dad. Dad embodied resilience, courage, and unwavering commitment to the ideals of freedom and justice. He always stood for what he believed was right, sometimes at great family cost and personal cost as well. He was my hero. And his legacy lives in me, in my siblings, and in all those whose lives he touched. I am my father's son. And that is why I will continue to fight for values he believed in: justice, fairness, and service to others. I am very alive to the fact that my brother Fidel is gone. I remain the gentleman of the family. Dad, I want you to assure you that I will take care of our family, Mom, Rosie, Winnie, and your larger political family too. Erokamano. Aya, hii sehemu, the refrain is Asante Baba. Nikinua fly risk, mnasema Asante Baba. Tujaribu mara ya kwanza. Asante Baba. Thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for giving me your name and for never heaping the weight of it on me. Asante Baba. Thank you for the beautiful childhood that through the challenging times. Asante Baba. Thank you for believing in me, encouraging me to speak up and to try new things, for always hearing me out. Thank you for standing by me even when I fell short or outright failed, and for always showing me grace. Thank you for your wisdom, your guidance, and your unwavering love, not just for me, but our entire family. Mama, Fidel, Rosie, Winnie, Yvonne, Lion Amolo Odinga, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Thank you for grounding me in ways more of our people and encouraging me to be a man. I will deeply miss our family moments, our laughter, our conversation. I will miss watching Arsenali with you. I miss make Arsenali. Aya, wacha nimalize. I thank God for you and for everything you have meant to me. You have run your race with honor, and may grace now lead you home. May the ancestors receive you and rest well. Nindikwe, Baba Aheri, Asante Baba, Asante Baba, Asante Baba, Joey, Joey, Joey. Wacha nimkaribishe dadangu Honorable Winnie Odinga. Karibu Winnie.
Hey. To fellow mourners and all protocols observed, I don't know who I'll miss more, my dad or my superhero. I've been the luckiest girl in the world because you are my dad. Only 3 other human beings were as lucky as me: Fidel, Rosie, and Junior. Dad, you are light, steady, unyielding, and deeply human. To the world, you are known by many names. When you were growing up, they used to call you Aluo. And then when you started work, they started calling you Jaramogi's son. And at some point, they started to call you Tinga. At another point, they started to call you Agwambo. Briefly there, they called you Nyundo. They called you Jacom. They called you Baba Fidel. But in the end, they called you Baba. To me, you were simply Dad. A man whose presence froze rooms around the world. Our home was the Vitendawili testing ground, filled with trivia, quizzes that challenged the four of us, in a good way sometimes. When I learned that you willed to be buried in 72 hours, I laughed. Good old Dad, testing and planning for all of us, even beyond the grave. I can see you now laughing in your heaving manner. I can see you laughing at all of us, knowing that your wish will be done. To my fellow mourners, but in sacrifice, that justice must be pursued even when the path is lonely. The true leadership is service and not power. Millions of you are in despair, but take heart, because he left a plan for you too. He led all of us, he taught us, he carried us. We know what he expects from us, and we shall rise together in his honor. I watched him at his best. I watched him fall and rise again, each time with grace, forgiveness, and hope. At home, he was gentle and humorous. He loved storytelling, music. I think you know the favorite song. Down the bay and the mountain top, where the sun shines on a mountain top. I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my world is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Bondo town. Dad loved his grandchildren. Safi, Fidel's son Alai, Junior's son Lion, Stanai, and Jaramogi. He loved you with all his heart. Even in the busiest moments of national duty, he would send me to check on all of you. I now know it was to remind us to stay grounded, for me to teach you how to dream boldly, and to always stand firm for what is right. Today, as we celebrate his life, I choose to remember not only the leader the world knew, but the father I loved with every fiber of my being. The biggest part of me died on the 15th of October, 2025. But the spirit of the lion roars on forever. Fellow mourners, I was with him in India when he took his last breath. He died in my arms. But he did not die like people have been saying on social media. Every day, he was waking up and walking. And every day, he would do 1 round. The next day, he would push 2 rounds. That morning, he pushed to 5 rounds. He died strong, when with dignity and with pride. And you must be proud of that. You all must also walk with your heads held high and walk strong and proud that he left as a gentleman. As a family, we want to thank all of you, from Turkana to Lamu, from Isiolo, Mandera, to the shores of Lake Victoria. Asanteni sana. The king is dead, but long live the crown. Joey! 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 Rest in peace, Dad. Asante.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Samoei Ruto, and our First Lady Mama Rachel, and all protocols observed. I have a very heavy heart to say farewell to my dear brother. Raila was more than a brother to me. He was my friend, he was my age mate, he was my advisor, and he was my confidant, and he was everything, including business partnership. We grew up together more or less as twins, because the difference between me and my brother is only 1 year and 2 months. And unfortunately, my brother passed on my birthday, which is 15th October 1943. When we were growing together with my brother, we were in Bondo in Sakwa, though we were born in Maseno. But during that time, we were only 3 boys. And our mother was a disciplinarian more than our father. But my brother Raila knew how to cook. Our father's mother told us that you, my boys, you are also my girls. You must learn to fetch firewood. You must learn to cook. You must learn to prepare everything, including washing clothes and ironing and so on. Raila was best at all those things. The other thing Raila was best at was in class. Me, I was average. I could be number 5, number 4, number 3 sometimes if I did well. But Raila was always number 1. He was always number 1 in class. And I also want to tell you that Raila was a sportsman. He was a sportsman. He used to do what we were calling triple jump. He used to play football, and he used to do pole vault. But I was better than him in jumping and in pole vault. I want to tell you that my brother loved justice from the beginning. He loved to hear news. And one day he was late in school, and when the teacher asked him what he was doing, he said he was still listening to the radio. He wanted to hear news. And he was only at standard 3, standard 4. So Raila was a no-nonsense man. He entertained no mediocrity. Raila did not want mediocrity. If you came across him with lies or something mediocre, his left hand was very fast. He could give you something to teach you a lesson.
that you must always be truthful. He protected me and my brother, the late Agola, because he was more brave in confronting anybody who attacked us. Ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you the story of Raila the whole day, but that is not my intention today. My intention is to tell you that even though my brother was almost the same age as me, but younger than me, I can tell you that I respected him as my leader in the political arena. And I want to thank my party, ODM, for making me the acting party leader of ODM, the oldest and the largest party in East and Central Africa. I will take that mantle with vigor, and I must assure you, my colleagues, that I will not disappoint. Even though the shoes of Raila are too big to be filled. But I just want to try my best. I want to try my best. But now I would like to inform you that I'm also with my wife. My wives, I am a general. I have two of them. If I don't introduce them to you, they might feel jealous and refuse to give me food. There's my elder wife, Dr. Ann Ayo Oburu, is here. And come. This is the lady who took me out of boyhood. She is a doctor. She is a pediatrician, and she is the one with whom we grew together. But I thought that now, at my age, I don't want her to scratch me. I don't want her to massage me. So I brought her helper, Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu. Judith Oburu here works with NSSF, and she is also an accountant by profession. So thank you very much. Your Excellencies, we have come here to mourn. Tomorrow we are moving home, and we shall talk to you again when you come to Bondo. And I thank you all for listening to me and giving me this opportunity to listen to you. But please, keep the spirit of Raila burning. We are going to keep the spirit of Raila burning. You can see Raila has siblings. You can see Junior has spoken here very well. You can see Winnie is there burning. You can see Rosemary is there burning. And you can see their mother, Ida, is here. Ida, please keep the family together and make sure that the fire of Raila keeps burning forever and forever more. Thank you for listening to me. Oh, let me leave on. Asante, my brother, rest in peace. My brother, rest in peace. Greet for us, my dad, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, our mama. Greet for us, our mother, Mama Mary Oginga. Greet for us, our father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Greet for us, all our brothers, Agola, Osewe, and Odima, who left before us. And greet for us, all of them. And I'm sure God the Almighty is going to welcome you with his hands there, because you were magnanimous, you loved God, and you loved people. That is what God also expected of you. and you have done your best. Rest, my brother. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, my brother. Thank you.
Hello? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. To His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, and Her Excellency Lady Rachel Ruto, the former President, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the visiting president past and present, the deputy presidents, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and watu wetu wa Kenya kwa jumla, hamjambo. Today is a very unique day. It is not every day that I would be standing here to say something to the nation and to the world about my dear husband, Raila Amolo Odinga. For those who don't know me, I've got a very long name. They call me Canon Dr. Ida Betty Odinga EST. Now, these names don't just come like that, but they are names that are given. I cannot forget the name that the public has given me called Min Pin. That name is a very heavy name because it is a name that puts a lot of responsibility to the owner of that name. I'm also gotten the name of Peace Ambassador. And for that reason, even before I say something else, I'd like to say something about peace. One thing that I know that Raila stood for, and he keep on repeating, is that we need peace in our nation, we need peace in our homes. And peace will not survive in a situation, in a chaotic situation. For that reason, I appeal, today I appeal, let us mourn Raila in peace. I know you are all concerned, I know you are all mourning, you are sad about this, but let's keep peace
so that the peace can prevail, not only here in the stadium, but also in the rest of the country. Coming to talk about my dear husband, Raila Amolo Odinga. I first met Raila way back in the early 70s, and we got married in 1973. For that reason, I've lived with this man for 52 years. Many of the people that I see or who are in this stadium could have easily be our children. No wonder you call him Baba. That name did not come from nowhere, but came from the experience and the life that he has lived with and relationship that he has had with some of these people. During our union, we were blessed by 4 children. First, we had the first child was called Fidel Castro Odhiambo Odinga. When Fidel was born, I was a bit hesitant the way he gives the name. I said, why do you call him Fidel? Then he said he was a great admirer of Fidel Castro, and therefore he named his first child Fidel Castro Odinga. Later, we had the second child, Rosemary, and here again, Rose is the name of my mother, and Mary is the name of his mother. We combined the 2 names together, and we call the child Rosemary. It also has a meaning to us. When it came to the third one, and he named after his best friend and his cousin called Raila Kembo, with whom they shared the name. So we ended up with Raila Oginga Odinga. Last, there was a big gap, and I'll explain to you. Last came the 4th child. The 4th child, when I went to the hospital, and you know those mothers, or well, you know, you end up somewhere in labor ward. And I was watching the television. And on the television, that's the time when Nelson Mandela had come out of prison. It was he's been there for 27 years. Raila also had been in prison, but that's not why we named her Winnie. And I was watching the television, I could see Nelson Mandela and Winnie Mandela holding hands as Mandela walked out of the gates of the prison. By then, I didn't know what kind of child I was going to get. But then I said, if it's a boy, we'll name him Wilson Mandela. But if it's a girl, will be Winnie Mandela. And therefore, Winnie Mandela arrived. And that's the 4th child. I see when you look at this naming of the children, I know these days you can name your child anything that you want, but because you name them people you never saw, you never heard of, simply because it saw the name written somewhere. There's nothing wrong with giving our children the names of the people who in our lives we think are the heroes. Our life was not smooth life. Just like any other family, there's been ups and downs. But as we continue living together, we've learned how to cope because we all have weaknesses and strengths. We learned to talk straight to one another. We learned to speak the truth, and we learned to forgive and move on. Now, that forgiving spirit was not only in the home, but is something that has spread to the Kenyan. You've seen how many times he has tried in the elections, but that forgiveness is paramount. So please don't carry grudges from one generation to another and from one group to another. We are all Kenyans. We are all Kenyans. We are sisters and brothers. We must learn to forgive easily and build together Kenya. Towards the end, I'll not say everything. I would like to say everything, but time would not allow. And a span of 52 years is not a short time. I hope that when I get another opportunity on Sunday, I'll be able to say more. But one thing that he kept on repeating to me is that we must urge Kenyans to live in peace. He kept on repeating that. We must repeat it to our Kenyans. We live in peace. Raila hated dishonesty. He hated dishonesty. He hated greed. The greed that have affected the main fabric of our society. The greed that leads to stealing from the public coffers. The greed that leads to corruptions. That's the kind of thing that Raila would not have liked to see. So, you people, you Kenyans, I'll tell you more. But I thank you, those who have come and those who are watching us from other places. I thank you for standing with this family. I thank you for being here for us. And I thank you for helping us to mourn Raila. May his soul lie in eternal peace. And for the people of Kenya, I wish you well, thank you, and may God bless you. Thank you.
Fellow mourners, we are moving towards the end of this occasion, the first part, so that we can allow a second part that is going to take place in the afternoon. On behalf of Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, who has been the co-chair of the National State Funeral Committee for the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga, I want to thank the people of Kenya and the people of the world for mourning our departed leader with dignity. I would like to just clarify that Senator Odinga has spoken in two capacities. First, as a member of the family, and secondly, as the interim acting party leader of ODM. Your Excellency, fellow mourners, we recognize there's so many mourners who have come to mourn today, and we respect all of them and thank them for making time. Allow me, Your Excellency, to do two things, and then we will conclude. The first is to acknowledge that the leader that we have lost in our country was not just a leader in Kenya. He was a regional leader, he was a continental leader, and he was a global leader. And that is why you see the kind of dignitaries that are present here, whom we recognize for their presence. But we have also received formal condolences from global leaders from around the world. Allow me, mourners, to acknowledge those condolences from heads of state and government of foreign nations. We have the condolences of the President of Tanzania, Samia Suluhu Hassan, who has sent formal condolences and has sent her Vice President, who is present, the Foreign Minister of Tanzania, who is present, but we acknowledge the formal condolences from President Samia Suluhu Hassan from Tanzania. The Tanzanian delegation is also joined by the fourth President of Tanzania, the Honorable Jakaya Kikwete. We also have condolences from President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of Uganda. We have the condolences of President Paul Kagame of Rwanda. And President Kagame, in addition to the condolences, sent the Interior Minister of Rwanda, who is present here to represent President Kagame. The President of Somalia, President of the Federal Republic of Somalia, I think has arrived after we had received his condolences, and maybe the President will acknowledge him. The Prime Minister of Ethiopia also sent his condolences. The President of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Gele, has also sent his condolences. The President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, has also sent his condolences. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama. The President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. The President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Julius Maada Bio. The President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa. The President of the Republic of the Gambia, President Adama Barrow. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa. The Prime Minister of India, His Excellency Narendra Modi, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi. We also are in receipt of the formal condolences of the following global leaders whom I want to mention and acknowledge. The Secretary General of the United Nations, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Mohamed Ali Yusuf, the head of the European Union delegation to Kenya. We also have the condolences of the Under-Secretary General and the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, the Executive Secretary of the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, Dr. Wokne Geneyehu, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Veronica Nduva. And finally, I want to acknowledge also the condolences that we have received from the following: Senator James Rich, who is the chairperson of the United States of America Senate Committee on Foreign Relations. From the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, we have the apologies of the Minister for International Development and Africa, Jenny Chapman. Condolences from Italy through the head of mission, through the deputy head of mission of the Italian Embassy, the High Commissioner of Australia, the High Commissioner of Canada, the Ambassador of the Russian Federation, the Ambassador of the People's Republic of China, the Ambassador of the Czech Republic, the Ambassador of Switzerland, and the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, we now would like to hear the condolences and the remarks from two other speakers as we close this session. Let me acknowledge all the people, fellow Kenyans who have come to join us and join together in mourning our departed leader. Let me recognize our delegation here from the state side, the arms of government, all the arms of government, and the two levels of government are represented here. We are led by His Excellency the President, William Ruto, and the First Lady. We also have our retired President. We have the speakers of the two houses, the Chief Justice, members of the Cabinet, Principal Secretaries, the military command led by the Chief of the Defense Forces. We have our governors, senators, MCAs, and the ODM fraternity. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize, because you have permitted me to do so, in our presence, the names that were read, just for the purpose of record. The President of the Federal Republic of Somalia is here. His Excellency Sheikh Mohamud, the President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia is here, His Excellency Taye Salesio. The Vice President of the United Republic of Tanzania, His Excellency Dr. Philip Mpango is here. The former President, the fourth President of Tanzania, the Honorable Jakaya Mrisho Kikwete is present. Mohamed Thabiti, Foreign Minister of Tanzania is present. Rebecca Jadeng, Her Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng, Vice President of South Sudan is present. And the Honorable Vincent Biruti, Interior Minister of Rwanda, who is representing President Kagame, is present. With those many remarks, allow me, fellow mourners, to request our former President, the fourth President of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta, to come and greet us and say pole. Mr. President.
Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. Mama Aida Odinga, Rosemary, Asante sana, nimeshukuru. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Asanteni, asanteni. Nianze tena niseme Mama Aida Odinga, Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yote ya mwenda zetu, rafiki wetu, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto na First Lady Mama Rachel Ruto, viongozi wa nchi za kigeni na majirani ambao wametutembelea kuja kuomboleza na sisi, waombolezaji wenzangu, hamjambo? Hamjambo tena. Asanteni sana. Tuko hapa pamoja kama Wakenya kusherehekea maisha ya Mkenya mwenzetu, kiongozi, rafiki yangu, lakini mimi nilimpenda kama ndugu yangu. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, vile tumeambiwa hapa, tulimjua kwa majina tofauti tofauti: Agwambo, Jackbone, Tinga. Lakini kama Wakenya kutoka kona zote tulimjua na tukamheshimu kama baba. Na tulimuita baba kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alipenda nchi yake Kenya kuliko kitu kingine chochote. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa baba wa wote, hakuwa na ukabila na alipenda nchi na wananchi wa Kenya wote. Kutoka kila kona ya taifa letu la Kenya. Raila alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako. Leo hii Kenya imepoteza kiongozi ambaye historia ya demokrasia katika taifa letu la Kenya haiwezi iandikwe bila la jina la Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya Kenya ya kutetea haki za kibinadamu na haki za wananchi wote haiwezi iandikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. Historia ya ungatuzi na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi kule mashinani wana uwezo ya kujiongoza na kujitawala na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanatekeleza shida za wananchi kule chini, haiwezi iandikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja. In short, nasema vipi? Nasema hivi: Raila ametuacha kimwili, lakini ndani za roho yetu, ndani ya spirit ya Kenya, ataendelea kuishi miaka na miaka tukisonga mbele. Wenzetu, Raila alipenda amani. Raila alipenda umoja wa taifa letu. Raila alifurahia akiona Wakenya wakiungana, wakishirikiana, wakijenga taifa lao pamoja. Raila alikuwa mtetezi wa haki ya kila mtu. Pahali ambapo alikuwa anaona hakuna haki, Raila ndio alikuwa wa mbele hapo kuhakikisha ya kwamba haki zimepatikana. Na wenzangu, nawaambia hivi, tunawakumbuka wakina mzee Jomo Kenyatta na Jaramogi Odinga kwa kutetea uhuru wa nchi yetu. Na kila mara tukiimba wimbo wa taifa tunasema tunatalinda uhuru wetu na damu yetu na jasho yetu. Leo hii tukiwa tunaaga baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga, nataka pia tujiape ya kwamba Hatutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali arudi nyuma. Hatutakubali arudi nyuma. Tutasonga mbele tukizingatia hizo haki kwa sisi ambao tumebaki na wale ambao hawajazaliwa. Hivyo ndivyo ndugu yetu angependa kuona, na hiyo ndio njia ya kuona legacy yake kama kiongozi wa taifa letu. Wenzetu, sio siku ya mambo mingi. Nimekuja kuomboleza rafiki na ndugu, lakini siwezi nimalizie nisiposema ya kwamba hata kama leo tuna huzuni na tunaomboleza, lazima kama Wakenya tuchukue nafasi hii, kwa sababu Raila hangeweza kutenda yale ambayo alitenda kama angekuwa amesimamiwa na mama nguvu wa kazi, Mama Aida Odinga na watoto wake Rosemary, Junior, Winnie na familia yake yote. Kwa Wakenya tunawashukuru kwa kutupatia Raila atumikie nchi, na kwa kumuunga mkono ndio awe na nguvu ya kututumikia sisi wote. Yangu ni kusema, ndugu yangu, uende vyema. Wenzangu, kastori kadogo tu, sio kubwa. Unajua saa ingine baada ya kazi tukiwa tulia kidogo hapo nini, tunapewa kakitu kidogo hapo. Kwani mnacheka? Mimi kakitu kidogo nasema uji na chai. Lakini wakati tulikuwa tunapiga gumzo, saa ingine tulikuwa tunajiuliza, unajua jamani, wale wazee ambao wameenda, wakina Jaramogi, wakina Jomo, wakina Nkrumah, wakina Mwalimu Nyerere, jameni, unafikirianga wakiketi wanaongeanga mambo gani? Mimi nilikuwa nasema unajua, wanaongea siasa kama sisi, wanatuangalia tu na mambo hii yetu ya upuzi hapo, wanatuchekelea. Anasema lakini unajua, I'm very keen kujua. Sasa ndugu yangu, umeenda mbele yangu, sasa tayari najua mnajiongeleshana huko, na sio ati niko na haraka ya kuja kuwafikia, lakini bado tunataka tutulie kidogo. Mwenyezi Mungu atusaidie, lakini najua wakati wetu tukifika utakuwa hapo kutuambia njia ya kutembea hizo mabarabara za huko. Kwa hivyo ndugu yangu, ni kuombee kwa Mwenyezi Mungu akurehemu, akulaze na amani na wenzako, ukijua ya kwamba twakumbuka wewe, na yale ambao umebakisha tutaendelea nayo, na familia yako sasa imekuwa yetu, na tutaendelea kuwalinda na kuwachunga na kusimama pamoja nao kwa wakati wote. Nasema lala salama ndugu. Mungu awabariki familia yako na awafariji na awapatie nguvu, na Mungu aendelee kuibariki Kenya hii yetu, Afrika Mashariki na Afrika kwa jumla. Asanteni sana, Mungu awabariki.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Kwa sasa nilisahau kidogo kutambua uwepo wa mkuu wa mawaziri Musalia Mudavadi, jaji mkuu Martha Koome na aliyekuwa makamu wa rais wa zamani Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, hata yeye ako area. After the end of this ceremony, the security agencies led by the Kenya Defence Forces will make announcements through the military MC on the procedure that is going to be followed, because immediately after this, we want mourners who have come to pay their final respects to our departed leader to have as much time as possible in an orderly manner, in a dignified manner, to view the body of our leader. And we want that exercise to begin as soon as possible, but we want to appeal for order, for calm. We have enough time. We are not in a hurry. Everybody who has come here today for that reason will get a chance. As a committee that has been working on this, we want everything to go right. So please, our military, our security agencies will help us coordinate that so that we have security in the stadium as we pay our respects to our departed leader. Before we do that, allow me, ladies and gentlemen, now to invite the President of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, to come and address us. Mr. President, sir.
Fellow citizens, friends of Kenya from across the world, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, every once in a generation, there comes a leader whose impact transcends their moment, whose courage inspires change, and whose vision shapes destinies. My brother, Raila Amolo Odinga, was one such leader. Across space and time, there are few exceptional persons who, when summoned by the call of history, rise to meet the challenges and opportunities of their time with indomitable vigor, with absolute conviction, and with unwavering valor. The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Ward Mary, Ward Nyar Alego, Agwambo, Tinga, Jacom, Enigma, Ward Pin, Baba, the man in whose honor we gather here today belongs to that rare, irreplaceable breed of human beings. My dear brother Raila Amolo Odinga, as we bid you farewell, we do so with the deepest gratitude as a nation and as a people. We grieve your loss. We celebrate your 80 years of presence and also salute you for the great statesman and patriot that you were. To Mama Aida, and your children, Rosemary, Raila Jr., and Winnie, as well as the larger Odinga family, led by our elder brother, Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, please accept the nation's most heartfelt condolences on this immense loss. Kenya stands with you in this moment of sorrow. We share in your inexpressible grief, but we also share in your pride for your husband, your father, your brother, and your kin, who belonged not only to you, but also to us. Thank you for sharing him so generously with us as families and as a nation. Amolo may no longer walk with us, but his spirit lives within every Kenyan and every African. Such was the depth of his influence and impact that even in his absence, his presence endures. Fellow citizens, we gather here today not just to mourn the passing on of Baba, but celebrate his purpose, his vision, and his ideals. He walked among us as a man, but he also charged among us as a movement for change, a movement for justice, and a movement for inclusivity, and a movement for a greater and better Kenya. Allow me, fellow citizens, at this solemn moment, to also speak as an ordinary Kenyan, a father, a brother, and a fellow traveler in the journey of our nation's history. I have come a very long way with Baba. When I stood by him with the other Pentagon members at a defining moment in his and our nation's history, I neither knew that one day we would find ourselves on opposite sides, nor could I have imagined that years later he would stand by me, this time to steady the nation and to help anchor my leadership, culminating in the birth of the broad-based government. To you, Baba, I owe you, and I am truly and eternally grateful that our paths crossed and that we shared this journey together. We have been both collaborators and competitors, friends and rivals, but always patriotic Kenyans, united by a dream greater than ourselves, a dream bigger than any partisan divide, a dream of a united motherland called Kenya. As I have reflected on Raila's legacy following his passing, I have entertained no doubt in my mind that history will judge him fairly and kindly, because whenever the nation needed him to rise above self, he always did unreservedly. Whenever Kenya needed reason, he became the voice of reason courageously. And whenever the country needed a hand of reconciliation, he offered it without hesitation. Perhaps one of the greatest lessons he taught us was this: in the noble task of statecraft and nation building, there is room for all of us, competitors and collaborators, rivals and allies, bound together by one higher purpose, the greater good of our republic. Fellow citizens, those who worked closely with the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga know that he was irrevocably stubborn in his vision for a just, prosperous, and united Kenya, a nation where opportunity belonged to all, and justice favors none. In Tinga, Kenya found a reformer, a moral compass, a reconciler. He proved that progress demands both courage and patience, that we must be stubborn on the vision, but agile on the details, adjusting our means, our plans, and our strategies, but never compromising our mission. The gentleman we are bidding farewell today gave more to this country than most will ever. He endured years of imprisonment, exile, and political struggle for not the privilege of power, but for the principle of service. He bore the scars of his struggles with dignity and calm poise, and turned pain and suffering into purpose. Jacom was also at home in the humblest of homes and at ease on the grandest of global stages. His heart belonged to the people. He shared in their pain, rejoiced in their victories, and never lost faith in the people's goodness. Fellow mourners, one of the Honorable Raila Odinga's favorite songs was Jamaica, Farewell by Harry Belafonte, a melody of longing and gentle sorrow. He often broke into a dance and with a big smile sang, round the Bay of Mexico where the sun. Thank you very much. Today, those words ring with profound meaning, significance, and impact. Our elder statesman, the Honorable Raila, is sailing on a ship, not to Jamaica, but to home beyond. He will not be back with us for many a day. He leaves behind many little girls and boys, not in Kingstown, but here in Nairobi, in Kisumu, in Mandera, in Vihiga, in Mombasa, in Kakamega, in Wajir, and in every village and valley across our land. Baba has finished his race. He has kept the faith. He has served his people and humanity. It is our solemn prayer to the Almighty God that the soil of the land which Honorable Raila so tirelessly served shall embrace him with grace, that the nation he sacrificed for shall eternally cherish his memory, and that the people for whom he fought for shall carry his dream forward. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow citizens, when a man of the stature of Baba, a towering patriot, a relentless reformer, a visionary statesman, and a selfless servant of the people departs from among us, when a mighty bongo tree falls among us, we are left in awe of a life so immense in purpose and impact. And in that quiet moment of both boundless gratitude and unfathomable grief, we are rightly bound to ask, from where shall another like him rise? Ladies and gentlemen, there was and there can only be one Raila Amolo Odinga, a man of great courage, a man that made sacrifices, and a man who had a big heart to forgive even when he was wrong. May the Almighty God comfort his family, and may the soul of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga rest in eternal peace. Asanteni sana, na Mungu atubariki sisi zote, and God bless our great nation. Thank you very much, and I want to thank all the dignitaries who have come to condole with us. Asanteni sana, tutawaona mbele katika safari ya kumpumzisha
huyu shujaa kiongozi wetu Raila Amolo Odinga. Asanteni.
Na sasa naomba sote tubaki tumesimama ili tumalize rasmi kwa wimbo wa taifa. Wimbo wa taifa. Na kwa sasa naomba tafadhali tuweze kuketi na kutulia ili tuelekezwe vile tutakavyoona mwili. Lakini kwa sasa, for the exit protocol, we'll have His Excellency the President Dr. William Samoei Ruto together with Her Excellency the First Lady to progress and leave, followed by His Excellency Hassan Sheikh Mohamud,
Basi alivyosema mwenzangu ni kwamba wananchi wazalendo tutaweza kupewa fursa ya kutazama mwili wa mwenda zake. Tafadhali tunaomba tuweze kuruhusu familia na itifaki zingine ndiposa tuweze kutazama mwili huu.
We'll also have His Excellency President Uhuru Kenyatta to exit, followed by His Excellency the Deputy President. The rest, we are kindly requested to relax kidogo ili tuelekezwe vile tutakavyotoka. Na sasa nitamkaribisha mwenzangu Misango ili aweze kutuelekeza, especially for those of us who want to view the body, how we are going to do that so that it's orderly. Misango, karibu.
Asante sana wenzangu. Basi wenzetu wanapojitayarisha, studio ningeomba utupe ule wimbo wa Otio Talingalinga tunaposubiri maafisa wetu kuweza kujitayarisha tuweze kutazama mwili huu kwa heshima. Shujaa huyu aliyelala aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa letu la Kenya, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga, na wanajeshi wako hapa ange kuwaomba wananchi kwamba tuna muda hadi hata ikifika saa ngapi mtaweza kutazama. Tunaomba tu taratibu wa kutazama mwili huu tafadhali. Basi viongozi wetu wa kidini tutaomba muweze kuongoza familia waweze kuondoka ili sherehe zingine zitakazoongozwa na jeshi letu za kutazama mwili ziweze kuendelea.
Well, currently the service now has ended. It is time for the members of the public, as and when those leaders, including President William Ruto, the former Tanzania President Jakaya Kikwete, Ethiopian President Haile Selassie, President of Somalia Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, and the first female VP of South Sudan, that is Rebecca Nyadeng, once they leave, given that those dignitaries have security personnel, are going to be cleared from the stadium so that the members of the public who have come in their thousands. Of course, the stadium, as you can see, the whole day has been filled to the brim. They'll have the opportunity to view the body of the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga, which arrived at the Nyayo National Stadium at exactly 9:40 a.m. this morning. And of course, the GAN carriage carrying the coffin of the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga did a lap of honor inside Nyayo Stadium at the state funeral service before the members of the cloth took over the program to pray not only for the deceased but the family and the country at large, given that those were the wishes of the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga and his family. Currently, what you're witnessing on the screen, the members of dignitaries from President William Ruto, the deputy, as well as other key dignitaries who are on that particular podium are currently leaving the stadium so that the members of the public can have the opportunity to view the body. The Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, given that he is the co-chair of the funeral committee, alongside Dr. Oburu Oginga, who are able to lead that particular committee, have announced that that particular body will not leave there until all members of the public have an opportunity to view it. Given that in Kasarani, not so many people yesterday got the opportunity to view the body of the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. As you can see, even members are trying to get a view or get a feel of the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. Those are the aerial shots. You can see the stadium was filled to the brim by mourners and supporters of the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. The ceremony, which started at exactly 9:40, has just concluded shy few minutes to 1 p.m. The members of the public are seated because they have been informed they will get the opportunity to view the body of the late ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga. And given that this is a state funeral, the Kenya Defence Forces as well as other security apparatus will continue to give their support in this particular exercise, given that it is a state funeral. A one of a kind, given that it is offered to former heads of state. He is the first non-head of state to be offered or conferred with a state funeral. And of course, that is history there. There you can see they are waving their white flags, given that even the speakers were giving us in the background of ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga told us that he was an advocate for peace. He preached peace. And of course, that is what he used to tell people every day. And now going slowly to some of the remarks that were made by the religious leaders, the men of cloth, as well as the family members. Let's start with we'll start off with Reverend David Kodia. The Reverend clearly stated that Odinga was a politician who never relied on money to intimidate or win followers. He never used the power of his wallet to convince others, but instead relied on the power of persuasion. Today, many of the politicians have lost their principles, promoting a culture of handouts. That is Reverend David Kodia, who led the state funeral at Raila Amolo Odinga. Given that he hails from Bondo, we might likely see him there. And the Reverend went on to say that Raila Odinga, he had the wisdom to unite Kenyans. How many can fit in his shoe? That is a question he posed, especially to the next crop of leaders. And given that they're honoring him today, let's see if Kenyans, the first and not our regions where we come from. Kenya is too small to be divided into regions. That is what Reverend David was clearly stating. And then finally, a remark that will stay with not only political figures, but the Kenyans who have attended this particular state funeral service. He stated that if there is anyone here at whatever level who has looted this country, you stand the chance to be condemned. Those are the words of Reverend David Kodia. We even saw the family members giving their tributes and eulogizing Raila Amolo Odinga. Let's start with the daughter of the late Premier, Rosemary Odinga, who clearly stated that Raila Amolo Odinga was his advisor. He was a friend and someone who truly understood her. She clearly stated that she received the news of his passing from the brother who asked her to sit down before telling her the tragic news following the tragic demise of Raila Amolo Odinga in India. And then afterwards, we saw Raila Odinga Jr. He clearly stated that he's very alive to the fact that with the brother, that is Fidel, who died 10 years ago, he remains a gentleman of the family. He clearly stated that Odinga assured him that he will take care of the family, of the mother as well, Ida Odinga, Rose, Winnie, and the larger political family that Odinga has left behind, not just ODM, but many leaders he has been able to mentor. And of course, he thanked him for the gift of life, for giving him his name, and for never heaping the weight of his name on him. And of course, afterwards, after Raila Odinga Jr., it was the time for Winnie Odinga. And of course, we got some revelations given that Winnie Odinga was with the former premier when he was receiving treatment in India. She stated that she don't know who will miss her dad more than her, or she will miss a man she revered as a superhero. To the world, he was known by many names. She listed the names that Raila Amolo Odinga was heaped on by many people: Aluo, Jaramogi's son, Tinga, Agwambo, Nyundo, Jacom, Baba Fidel, but in the end, they called him Baba. Those were the words of Winnie Odinga as she was paying tribute to the fallen premier. Winnie Odinga further clearly stated that she wished that the wish of the late premier to be buried within 72 hours, and of course laughing in the demeanor that Raila Amolo Odinga used to do when he was alive, especially during campaign trails or when he was addressing the populace. She clearly stated that that was his wishes, that be buried within 72 hours, considerate of the country at large. And then she revealed, of course, a heart-wrenching statement where she revealed that she was with Raila Amolo Odinga when he took his last breath. She stated that the great man died in her arms, but not in the way many people have been saying on social media. She stated that he passed away strong with dignity and pride. And then she told the people, you should be proud that he was walking with his head held high, for he left as a gentleman. Those were the revelation of Winnie Odinga, who also told the members of the public, including Rosemary, that Odinga was supposed to come back into the country this Thursday, but unfortunately God had other plans, and now they're celebrating the man. We go over to the now interim party leader of ODM, that is Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga, who eulogized his brother as the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. And of course, I'll be telling you more of some of the quotes that we've been able to gather from the tributes that have been paid by the family, as well as leaders like former President Uhuru Kenyatta, the Deputy President, as well as the President of the Republic of Kenya, that is Dr. William Ruto. But for now, Kasichana, good afternoon. If you can hear me, what are the people saying in Nyayo Stadium?
Okay. Na mtazamaji, asante sana Abdi Aziz Hashim. Tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka uga wa Nyayo katika eneo bunge la Lang'ata katika kaunti ya Nairobi, ambapo leo tulikuwa tumekuja kuhudhuria hafla ama shughuli ya kumwaga, shughuli rasmi ambayo ilikuwa imeandaliwa na serikali kuu, ya shughuli ya kumwaga aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye aliaga dunia tarehe 15 siku ya Jumatano ya mwezi huu Oktoba mwaka 2025. Na siku ya leo mtazamaji, viongozi mbalimbali ambapo walikiongozwa na Rais William Ruto, ambaye ndiye alikuwa kiongozi mkuu wa hafla hii, pamoja na familia yake kiongozwa na mama Aida Odinga pamoja na watoto wake, wote watatu wameweza kuwa katika kongamano hili. Na sio wao tu, bali pia viongozi wengine kutoka mataifa mengine kama vile nchi ya Tanzania wameweza kuwepo hapa, nchi ya Sudan Kusini pia wameweza kuwakilishwa hapa, na hata vile vile nchi ya Uganda pia imeweza kuwakilishwa hapa, nchi ya Rwanda vile vile pia bado wameweza kuwakilishwa hapa. Semi ama jumbe ama risala ambazo zimeweza kutumwa ni mbalimbali ama anuwai kutoka kwa baadhi tu ya viongozi, familia, viongozi wa kidini, na niko naye mwenzangu hapa Nancy Okwane, ambaye ataweza kutusaidia tu kwa kifupi tu kuweza kuelezea ama kugusia yale machache tu ambayo ameweza kuyapatia kipaumbele katika hafla hii ambayo iliweza kuzungumzwa tu na baadhi ya viongozi.
Na Asante sana mwenzangu Kasichana Masha, na bila shaka mtazamaji, kama alivyokueleza ni kwamba ni hafla ambayo viongozi walikuwa tu ni wengi wakizungumza kuhusu Raila Odinga, wakimwenzi na kumkumbuka kwa yale ambayo alitendea taifa wakati ambapo alikuwa hai. Na nitaanza tu kwa yale ambayo Rais William Ruto alisema wakati alipokuwa akitoa hotuba yake. Alisema ya kwamba licha zile tofauti ambazo zilikuwa awali kati yake na Raila Odinga, yakiwa ni masuala ya kisiasa, hatimaye wakaja kuwa mandugu, kusaidiana katika kazi, na hivyo basi anasema ya kwamba ni mtu ambaye amelisaidia hili taifa na akaishukuru familia yake Odinga kwa ule mchango ambao kwa kumwacha aje Kenya ama awe wa Kenya na kusaidia wa Kenya. Vile vile Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta amezungumzia uhusiano wake wa karibu na Raila Odinga wakati ambapo alikuwa hai, na akasema kwamba ni mtu ambaye alikuwa anapenda masuala ya amani. Na vile vile tunayo familia, tutaanza naye Mama Aida Odinga ambaye kwa kweli ameanza kwa kuwaomba Wakenya wadumishe amani, na akasema kwamba katika zile nyakati za mwisho Raila Odinga alikuwa anatoa wito mkubwa sana kwa Wakenya wadumishe amani, na hivyo basi anazidi kusisitiza ya kwamba hata tunapozidi kuomboleza basi Wakenya wazidi kudumisha amani. Na vile vile kama tunavyofahamu, Raila Odinga alipofariki kule India alikuwa ameandamana na jamaa zake, alikuwa vile vile na binti ambaye ni Winnie Odinga, na amezungumza leo hii akatueleza kuhusiana na yale ambayo anakumbuka katika nyakati zake za mwisho alipokuwa na babake, na kwamba alifariki kwa utulivu akiwa amemkumbatia. Hivyo basi ni sifa sufufu ambazo Raila Odinga amemiminiwa hapa katika uwanja huu wa Nyayo, na hafla hii inapokamilika leo hii, basi shughuli ya kutazama mwili wake inaenda kuanza wakati wowote sasa. Kunao viongozi ambao tayari wameanza kutazama mwili wake, na pia kunao wananchi ambao wamekuwa hapa, watapewa ile fursa pia ya kutazama mwili huo kabla haujasafirishwa kuelekea nyumbani. Pengine nirejeshe kwake Kasichana Masha, tuzungumzie kuhusiana na hili swala la baada ya hapa pengine tunaelekea wapi?
Naam, kulingana na ratiba ambayo iliweza kupeanwa na naibu wa rais Kithure Kindiki hapo majuzi, ni kwamba aliweza kusema kwamba baada ya shughuli ambayo itafanyika hapa ama baada ya hafla hii ya mazishi ama ibada ya wafu ambayo inafanyika hapa katika kaunti ya Nairobi ambayo imeandaliwa na serikali ya kitaifa, ni kwamba mwili basi baadaye utasafirishwa hadi kaunti ya Kisumu, ambapo tunatarajia hapo kesho kuwe na ibada nyingine ya wafu, ambapo wakazi wale wafuasi wake wote wa chama cha ODM na wale tu wengi wafuasi wengine waliokuwa tu wakimpenda kinara wa ODM Raila Odinga wataweza kupata fursa ya kuweza kumpatia heshima yao ya mwisho hapo kesho, ambapo kutakuwa na ibada nyingine ya wafu katika ukumbi huu ama uga wa Jaramogi katika kaunti ya Kisumu. Lakini baada ya hapo jioni yake, mtazamaji, ni kwamba kesho jioni pia tunatarajia kwamba mwili wa mzee Raila Odinga utaweza kusafirishwa hadi kwenye jumba lake ama katika boma lake pale Kong'oka, katika shamba la Bondo ambalo katika eneo la Bondo kunradhi, ambapo pale tunatarajia kwamba hafla nzima ya mazishi ama shughuli ya mazishi itakuwa inaendelezwa katika eneo hilo, na ataweza kustiriwa ama kuzikwa siku ya Jumapili kuanzia, ama ibada hiyo ya siku ya Jumapili inatarajiwa pia kuanza kuanzia mwendo wa saa 3 hadi saa 9 alasiri, ambapo kulingana na pia na familia Bwana Oburu akiweza kutubia wakazi na wananchi hapo jana, pia aliweza kusema kwamba ibada ya wafu ya siku ya Jumapili itaweza kuhudhuriwa tu na watu wachache, sana itakuwa tu wengi, itakuwa wanafamilia tu na baadhi tu ya viongozi tajika ambao wameweza kusafiri kutoka tu maeneo mbalimbali ya taifa letu na maeneo mbalimbali ya bara la Afrika, wataweza kujumuika na familia ili kuweza kumpatia kufanya ibada ya mwisho ya kuweza kumuaga aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili tangu mwaka 2008 hadi mwaka 2013. Naam, hayo ndio yamejiri katika eneo hili, na shughuli iliyosalia sasa hivi ni wakazi ama wananchi tu wamepata tu fursa ya kuweza kutazama mwili. Hayo ambayo ndio yanayoendelea hapa sasa hivi. Kama alivyosema naibu rais Kithure Kindiki, ni kwamba kila mtu atapata nafasi ya kuweza kujionea mwili na kupeana heshima yake ya mwisho na kuaga rasmi mwili wa mzee Raila Odinga Odinga kabla hujaweza kusafirishwa hadi eneo lake la kuzaliwa ama sehemu yake ya mazazi ya kaunti ya Kisumu. Ni hayo tu kutoka kwetu hapa upande wa uga wa Nyayo. Acha nirudishe usukani kwako Abdi huko studioni. Asante sana.
Well, thank you so much. That is Kasichana Masha as well as Nancy Okora giving us details of what has transpired there at Nyayo National Stadium. Of course, the speeches that were made by not only the family members but the president as well, especially when the Siaya senator, that is Dr. Oburu Oginga, stood up to talk about the young man that Raila Amolo Odinga is. He's stating that he is the older brother, but at the end of the day, Raila Amolo Odinga was a towering figure. He clearly even stated and cracked a joke, clearly stating that he was better than him in everything, but when it comes to sport, in a particular sports, he was better than Odinga, at least in that particular venture. But in class, Odinga was the first in his class during their school days, and of course clearly stating, painting a picture rather of an intimate portrait of a man many knew as a political giant, but few had seen through the lens of the brother. Now, he clearly stated that his words brought to life the warmth, discipline and determination that shaped his political career as well as his family, clearly stating that Raila was a better cook than him and in various other aspects. And of course, in his moving tribute, Oburu revealed the significance of the sad day that his brother passed away. He clearly stated that Odinga left this world, unfortunately, during his birthday, which was supposed to be on October 15th, given that he was born in 1943. And of course, the audience fell silent for a moment, sharing the personal pain of a brother whose life has been intertwined with Raila's since childhood. And of course, Oburu went further to recall their upbringing under their parents, that is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga and Mama Mary Odinga, describing their mother as a disciplinarian more than the father. Now, of course, what you're seeing on your screen is the security apparatus. Just like yesterday, they're trying to mount that particular guard to ensure that the members of the public go in an orderly fashion so that they can view the body of the late premier, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, to ensure that it goes faster and everybody gets a chance to view the body before it is taken back to Lee Funeral Home, where it will be reserved, preserved rather, before taken to Kisumu tomorrow ahead of Sunday, where the burial will happen in Bondo, Siaya County. And of course, let's take the views of Mama Ida Odinga, who clearly stated that she has lost a husband who she had spent with 52 years of marriage. And of course, Mama Ida Odinga, a widow to the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga, has made a heartfelt appeal to Kenyans to uphold peace and unity as the country prepares to bid farewell to one of its most iconic leaders. Of course, speaking during the state funeral, Ida called on mourners to honor Raila's legacy through calm reflection and collective dignity. She appealed to everyone to mourn Raila in peace. She said, her voice filled with emotion as thousands gathered to pay their final respects. At the Nyayo National Stadium, her message, through brief, resonated deeply with a crowd, many of whom had traveled from across the country to attend the state funeral. As I informed you a little bit earlier on, do not assume that the people of Nairobi alone are here in Nyayo. A lot of people have come from different parts of the country to witness this historic moment, given that Odinga passed away on October 15, 2025, and it was proclaimed by President William Ruto that he will be accorded a state funeral. Not many are accorded that particular state funeral, only reserved for former heads of state, but he becomes the first person in this country to be accorded such honors. And of course, it comes with the Kenya Defence Forces spearheading this particular exercise. Of course, Ida Odinga also acknowledged the pain and grief felt by millions of Kenyans, but emphasized that Raila's legacy must be honored through peace. Her appeal came amid, of course, heightened emotions and large crowds at the memorial venue, including Kasarani yesterday, what we witnessed, in Nyayo Stadium today. And of course, the Odinga family led tributes throughout the week, with Raila Odinga Jr. sharing a personal video montage and other family members participating in prayers, vigils and public addresses. Even yesterday, our reporters, that is Alan Oko and Wycliffe Okech, were able to show you what was happening. In other words, they call it Kesha at the Opoda farm, which we witnessed yesterday after the interim party leader of ODM and Siaya Senator, that is Oburu Odinga, identified where the ODM leader will be laid to rest. And of course, we witnessed that yesterday. But of course, after their speeches of the family members and the members of the cloth, you were able to hear from the former head of state, that is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who cracked up mourners and clearly stated that he would love to make conversation again with Raila Amolo Odinga after death, and in terms, a man he termed a friend, a dear friend, and of course a patriot to this particular country. He called him a brother, but assured him that the family of Odinga now belongs to Kenya and they will protect that particular family. Uhuru said that he and Raila often spent evenings reflecting on life and the country's future, sometimes joking about Kenya's founding fathers, that is Jomo Kenyatta and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, might be discussing in the afterlife. Of course, the crowd responded with laughter and applause before falling back into silence as Uhuru's turn turned deeply emotional, remembering how he was able to work with Raila Amolo Odinga. And of course, you do remember the famous handshake that happened at the footsteps of Harambee House. Of course, he described Raila as a man who shaped Kenya's political story, not just a rival, but as a partner in national building. He said the handshake between him and Odinga in 2018 marked a true measure of Raila's statesmanship, where the former president urging Kenyans to protect Raila's legacy of democracy, integrity, and peace. Of course, Uhuru closed his tribute by thanking Mama Ida Odinga and the Odinga family for sharing Raila not just with the political divide, but the country at large. Shortly afterwards, the deputy president also was able to make his sentiments known, but mostly he focused on what the committee will be doing to ensure that the state burial for the former premier goes on well, which will be happening on Sunday. And of course, calling for urging for calm as the members of the public are viewing the body of the late premier. And thanking, of course, the members of the public for their sheer mourning for the family. And important to note is that the Senator of Siaya, that is Dr. Oburu Odinga, clearly stated that he thanked the National Executive Committee yesterday for making the decision to appointing him as the acting ODM party leader. He has pledged to carry forward his brother's vision and political legacy as best as he can. He was addressing the ODM allied leaders and members during the state funeral, urging them, or rather assured them that he will not disappoint, thanking the party leaders for naming him for the position. Noting that the ODM is the oldest and largest party in East and Central Africa, Oburu said he will take the mantle with vigor and assured the colleagues that he will not disappoint. Oburu, however, acknowledged the humility and magnitude of the legacy before him. He clearly stated that he was older than Raila Amolo Odinga, but when it came to the political circles, Raila Amolo Odinga was a towering political figure, and he respected him as a leader. What you're witnessing on the screens, dear viewers, is that the members of the public are currently having their chance to view the body of the late Premier. And of course, this comes a day after the Orange Party made the arrangements, urging the members of the public to, of course, listen to the directions that are given by the committee being spearheaded, or co-chaired rather, by the Deputy President as well as the Senator of Oburu, Odinga. Now the members of the public are walking keenly to have their chance to view the body of the late Premier. You can see there in their numbers, others are still remaining on the stand, but the security forces are ensuring that the process goes on smoothly. You can see even some of them are running due to the magnitude of the crowd that is currently conglomerated at the Nyayo National Stadium, just to have their view. You have even heard from since yesterday, or even after the proclamation by President William Ruto was made on Wednesday, that the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga is no more. People are still coming to terms that Odinga has left. And of course, we witnessed a touching moment where President William Ruto called for Raila Amolo Odinga's favorite song, Jamaica Farewell, that the song Ruto sang to mourn Raila Amolo Odinga, joined of course by the mourners and supporters who are currently at the Nyayo National Stadium. And the crowd of course fell silent as President's voice carried through the air a soulful tribute that has captured both grief and gratitude for many of whom who called him Baba. And of course he started singing the lyrics of that particular song, which reverberated across the Nyayo National Stadium, which he said signified or immortalized who Odinga was. And of course the President talking about how he was able to work with the former Premier, especially following what happened last year and this year on January or February around there. The ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga and the President of the Republic of Kenya were able to come together for another handshake, and which born the 10-pact agenda between ODM and UDA, and of course led to the rise of something called now the broad-based government, which saw some of the ODM lieutenants, trusted lieutenants of the ODM leader Raila Amolo Odinga, taking over various key positions within cabinet, just to quell the uncertainty in the country. But the Deputy President has assured everybody will have a chance to view the body. But you can see the crowd that is behind that particular tent is quite staggering. But I assured that they will have the opportunity. Yesterday you witnessed what happened in Kasarani. They came in their numbers, but they were assured they will view the body, and they did outside the precincts of the stadium, given that the itinerary that was set out by the committee was supposed to take the body to Lee Funeral Home to be preserved first, and then to Parliament for public viewing. But the program was disrupted due to the sheer number of the mourners and supporters who poured to the street, of course eulogizing the man who many have touted now to be a legend. Now, President William Ruto has assured that the state will support not only the family, the ODM supporters, but the country at large during this trying moment, as the country still comes to term that the former Premier is no more. So, dear viewer, worry less. We're giving you 360 degrees view of what is happening at the Nyayo Stadium. We will not leave this particular coverage until that particular body is returned to the Lee Funeral Home, where it will be preserved. And we're waiting for the members of the public to continue viewing the body. And the process has clearly stated, as the DP clearly stated, that this particular exercise, there is no hurry, so the members of the public can take their time to view the body of the late Premier. But Ida also clearly talked about ensuring that the family continues to mourn. You can see my colleague O'Brien Kimani is joining us. Yesterday, O'Brien was able, of course, to take us through what transpired in Kasarani. But O'Brien, a sheer contrast to what happened in Kasarani. Today in Nyayo Stadium, everything went according to plan. That was, of course, highlighted by none other than the funeral committee being spearheaded by the Deputy President, as well as Dr. Oburu Odinga, who has now been named as the acting party leader. Now, I'm leaving you in the capable hands of my colleague, that is O'Brien Kimani. Do join us, of course, tomorrow as well. We'll be coming here as early as 6 a.m. This particular coverage will be continuing till Sunday, when the ODM leader, Raila Amolo Odinga, will be laid to rest. O'Brien, over to you.
Well, many thanks indeed, Ahmed Aziz, for taking us through the whole session. I mean, it's been you've been here for long. I mean, you started this journey early in the morning, and you've been here with us the whole afternoon. So we want to appreciate you and wish you a great afternoon ahead of you. Thank you very much indeed. I mean, and of course, as rightly put by Abdiaziz Hashim, when you compare yesterday's event at Moi International Sports Center, Kasarani, and today's event at the Nyayo Stadium, and there is complete difference. There is marked difference. I mean, you can clearly see that the situation at Nyayo National Stadium is calm, is very well controlled, and people acting, you know, with a lot of orderliness. And I think probably maybe the reason why there was a lot of confusion yesterday is because it was the first day, and there was a lot of unknowns. But in the last 24 hours, we have seen the military planners together with the Barrier Planning Committee now managing to put in place, you know, an elaborate security plan as well as a crowd management plan. And that's why you can see today there is a high resemblance of order, and people are acting accordingly. And this exercise of viewing the body is expected to continue until everyone has been given an opportunity to view the body. Yesterday, the whole situation was a little bit chaotic. But today, as you can see, there is marked difference with what is happening at Nyayo the Stadium. If I can just take you through what has just transpired at Nyayo National Stadium. The body of Raila Odinga arrived at the stadium at about 9:40, where it was received by President William Ruto, Raila Odinga's wife, Ida Odinga, together with his family members who lined up the stadium to welcome him. We also saw the former President Uhuru Kenyatta and the fourth President of the Republic of Kenya also being present at this memoriam and also giving his remarks. And many have eulogized Raila Odinga as a statesman, as a patriot, as the greatest of all time. And truly, this is indeed a historical moment. And as we have all come to see, Raila Odinga is the only Kenyan outside the head of state list who has been accorded this kind of elaborate state funeral, which shows that he was not just your ordinary politician. He was indeed a great Kenyan. Well, I'm not alone on the set. I'm joined by eminent persons who we're going to have a great conversation this afternoon. And of course, they have been at Nyayo National Stadium. They have been involved with the planning process of this whole event that is unfolding in front of us. And of course, they have known Raila Odinga at a personal level. Just to take you through what is going to happen in the next 36 hours, Raila Odinga's body is going to leave Nyayo National Stadium. It will head to his home in Karen, where it is going to have an overnight stay, you know, as well outlined in the Luo culture. From there, it will be airlifted to Jomo Kenyatta International Stadium in Kisumu, where the public will be given an opportunity to pay their last respect to Raila Odinga, and then thereafter it will be taken to Siaya County for the burial plans on Sunday. Already the final resting place for Raila Odinga is being prepared, and we have our reporters at Kango Jaramogi site, where the remains of Odinga are going to be interred. And of course, this is next to his father's mausoleum, the Jaramogi Oginga. And of course, we'll be linking up with our team there so that they can give us an update on what exactly is happening. Yesterday, we saw Raila Odinga's elder brother, Oburu Odinga, urging the residents of Bondo to show some respect to the thousands of visitors who were expected to grace the occasion, and of course told them to act accordingly, and of course to show peace, restraint, and of course discipline. So that is exactly what is happening, and as you can see on your screen, you have thousands of people you know, up, and of course doing a lap dance around the Nyayo National Stadium as they wait to view the body of their late former Prime Minister. Now allow me to unleash the list of prominent Kenyans who are here with me, and I'm starting on my immediate left. I have a man who we have been together the last 3 days actually. He's been with us since Wednesday. He was here yesterday, and today he's here. I mean, this has become his temporal home. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Kasuku, for joining us. I mean, he had to dash all the way from Nyayo Stadium and leave the other programs taking place there so that he can come and break down for us what exactly he saw and what is going to happen in the next couple of hours. Thank you very much indeed. We appreciate your time with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And of course, we have the Principal Secretary in the State Department for SMEs Development. This is Susan Meni. She is a close family member of Raila Odinga and also a close confidant of Raila Odinga, having served as the first ODM youth wing leader. Did I get it right? And so she has always interacted with the fallen former Prime Minister. And so you can imagine what kind of conversation is going to come out of these people. This is what we call legendary conversation. Well, thank you very much, and Susan, for joining us.
Thank you.
I first of all want to hear from Susan. I mean, you were there early in the morning. I saw you yesterday at the Moi International Stadium, Kasarani, viewing the body, and you are here at Nyayo Stadium. What conclusions do you draw from the two events?
Well, first of all, the passing on of Raila came as a shock to many Kenyans, not just his followers, but for every Kenyan that is of age. I mean, Raila's name is a household name. Even I remember my son, my small child asking me, so Mommy tell me, Raila, who was Raila, you know? And then, of course, after watching news and going through, and this is like a 11-year-old boy. So who was Raila? Was he your friend? How was he? Because he saw that day I wasn't in my right modes. But so what happened yesterday, and probably to an extension what is happening today, even in Nyayo Stadium. I mean, number one is just people, it's normal. People are just expressing their pain and grief at an unexpected death of one of the greatest sons of this country, who has grown with majority of Kenyans. Because if his political leadership spans 4 decades, many decades I would say, at 80 years old, you would say that probably he actively is engaging in politics pretty much younger, maybe in his youthful. So he is a person who has really been in this country. He understands this country better than majority of Kenyans. You know, we keep on saying that we are a young nation. Every day that passes by, we're growing young and younger. If an average age of a Kenyan is 17 years, so Raila will pass as a great-grandfather to majority of Kenyans, Gen Zs, a great-grandfather to millennials, a father to many of the citizenry in this country. And therefore, I personally, I never expected anything different from what happened yesterday. I was there also very early in the morning. Because you see, the news of his passing on came on Wednesday very early in the morning when people were just about to go about their business. And so the whole day people were at standstill. Myself, I left office. I went to his residence in Karen. And I can tell you that people walked from all corners of Nairobi on foot just to go there. We had hundreds of thousands of people going there because, first of all, you couldn't believe that, yes, it had happened. And therefore, those people were just mourning. People are just mourning. And you see, even in our tradition setup, and especially me who come from Western Kenya, from Luya land and bordering Luo, we are closely linked. I will tell you that the first day that the body arrives, that's the most difficult moment. The moment you see that casket being pulled out, everything else breaks down. So I do not know where extra energy were coming from, but that's the grief. It was energy that someone just gets. And so that push and overwhelming power that the mourners had getting into the airport, you could see they were not on a destructive path, but them, they were just mourning. They couldn't believe. Everybody just wanted to see, is it true? To confirm. Then from there, of course, we went to Kasarani because we realized that parliament buildings, it would not have been big enough to accommodate majority, hundreds of thousands of mourners who just wanted to put their eyes to the body and say, is it true? Because nobody was believing. So when we went to Kasarani again, we had, remember, there was no prior, preparation. Normally, even during football matches, you have to be screened, you have to come. There's certain protocol that are put in place. But here the situation, you couldn't, so you needed to make a quick decision, mobilize all our security forces that were there. And these were hundreds of thousands of Kenyans. And so we could see them now coming, filling up the stadium and, but the good thing is that when it came now to viewing the body, you saw they were very much orderly, and that shows their greatest respect. Today again, because most of them actually were able to view the body. And for me, after the head of state led us into viewing the body, the few executives that managed to reach there, because the roads were really packed from Jomo Kenyatta. It was like a rival of a true hero. And I think, to me, to some extent, I think this was the most befitting send-off and reception, that procession that deserves a man of such nature who has given it all. This is a man that even in death, he cared so much for this country that he chose to have a short stay on earth of 72 hours so that then he can allow the country to move on. He so much loved this country. And that's why he's a figure who you cannot divorce from the political history of this country. Several administrations, he has had a direct touch of him, beginning with President Moi. I think that must have been in 1997, right? 2002. 1990? After the election of 1990? Election. Just looking at that.
99.
So then from there, he's come along 202, all along up to where we are today. And so, if I were to describe our fallen hero, I would say he's been the political stabilizer of our time, and whose name will always feature. The name will always be there. So he has defined regimes, he has defined administration, and you see that calls for someone who is selfless. Otherwise, someone else who was greedy at the first attempt and the second attempt, he will not have gone for the third attempt. He would have said, okay, fine, let it take its own course. So I think what I've seen there, of course, is a somber mood. You could see the way the masses there are mourning, and probably many people could not understand. But I was seated there, and throughout you see, ooh-wee, joy, ooh-wee, people are still coming to terms and screaming, and there was no disrespect for anyone. They're just mourning. Of course, we expect more tomorrow in Kisumu, as well as on Sunday. And I think he knew how much he touched the people, how much the population of this country was looking up to him. And that's why he really wanted us to hurry, to really fast track his interment.
But of course, we'll be chatting a little bit on what's, not actually a little bit, but a lot more on what is going to happen in the next 48 hours. But as the images that you're seeing on your screens, exactly what is happening at Nyayo National Stadium, where the public body viewing of the remains of Raila Odinga is currently under. We have just finished the national prayer service, which was led by President William Ruto, amongst many other dignitaries. And so what is happening right now is the file past behind the body of the late former Prime Minister. And of course, you expect this exercise to continue for a couple of hours, because time now is coming to almost 2 p.m. And this exercise is likely to continue all the way up to maybe 6, 7 or thereabout, because you still have thousands of people, who are queuing just to have a glimpse of the Right Honorable Prime Minister's body, and of course to give their last respect to a man they adored in life, and even in death they continue to pay their homage. So that is exactly what is happening. And as you can see, the military is well positioned, and of course today there is a high resemblance of peace, of order and sobriety. As the PS has explained yesterday, the country was still reeling from the shock of the loss of Raila Odinga, and so what we were seeing yesterday were the reactions of grief, the first reactions of grief, with people mourning differently and not knowing exactly what to do. But today, the reality is slowly sinking in that Raila Odinga, just like many people, or just like human beings, your life in this earth must at some point come to an end. And so it has happened for Raila Odinga. I gave you a lineup of what is going to happen from today. From here at Nyayo National Stadium, the body will be taken to Raila's home in Karen for overnight stay, and then thereafter, tomorrow morning, it's going to be flown to Kisumu City, where it's going to lie in state for the whole day for the residents of Kisumu County to also pay their last respect. And then thereafter, the body will be flown to Siaya County, Bondo, where the burial ceremony is expected to take place on Sunday. That is how things are going to unfold between now and on Sunday. Well, allow me now to turn on to Sylvester Kasuku. We've been saying this, that you have been a close confidant of Raila Odinga for since 1991. That's when your dalliance with Raila Odinga started. And Today, what you have seen what has happened there, you know, speakers after speakers, you know, hailing Raila Odinga, you know, as a great statesman, as a patriot,
yes,
and many other things. What do you think, or what do you say about what we have seen today? I know you are at Nyayo National Stadium.
Number one, I've seen that there is a lot of grief. There's a lot of emotional, loss. There's a lot of emotions about the loss of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. There is a lot of mourning. And in all these events, there is a lot of love expressed towards the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And as I did say yesterday and the day before, Raila Amolo Odinga, alive or dead, is the people's leader. He is one who is fully embodied in people's thoughts.
Yeah.
Just as he embodied the people's needs, the people's aspirations, and the people's demands for a better Kenya. And as he lies there, people still see the icon of hope. They still see the leader who has led them all the years as they continue to champion for the cause of realizing the dreams of our fathers, forefathers, as it's always said. And he is actually if you've listened to all what the leaders are saying,
yeah,
they are all saying that Raila, irrespective of the seasons that we have seen in the political arena, whether it is a campaign time, whether it is the time when elections are completed and now the government is in place, or whether it is at a time when discussions are being done, whether in terms of government operations when he is in government, or when people are just in gatherings discussing the destiny of Kenya, Raila Amolo Odinga has been the icon of a true reflection of the people's desire for a leader. He has been the true reflection of one person who resonates with a lot of peace in his messaging. At no one point or at no time in his entire leadership did he ever advocate for a Kenya at war. He always said that he wants Kenya to be a peaceful country. And he has sacrificed on numerous occasions to forgo his own personal interests, for which many people always thought that he was even, that were even trying to call him a coward. That why did you leave it? Why didn't you pursue it? For example, during the 2000 elections,
yeah,
when wananchi, spontaneously rose to the level of post-election violence, upon seeing the bloodletting and the loss of lives, Raila Amolo Odinga said that no amount of leadership would really be fulfilling for him if it were to come by a way of shedding blood. And he said he was not interested. If that was the way, the route towards achieving the presidency that he contested for in 2007, then it was not worth it, if it was going to be achieved through bloodletting. And you can remember, he said that he was willing instead. I remember the day we went to meet President Kufuor. He was the first envoy that was sent to Kenya.
In 2007?
Yes, at Serena Hotel. No, not at Serena, at the Hotel Intercontinental. In that team, he was leading us, and we were with the current president, President William Ruto. We were with the Right Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. We were with Honorable Balala, we were with the Honorable Charlie Tingilu, among many others. And he stated it, that he has contested for leadership in the country. And he wanted to see that democratic principles are working, and that even when he is looking for leadership, that leadership should rightfully be gained through a democratic process. And then at the same time, while that democratic process, was the greatest desire, he was also saying that he would not like to gain that leadership in an unconstitutional manner or in a manner that has led to bloodletting and loss of lives and sufferings of Kenyans. And as such, he was not willing to be in a situation in which even this leadership would be passed on to him as a result of people dying. So he said that instead of people fighting, he was advocating for peace and asking the government to avoid even exchanging with the people, killing people, so that people could come to a table. And he was even pleading with Wananchi through various media that please let us maintain peace and give us the opportunity to thrash this thing out in a constitutional manner and in a legal manner. And when the mediation teams were finally constituted, you saw him keeping away, and he signed to the framework that he was not going to be personally involved, and he would let selected negotiators to go into that mediation process, backed by the think tank, of which I was the secretary of the think tank at that particular time. And we had a number of think tank members stationed with us at the Pentagon, and he was almost permanently with us at the Pentagon, and giving us room for us to come up with solutions. In fact, he never came to the think tank room, which he called the hot room. He never came there to say that you must now write this. He told us, think freely, find the best solutions, find the best way forward that will allow Kenya to come to peace, and for a resolution to be found on the existing election debacle. And at the end of the day, the mediation process was meticulously carried out. Among them, President William Ruto was there, where they made sure that they carried out that process. And finally, the documents that we drafted, including the draft national accord that we had drafted, by the time he was discussing with President Kibaki, he still again stepped back. There were certain irreducible minimums, if you can remember.
I still remember that.
Yeah, which you were saying, the irreducible minimum. There were even structures of how to share government, how to share 50-50. Ministers, how to share 50-50. PSS, how to share 50-50. Heads of state corporations, among many other things. And when discussions were ongoing, particularly now after we gave them the draft, particularly when they went to OP, there was the view that no, let us not put too many details in this, because they might actually put us into a lockup. They might create a lacuna. So let us actually leave many things out to be done in good faith, but let us have the basic structure contained in the national accord. And Raila said, provided this is going to guarantee peace, this is going to guarantee fairness, this is going to guarantee the achievement of aspirations of Kenyans, he was okay, and he signed on it. And going forward, you equally saw the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga really becoming the person that most people used to wonder how he was interacting with Kibaki, because people were wondering, what were they doing that whenever he sat down with Kibaki, they would come up with the solutions, of which some of them would be slightly different from the proposals that were previously given by his side of the coalition. Because he always went for a middle ground that would be comfortable to both sides. He never said that he must always win and that he must win 100%. He said Kenya belongs to all of us. And that's what he kept on saying. Kenya belongs to all of us. Whatever we come with to the table are guiding frameworks for us to find a common ground, for us to find solutions to problems that are affecting Kenyans, rather than for individuals to find fulfillment for their individual ambitions. And he kept on saying there wouldn't be any amount of reward to an individual if it is at the detrimental of the country that would be so fulfilling that he would be endorsing. And many a times, you also saw, like when they went to Sagana for the selection of ministers and PSS and the like, when he came back and later on the PS list was read, he still said, that is fine, even if the people, like when he had proposed us for a number of positions, when our names didn't come up, I remember a number of my colleagues had bought new suits. Some, when people were dressed in brand new suits.
And you're also supposed to be given a PS position, right?
Yes. I was slated for a very serious PS position, having been the chief drafter of the manifesto at that time. And when the list came out, he told him, anyway, now this is the list. He said, don't worry, there is no need for worry. Kenya is a big country. There is enough for everyone.
Yeah.
And because we have also learned in him, through the way we see him handling his things, I did not get annoyed as an individual. I said, anyhow, there are still many things to do. And even in 2002, when President Kibaki came to power, that time we were the young professionals, having worked tirelessly at the TRC, the Task Resource Center, led by Professor Wanjohi. Again, that time, I think maybe some of us, we were being told that we were too young to be appointed to such high-level offices. We hadn't worked anywhere, really. But we found ourselves providing technical services in government, because some of us were already consultants through World Bank. And we realized that this country, there isn't really a moment when somebody should be in a hurry. And Raila Odinga embodied that kind of patience, that kind of resilience, that kind of accommodative character in him. And that kind of letting personal interests go to allow for national interests to grow. So I can say that what we are looking at today, the man lying there, in the name of Raila Amolo Odinga, embodying the struggle for a just Kenya, for a constitutional management of national affairs, for fair distribution of natural resources, and for equitable opportunities, availability for all communities of Kenya, is one person that we wouldn't say that is easy to forget and easy to assume. And also, O'Brien, if you looked at the speech that was given by His Excellency President William Ruto, he equally really eulogized the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and he equally echoed a number of the qualities that he bore that I'm talking about. When you listened to the fifth president of the Republic of, the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya,
Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes, Uhuru Kenyatta. You also saw him really eulogize the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, saying how Raila Amolo Odinga has been an icon of peace. And he's being a peacemaker. He's being a statesman that advocates for absolute peace in the country. Is one quality that you wouldn't find with many. That any moment when his interests were compromised by situations that were leading to conflicts, he would say that let peace prevail and let my personal interests stay behind.
Yeah.
And equally, President Uhuru talked about that. And he even mentioned him. He mentioned very vividly the issues they went through when they had a handshake. Because the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga went into that handshake so as to lend a hand to stabilize the country. Because after the polls of 2017, the country was split right in the middle. And considering the ensuing demonstrations and conflicts that occurred, people were not healed emotionally. People were not healed psychologically. People still had that feeling that the president was not the president that Kenyans were looking up to. So he wanted to create the bridge. He became the bridge between the aspirations of the people and where the people were. Because there was a big gap. And being that bridge, of course, a number of people still mentioned him using different terminologies. Others were displeased that why have you forsaken your legacy? one thing that he said is that my legacy is not about its past, but my legacy is about what sacrifice I can make for Kenya, to make Kenya a stable country, to make Kenya a peaceful country, and to make Kenya a cohesive society. His call for cohesion, his call for nationalism is something that is unmatched, because he never gave up to call for nationalism, irrespective of the issues that divided Kenyans at elections. Yes.
Susan, you came to know Raila Odinga at a tender age.
Very tender.
Sorry?
She was very tender.
I can confirm, yeah.
What kind of a man did you come to know, and how did Raila Odinga change your life socially and politically?
So, first of all, let me speak a little bit about my journey. But for me, I'm going to put these thoughts together into a book.
And you're going to write a book?
Yeah. Oh, this one. In fact, we had a conversation with him some time back. I think that was around before COVID hit us, 2019 thereabout. And I had told him that I reflect back my journey in leadership, and probably I was one of those who were privileged as a young person to have been brought up or shaped by his ideals, his thinking, and even now where I see today, under the leadership of His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, who has also been a student of Honorable Raila. I think I got the best. If I had to say, I got the top player. And so during the referendum of 2005, that was my first time that I got to have a closer interaction with the late Honorable, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Then I think there was LDP, something like that.
Yes.
LDP. So I never existed politically during the period of LDP. But then from that momentous period of the referendum, the Chungwa and the Ndizi, the banana, and as a young Kenyan who was just coming up, a youth with energies, but also still in college, and just joined college and coming up with those momentous. So we joined this euphoric moment, and we just, you felt like it was just a push, you know. It's like you're swimming in that wave, and the wave that is leading you to a future that you will dream about. So now, then after that, when this now was converted into a political movement, and I remember it was Balala, if I'm not wrong, Honorable Balala, who then suggested that why can this become now Orange, be turned into a party, Orange Democratic Movement.
That was after the breakfast meeting where we presented the opinion poll results.
So until then, you know, we were still on the flanks. We're just this active, like what you saw yesterday, you know, like just passionate about the moment of the day, and you feel that your country needs you to do something. So then with that, then with time, we'll go to those meetings, and we just formed up. We'll go to those meetings, and Honorable Raila was a keen listener. From my very own personal experience, I can not even recount how many of lunch meetings I had with him here at Nairobi Club, just the two of us. And he was very respectful both to the young people and to the elderly, even people of his age, even people who were in the leadership circle with him. And if he was talking to you, he will give you that attention. And he's that respectful leader who, when he says he wants to meet with you, even if the other people who know him, he will give you his time. He will ask other people to excuse from that table so that he talks to you. Let me tell you, something happened one time after he was elected, the ODM Kenya flag bearer. I don't know, Kasuku, if you remember, after the Kasarani, the luminaries, and then he became the flag bearer.
Then we were now ODM.
So it was ODM, yeah ODM.
We had moved from ODM Kenya.
Now became ODM. So the following day, you know, and the following day, he called me because as one of his coordinator, I was a youth, but I was also coordinating for him. As young as he was, because I could take
that was in 208?
That was 207.
207.
Yeah, so because I could take instructions, and sometimes they say if you want to send, you send a child, because delivers instruction the way. And Right Honorable Raila knew how to make use of, you know, if he gave instruction, he wanted that instruction treat as it was. You know, a child will even keep on, you know, singing, reciting, until you repeat, you deliver the message. So, without any distortion.
At that moment, what was the common chord between you and Raila Odinga?
No, because this is a young leader. You know, he could see something in me. So, let me tell you, before even that election, I was doing something with CMD Kenya. Because now, I had now become a political youth activist, studying by them.
So CMD, Center for Multi-Party
Center for Multi-Partyism Democracy. So I was doing something for them, some sort of an internship there, also just to get insights in the political space. Then we had a conference that was coming up in Ghana, which a majority of CMD was sponsoring us to go there. And I even had a ticket. But then this election, the election of the ODM flag bearer were going to take place like a week later. I was still, I think it was about in 4 days' time when I will still be away. But then because I had been the person who was communicating in between our delegates, some of them from Western, and then him, telling what do they need, so they were saying, you know, the way elections happen, they happen in the sense that, especially the party delegate system, is in a way that you have to find a way of talking to your delegates, and sometimes mapema, and find a way of convincing them, even your opponent. So I was in that space. I remember he will meet Java when he said, how are delegates like? So Java, he comes in, and this is so we are from meetings, you know, we met various delegates. He comes, his security teams, and then we just sit there on a table.
Java restaurant.
Java restaurant is still there. That corner is still there.
Which one?
At it's called now it's called Junction. Then it was Nakumati Junction. Now it's called Junction Mall. Junction Mall, that Java is still there.
That's
so,
where you used to meet?
Yeah, so we'll meet there during that delegates now conversation. And he will say, so did you talk to so-and-so? Yes. Did you tell him? Yes. What is the feeling? Namwambia. Then after that, he goes back with his team, and he also go back. So then he told me, so I called him, and he said, let's meet at Serena, Jacom. Then we were calling him Jacom. Because what I want us to do, I want...
Just hold your thoughts there, because we need to go to National Stadium for a minute, and then we come back. You have a beautiful story that we want you to continue. Well, if you're just joining us, we're giving a blow-by-blow account of what is happening at National Stadium. Of course, the past life of Raila Odinga. Right now, we want to link up with our reporter, Nancy Okware. She's about to give us a brief of exactly what is happening, or the event shaping Nyayo Stadium. Okware, if you can hear me, I can see you are in the midst of people. Tell us what exactly is unfolding there.
Na asante sana Brian Kimani, tunakujia moja kwa moja kutoka katika uwanja wa Nyayo hapa katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Muda mfupi uliopita hafla ya ibada ya wafu kwake Raila Odinga imekamilika, na sasa hivi kile kinachoendelea ni kwamba wananchi kule ndani wanapata ile fursa ya kutazama mwili wa Raila Odinga, na pia hapa kuna wananchi ambao wametoka kutazama mwili wake, na pia tungependa kupata maoni yao kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo wanamkumbuka Raila Odinga. Pengine tukianza na wewe, tutakushikia.
Wacha nianze. Yes, kwa majina naitwa Jackson Okoth Annual Susa. Kitu imefanyika hapa, kinaletwa kabisa, ereka kinalegwa.
Wow, clearly, I mean, it's completely impossible just to have, you know, conversation there. The crowd there is completely ecstatic, and you couldn't actually hear what our reporter Nancy Okware is saying. But we are trying to stabilize the situation there, and of course, once she is in a proper position to talk, we shall be going back to her so that she can give us some opinion of the people who are attending that or who attended that memorial service. As you can see on your screen, you still have thousands of people lining up to view the body of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga. This is an event that has been going on since around 1:15. Remember, the memorial service started at about 9:40 thereabout in the morning. It has gone all the way up to around 1 o'clock after President William Ruto made his remark. Then the whole process of body viewing was open. It is being overseen by a contingent of Kenya Defence Forces, together with the help of the General Service Unit, as well as Administration Police, as well as regular police, to ensure that order and normalcy is maintained. Remember, we don't want a repeat of what we saw yesterday, whereby the body viewing process at Kenyatta, at Moi International Sports Centre, Kasarani, was marred by violence. And of course, today's process is very calm, is very well controlled, and this is what we call military precision. I will keep on repeating this, that the body from here will be taken to the current residence of Raila Odinga, whereby it's going to have an overnight stay there. Then thereafter, it is going to be flown to Kisumu. It is going to spend the whole day at the Kenyatta International Complex in Kisumu County. And thereafter, in the evening, the body will be flown to Siaya County in Bondo, where people are going to be given an opportunity to view the body before it is moved to his Opoda farm, where the remains are going to be interred at Kango Ka Jaramogi burial site next to his father's mausoleum at the late Jaramogi Odinga. And of course, as I told you, we have our teams there who are keeping an eye on the preparation process there. The digging of the grave is currently underway, and there's a lot of movement there to ensure that the thousands of people who are going to make it to the burial site, you know, are accorded the most respectful place possible. So we're back in studio here, where we continue to have our conversation with the company of Susan Mangeni, the Principal Secretary in the State Department for MSMEs Development, a long-time ally of President, of the late Raila Odinga. They have known each other for decades. And of course, we are also in the company of the man in the middle, that is Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, also a long-time ally of Raila Odinga. You were giving us your history with Raila Odinga, a very fascinating one, I must admit. And you're going back all the way to 2008, and the venue was Java at the junction.
So, I mean, and he will give instructions. And so I became that conveyor belt because, and for Raila to trust you, then you must have been someone with credibility, somebody who could be trusted, and then somebody, of course, who is a good confidant, okay? And so many people also who wanted to meet him, most of them will come to me and say, can you talk to Jacom? Like I say, Baba came later. So can you talk to Jacom? So I call him, and he will pick. So my number was.
So you had become something like the go-between.
I was the go-between, and I think he also trusted me around that time because personally, I'm not that guy who puts a price on many things I do. So, sometimes it can cause a challenge. If you want to be trusted, you grow up. And that's how he brought us up. So I was telling, so he said, no, you cannot go. But I said, Jacob, I really want to travel also, to feel good to travel outside the country. Actually, that was the first time I was going to travel outside East Africa, And now I have a ticket I'm holding. Now then I'm holding.
A ticket to Ghana.
I said, Jacob, I have a ticket to Ghana. I got to go. You see the way you feel.
And
you're
the visa was
a young
ready.
Leader, you're going. Then he said, no, you can't go. Vitu zitaribika. Please. So I say, now what do I just tell them you can't go? So because I couldn't go tell CMD that I can't go. I remember Angelica Beberi was. So I just kept to myself until people left. So in the morning they kept on looking for me. I just kept quiet and kept quiet. Of course, I had to leave. I had to quit the space because I never went back. It was my burden now to go back and communicate. But again, I will trust that something good was just going to happen out of this. So we kept on. He was one person who will inspire hope in you. And that's why you see majority of Kenyans walking. Like imagine yesterday, first of all, people walked to the airport, many kilometers. People walked back again to town in the hope that they'll view from Parliament, and then they had to walk up to Kasarani without taking anything. And indeed, even us, and sometimes I say once a Raila, always a Raila, because I could even His Excellency the President. Once a Raila, always a Raila. We had nothing to eat since morning. When you arrive at, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and when we moved with the convoy, to go and wait for the body. We waited for more than 5 hours just for the body. Now the body to leave JKA.
Oh yeah.
Up to Kasarani. We were there in the presidential launch. We waited for those many hours, and we could see the head of state. I think each one of us, we went back to where we went. We're just appreciating this person, how he has touched us. And we didn't care. We haven't taken any water. We haven't. You could see His Excellency the President was just seated there. No, nothing. No lunch, no nothing. Up to the time when we were able, now the body came in. They did the processes, they prepared, and then we viewed the body. And we were leaving that place around almost 7. You can imagine that dedication. And I was just staring at the head of state, and I could feel him. Could walk back those many days, many nights that people were working. Remember, many nights when ODM was being formed, the sacrifice that His Excellency the President, and him, he was like a good champion, the frontliner, the fighter. People never used to sleep, and I could tell indeed is this person really in. So now I wanted just to give you another scenario, and I say he respected everybody from all walks of life. So the following day, immediately after, the day after he was given the flag bearer, the flagship of the party, so then we had, remember, Intercontinental Hotel was still there.
The one opposite.
So we spoke in the morning, and again he was a person, after you've done the work well, now we had won. He liked debriefing, and he will debrief, and you can bear me witness. He will debrief with each and every member of his team, especially if he gave you a special assignment. If you are really key in organizing whichever activity he assigned you. So he said, he used to call me Susie, by the way. He never called me Susan or Auma, because my middle name is Auma. He will either call me Auma or Susie. That's how the fallen hero of ours used to call me. So we spoke in the morning, and he said, can we meet at Intercontinental, because he was to travel the following day to America. You remember? He was going there on a long tour. So then, so we went there, and now he was like, at that particular time, everybody knew that he will be the next president. we were so sure. We were so sure that he was going to be the next president. So you could see people working in Serikali manner. I mean,
that was in 2007.
After Kasarani, government swag.
They had embraced the government swag.
You could feel the air. You could see, because people had worked and were saying, no matter what we had gone through, this is going to happen.
This is our moment.
So, people already calling him, with that much respect. So, and he had not changed his security, so he was still the So he comes to the foyer, he finds me there, and of course everybody now, congratulations, Jacob, congratulations, Jacob. Then he tells me, Homa, let's go look for a table outside there at the swimming pool. Continental used to have a very nice place. So go look for a table, I'm coming there. So after like 3 minutes, he walks in there, so we sit there, and we start talking. So he started briefing me and say, for sure, I knew that you're going to win. But I did not know that we are going to win this big. And so now we talk. A few things he tells me how, and then the laughter that Winnie talked about, that was his typical laughter. Like he once he knows that he has done something that people never imagine, he will laugh. That will surprise people, he will laugh. So while we were seated there, then some people walks in and they say, hey, come to say, congratulations, Jacob. And then some people, sometimes they don't have manners. They pull chairs, they start sitting there.
To sit down.
To sit down. And
not respecting your private
Not respecting. And he told them, excuse me, I'm talking to her. Or do you think because she's a small kid, I'm talking to her. My time is now with her. Can they respect and give us privacy? Imagine, at my age, at that particular time, how I felt.
He protected
he protected
your space.
And he always protected us by the way he protected young people. And if you wanted to earn his trust, just do your work, that's why. So, you talked about you missing the peers. So then it comes 2013. It was the 2013 election, right? Where I was supposed to be nominated. I was even on the list.
You were also supposed to be nominated?
I was even on the list.
As a PS?
Yes, 2013.
2013.
So now, before even 2013, he will sit with me and he always say, I think you're intelligent, so if we nominate you, we will kill 3 birds with 1 stone. You are a youth, you are intelligent, and also you are a woman.
Those 3 things. You had 3 things going for you.
And I remember Professor Nyong'o and Henry Kausige. That was around that period, right?
Yes.
One time they pulled, they say, I was just that hustler now. I think by that time, if this hustler was there, it would be the
best example of a hustler.
I'll be the best example. So I didn't believe.
You are the hustler in the room.
Because nobody knew my father. So it was not like, who is your father? Nobody knew Mangeni. Mangeni had passed on many years before,
and they were not even asking who was he.
And they were not even asking.
Was he a prominent person?
No, really, because they were not even asking. Of course, not a prominent person, but I know he went to school in Makerere, and there are quite a number of political leaders that. But because I grew up in that space when he had long gone, so I never used it. This was my self-making. Now I had a new political family under the leadership of Jacob, and he handled me as his daughter. Actually, people say I'm just RAILA'S daughter. But today people are saying, Pole, we know you are RAILA'S daughter. And I say, yeah, he has really brought me this far. Now, and let me now tell. So then, so we came in, and of course we were also working closely with our current president, and that's how I also came to know him, and he will listen. And by the way, Jacob will call you and say he wants to talk to you. The day that he's the one who has called for the talk, he talks 99%. And you listen. You talk only 1%. You remember? If it is his day, he talks to you, you must listen. But sometimes, if he wants you to talk, he will listen as you talk. So that was the experience I had with him now. So let me try to run the time going forward. So I miss on this nomination.
To be a PS.
And I had been promised to not a PS, an MP.
Oh, a member of parliament.
Actually, on that list, it was Oburu.
You want to be for which constituency?
Nominated. Nominated.
Yes.
Special. See, I'm a youth.
You're a youth, you're a woman, and you're young.
So, and the list that came out, so the initial list, because then, with the new constitutional order, you deposit the list at, first of all, before you go to the election. Remember?
Yes.
2013 election now. So the list had already gone there. So on top of the list was Oburu Odinga. Second was Susan Mangeni. People had already celebrated the worst part of it. When you are going to the election, you know, I got people are even say, you know, coming to me, I can be your bodyguard. You know the way now you start, your phones are being busy. People celebrated me, some who wants to be what and what, my PA, you know, those kind of things. We had almost about, was it about 2 months to go to the election or 3 months to go to the election? So you had to deposit the list first. So and then Mwaura was coming immediately after me. It was zebra, so male, female.
Isaac Mwaura.
Yeah, Isaac Mwaura. So the time when actually Isaac Mwaura was nominated. So me, I don't know what happened. And a week before the election, I remember the name was Franklin Bet.
Franklin Bet.
And someone tells me something is not right. Your name has been dropped down from position 2. So of course I cried and
oh, you cried?
Of course I cried, and we were just now facing the election. And I did not even now want to reach out to him, but I just went and did.
Did you
my
feel
work.
cheated?
Of course you feel cheated, and you cry.
And your name was exchanged with who?
So my name was, there was a lady from Coast, I think, who took up my slot. But later what I came to now, what he came to explain to me is that there was a nomination to the Senate from Western, from Kakamega. And you see, because positions were being shared, we couldn't have had an MP and a senatorial, senator.
Hold your thoughts. Very interesting story. And of course, the images on your screen is the events taking place at the Nyayo National Stadium, the public viewing of the former Prime Minister's body. And as you can see, our reporter there, she has managed to get a stable position. She's going to give us a blow-by-blow account of what is happening at Nyayo National Stadium. Nancy Okware, check it over.
Sana Brian Kimani ukiwa kwenye studio, na bila shaka baada ya changamoto tuliopitia hapo awali, sasa tumerejea na bila shaka tuko bado katika uga wa Nyayo ambapo wananchi wamekuwa wakitazama mwili wake Raila Odinga, na sasa hivi tu kuna wale ambao bado wamepanga foleni hapa wanasubiri kutazama mwili wake, na tungependa tu kupata maoni yake angalau wakimwomboleza Raila Odinga. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi, tueleze jina lako na unamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga?
Kwa majina naitwa David kutoka Kisii County. Baba, tumekuja kuomboleza baba yetu hapa. Amekuwa mtetezi wetu sana kwa wananchi, amekuwa anatutetea kila wakati, hatujakuwa na shida yoyote. Amekuwa anatutetea sana siku mingi. Tumekuja kumwomboleza siku ya leo, na tunaambia familia yake, tunaiambia pole, waweze kumsaidia mzee vizuri. Tunaomba Mwenyezi Mungu amweke pema peponi. Na nimeshukuru sana kwa wale wamekuja hapa wote, nimeshukuru sana. Sina mengi.
Asante sana. Pia kuna mwingine hapa, utasongea upande huu, utueleze jina lako na unamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga leo hii wakati ambapo watu wanazidi kutazama mwili wake hapa.
Okay, mimi naitwa Mr. Kitengela chairman. Mimi natoka side za Kitengela. Nimesikia watu wamekuja wengi sana na tumefurahi sana kwa sababu imekuwa ni peace. Mama alisema Fuji Square
na mimi nimefurahi sana, naona jeshi imeshika doria vizuri, mapolisi. Leo tunasema siku ya mwisho, tunaona baba siku ya mwisho. Baba tunamuona mwili kimwili, lakini tunabaki naye kispirit. Kwa hivyo nasema Wakenya na world as a whole, hii ni kitu ya dunia mzima, tutapoteza baba sana na tutamhitaji tena. Baba alikuwa mtu wa maana sana, yani hata bado hatujamini, tunamuona tunaona kama si but tumebaki naye kispirit. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana kwa kuzungumza nasi. Pia kuna mwingine hapa, tueleze jina lako. Leo hii naona umekuwa mtulivu kuanzia asubuhi, unasubiri foleni isonge kutazama mwili wa baba ama Raila Odinga. Unamkumbuka vipi leo hii?
Ya, kwa majina mimi naitwa Timokei, natoka Trans Nzoia Kitale. Ya, mimi namtambua baba kama kiongozi wa majenzi, na pia baba namtambua kama ambaye alipigania uhuru wetu wa Kenya, alileta devolution na pia alipigania democracy. Freedom ambayo tunaenjoy kwa sasa kama majenzi ni kwa sababu ya baba, na hivyo tunamtambua. Kwa kweli kama majenzi tumepoteza kiongozi mkubwa, na si Kenya pekee, Afrika kwa ujumla.
Asante sana. Asante. Pia kuna mwingine hapa, utasongea tu karibu tunapozidi kupata maoni yao. Jina lako ni lipi na umekuwa mtulivu kusubiri kutazama mwili wa Raila Odinga? Pengine unamkumbuka vipi leo hii?
Naitwa Vincent Onyango Ochola, natoka eneo ya Kayole, na tulipokea news ya kifo cha Raila kwa shock sana, na tumekuja hapa tumuombeleze, tumpe tribute because alikuwa leader mwingine mwenye we cannot find a leader like Raila again. We cannot find a leader like Raila again that he can unify the nation, that can give us peace. Raila had something that we called Juogi in Luo, that Juogi, as nobody else can be able to get it except when you are anointed by the ancestors. So he had that Juogi in Luo land that sometimes even we thought that sometimes when Raila told us that we go for another leader that was against our interest. But we can just say we are annoyed, we don't want that. But if you sit down, you come to say that Baba has a lot of experience in politics and he cannot give us a leader that can do bad things for us. So you could just sit down and say what Baba said is enough, and we are going for that leader because we knew he cannot give us a bad leader. We as a Luo nation, we have lost, Kenya has lost a leader that will take us a lot of time to get from that point. We are crying and may God comfort us.
Asante sana. Pengine tupate wa mwisho, utatueleza jina lako na unamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga kwa kifupi?
Yes, kwa majina naitwa Mheshimiwa Honorable Eugene Nzofu. Mimi ni mkazi wa Nairobi. Sasa hivi tuko Nyayo Stadium ambapo namkumbuka Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Amepigania sana nchi yetu ya Kenya. Aswa sana Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ameleta ile kitu inaitwa ugatuzi counties. Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ameweza kuleta ile mambo yanaitwa vyama multipartyism. He introduced multipartyism in Kenya. Raila Amolo Odinga ameweza kubadilisha constitution ya Kenya, akaleta constitution mpya ya 2010 ambapo inasimamia sovereignty of the people, sovereignty of Kenya and the supremacy of the people of Kenya, ambapo Raila amekuwa kiongozi mkuu ampenda amani, ameweza kuhudumu amani Kenya, Raila hajakuwa mtu wa ukabila. Raila ameweza kutembea na kila mwanamkenya. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Bila shaka hao tu ni baadhi ya wale wananchi ambao wamejitokeza hapa wakiwa na utulivu, wanasubiri kutazama mwili wake Raila Odinga, na hii inatokea tu muda mfupi baada ya ile ibada ya wafu kukamilika ambayo ilifanyika hapa kwa hadi kuanzia kufika takriban mwendo wa saa 7:30, na sasa hivi wananchi wamepata ile fursa, manake hapo jana kulikuwa na shughuli ya kutazama mwili pale Kasarani, lakini wale ambao wakupata ile fursa wamepata fursa leo kabla ya mazishi yake ambayo atakuwa yanafanyika siku ya Jumapili. Kwa sasa na urejesha usukani kwako O'Brien Kimani kwenye studio.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Nancy Okwara, sweating it out there with the mourners. I can see they're not giving you peace, but you're doing your best to ensure that you know, you get the best coverage and, of course, the best comments from the people there, despite the challenges of audio as well as space and against many odds. You've been there the whole morning, the whole afternoon, and you're still there with us. Thank you very much indeed for keeping us updated on what's happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. Those are the events that, as you can see, you know, the ecstatic crowd, you know, waiting to view the body of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. And of course, this is an exercise that has been going on for how long now? For more than 1.5 hours, and it's going to continue until the last man is given the opportunity. Those are the words of the chairperson of the burial committee, that is none other than Deputy President Kindiki Kithure, who just announced that during the national burial ceremony service at the Nyayo National Stadium. I mean, as you can see, the situation there is very calm. The military has taken over, and as you can see, people queuing and viewing the body in a highly orderly manner, as opposed to the chaotic scene that we witnessed yesterday at the Moi International Sports Center. We also have our team at RAILA'S Opodo Farm in Bondo, Siaya constituency, Siaya County. And of course, when we have a stable link, we should be going there so that we can see the preparations that is taking place there. Remember, that is going to be his final resting place at the burial site, which is about 4 kilometers away from Opodo Farm, and is going to be laid to rest next to his father's mausoleum at the Kango Ka Jaramogi burial site, which is like the traditional burial site for the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga family. By the way, Kango Ka Jaramogi means what, Daktari?
Kango is the name of the place. Ka Jaramogi is of Jaramogi. So it's like saying, let's say if you are to be coming from, let's say here in KBC, let's say this was your home. So this would be called KBC Ka O'Brien.
So Kango is like a village?
Yes.
Kango is so it's like the village of Jaramogi?
Yes, Kango Ka Jaramogi.
Kango Ka Jaramogi. Yeah, I mean, you're learning so many things, you know, even during these period of mourning. So that is where exactly Raila Odinga is going to be laid to rest. That is on Sunday afternoon. And as I told you, I'll keep on circling back and giving you an idea of what is going to happen in the next 48 hours. The body from the Nyayo National Stadium will be taken by road to his current home within the current neighborhood of Nairobi, where Raila's body is going to spend the night there before it is flown to Kisumu County tomorrow morning by military helicopters, where the public viewing of the body is going to be taking place at the Kenyatta International Sports Center, yes, in Kisumu County. And then thereafter, in the evening, the body will be taken to Siaya. I'm yet to understand, will there be public viewing in Siaya County?
Yeah,
there will be.
There will be.
Where exactly, do we have any idea?
Maybe at night? Oh.
No, they might. I think that one needs to be announced because the one that is clearly written as viewing is at
Kisumu.
Kisumu.
But viewing can also be done at his home.
At his home?
Yeah. Overnight.
Yeah, overnight.
Overnight.
Yeah, it can be
overnight,
done overnight.
It might be done.
Overnight, but it's not official yet.
No, it has not been announced explicitly as a viewing in a time. But of course, there'll be viewing.
So the resident of Siaya County will be given an opportunity at his home?
Most likely.
Most likely, yeah?
Yes, yeah, they will. They
because the body,
without viewing.
The body will be flown from Kisumu to Siaya. Is it going to be flown or it will be taken by road?
No, from Kisumu, from Nairobi, it flies.
It flies to Kisumu.
But from Kisumu, I know it will go by road. Most likely it will go by road.
And you have how many kilometers from Kisumu to Siaya?
Not more than 50.
It's a short distance.
Yeah, it's a short distance.
Yeah, so it's a journey that can take maybe maximum 3 hours.
Even if it were to take 3 hours, it would be good.
3 hours from where?
From Kisumu to Siaya. I mean, These are pallbearers. I mean, you don't expect
an hour, maybe 2 hours if it's a
You don't
procession.
expect it to be, you know, having stop-bys by the roads?
I think most people might congregate in Kisumu.
Yes.
And then now the fact that they will view till late afternoon for the body now to do procession, maybe it might take about 2 hours. We expect most people would have been there, Jomo Kenyatta.
And also as you approach Bondo, there might be now a procession where it will move slower because there'll be huge multitudes waiting for him.
It is expected. Are we going to have another service in Bondo?
Oh, of course, yes, there will be. That's the burial service. Yes.
So there'll be the burial service?
Yes.
But I also think there might be some vigil.
Night vigil, yes.
Night vigil, yeah. There will be.
It will be there.
There will be.
It's a Christian
because that is Raila's ancestral home.
Of course, yes.
And according to the Luo culture, a man is supposed to spend the night in his house.
Yes, yes.
So that is going to happen.
Correct.
So probably that is where the viewing will take place?
Yes, actually on the evening of his arrival, a viewing will take place. Yes.
So let me get you clearly. So the body will leave Nairobi, his current home, tomorrow in the morning. Is it true?
Well, yes.
It is going to be flown to Kisumu?
Kisumu, yes.
Which is, let's say, about 1.5 hours, or maybe, let's say 1 hour.
1 hour.
Let's say 1 hour.
Enough, 1 hour.
So you would expect the body to be in Kisumu around by 9?
Yes.
Right? And then the viewing will take place from that 9 all the way to what time?
Yes.
I think there's a program.
Yeah, a service there.
Oh, there is also going to be a service?
Yeah, there must be a service.
Right, yes. At Kenyatta Stadium?
Yes.
And then it's likely to take how long?
Well, things, I think for us here, it's better just we let the public know.
We allow things go.
Because the way they will go, because again, Kisumu people, which I would say Kisumu has been like his center of politics, like his capital of politics, right? And the capital of Luo nation is Kisumu City. And so we really do not know. They could also come up with their own reaction, which could cause some few adjustments here and there. But for now, I think as per the timelines that were given yesterday, is that hoping maybe by about 3, the body should start going. Because as an elder,
3 p.m.
Also, I'm saying hopefully, I think I can read out. Let me just read out what was shared yesterday here, and so that we get to know the program.
Actually, they've been shared several.
Yeah, we have that program.
We are not reading it in detail.
Yeah, and of course, it's probably to tell the people that what you're getting here is not hearsays. These are not rumors. These are not propaganda. It's real.
We have that eulogy. So, and the program is there now. It's in a few. I will run it down for you.
Yeah.
Program.
Right. So you've seen it.
No. I've given it.
Now I'm going to share.
It's all right. I think once you get it.
Once I get it, I'll share
with us.
Yeah, but I expect probably later in the afternoon. But you know, also this being him being an elder. Also, there are times which you need to enter, isn't it? According to a culture.
You cannot enter in the morning.
Culture.
You cannot enter in the morning also.
Oh, in the morning.
You can't also as an elder enter in the morning, but not also later at night.
Not past 6.
You cannot enter at night.
So it will work out within those timelines, you know.
And I'm sure the planners, they are aware of all those.
The plan has taken care of all those.
Very good. So, I mean, if you're just joining us, we're giving you live coverage of events taking place at Nyao National Stadium, where the Requiem surveys for Raila Odinga, has just ended, and what's happening now is you have thousands of people lining to view the body of the fallen former Prime Minister, Kenya's second Prime Minister. And so that is what is happening. This exercise is expected to continue until the last man standing has been given the opportunity to view the body. A marked difference from the chaotic scenes that we witnessed yesterday at the Moi International Sports Center. This exercise is now being guided by the Kenya Defence Forces together with the help of the General Service Unit, the Kenya Police Service, as well as the Administration Police. And that's why you can see there is order and the process has been expedited. And also it's proper to announce that you know, the services of the National Youth Service, you know, has also been drawn here, whereby they're also facilitating and ensuring that there is a smooth process. And that's why today the whole process is very different. It's very fast and highly efficient. So those are the events taking place there. And of course, right here in studio at our national headquarters broadcasting house, we're in the company of PS, Principal Secretary in the State Department for SMEs Development, Susan Mangeni, a long-time political ally of the former Prime Minister, and a close friend of Raila's family. And of course, we also in the company of a long-time advisor to the former Prime Minister, Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, who is also the governance advisor in the executive office of the President, joining us this morning so that they can breathe some life into the events that we witnessed today. And of course, the events that we are going to witness in the next 48 hours, leading to the final journey of the late Prime Minister. So, Susan, let's pick up from where you left in 2013.
Yeah, so...
You were completely disappointed, your name was yanked off.
Yeah, and so...
here you are.
Yeah, so of course, I was disappointed. Like, if you are really expecting, it's like somebody has pulled something, meat from your mouth, right? So I reached out to him and I asked him. So I said, Jacob, I know this has already happened, maybe cannot be reversed, but I just want to understand probably what really happened and where did I fall short. And so he invited me for lunch. I remember it was Nairobi Club. And so we were there for almost 2 hours. You can imagine, again, a man of his stage giving you 2 hours. And he was able to explain to me. And he told me, you don't have to worry. You're still growing up. And, you know, where you're going to meet so many obstacles along the way. And political leadership comes with... resilience. You have now to fight even much more. Of course, he had already explained to me what really happened, which probably is not necessary to say here. And it was just also that act of balancing here and there. Okay, you see now people are saying, Western, you already had the senatorial seat, and we couldn't have given you the MP, you know, all those. And you say you don't need to worry, and things will work out again. But keep on believing you are destined for the greatness. So now, so then from there, of course, I went to VAI 2017. Yeah. And so I was coming.
So that is 5 years later.
5 years later. So I was coming against an incumbent who was in ODM. So all through ODM was my party. And so I came now through... then around that time, so they called ODM nomination, but the time when they were calling that nomination, that week, that period, had also lost my mom. So it was so difficult. It was very difficult for me then to say that I was going to go for the competition in the nomination. So then I did not also want to be told relax. Actually, at some point they had told me, relax, this time round we'll nominate you. I did not want to trust that. I said, you said we should keep on fighting, so this time round I think I want to fight. So at that point, then I joined the ANC party and the leadership of Honorable Musalia Mudavadi. And then he joined NASA. Again, we met again.
Very good. Hold it there. Yeah. We want to go to Opoda Farm so that we can see the preparations taking place there. Well, and thrilling stories we're getting here of people who have known Raila Odinga, who have interacted with Raila Odinga for many years, and of course, helping us understand who Raila Odinga was and how Raila has shaped their views of life, both socially as well as politically. I told you we'll keep on crisscrossing between different places, and time now for us to cross over to Siaya County, where Wycliffe Okech, who has been at the Opoda farm, is all on standby to give us a brief of the preparations at Raila's homestead. And now, please take it up, Wycliffe Okech.
Well, thank you so much, O'Brien, back in Nairobi. Like you mentioned it, we are beaming this live conversation live from Opoda Farm, that is Raila's rural home here in Bondo. We've been here since the very day the news of Raila passing broke, and we came straight here, and we've been witnessing every development right here at Opoda Farm. I believe you can see behind me here, I believe my camera person can basically show you Mourners still coming here to register their names in the condolence book that has been put here since the very day the news of Raila's passing broke here. And there's a very different picture we are seeing today. Actually, for the past 2 days, there was a little bit of chaotic scenes that we witnessed here. But today, it is very calm, and every situation is controlled. You can see even those people that are coming here to register their names in the condolence book. It is being done in a planned manner. The gate that leads to this home is now manned by security officers. That tells you how security is heightened here. Actually, everything is controlled. We've had 2 tents that have been erected just outside this home here. That is to accommodate the larger number that continues to stream in here. I can tell you, according to the plans that we've been able to see, we know that the public viewing in this region will happen in Kisumu. That is on Saturday. That is tomorrow, before the body is brought here for the night vigil. When that body is brought, it will be brought right here where we are. The home, or the house you're seeing behind me here, that is Raila's house. That has remained closed since the very day, but it was opened yesterday just for a few minutes when Raila's elder brother Oburu Odinga came here to officially deliver the message of Raila's passing. That is in accordance with the Luo customs and traditions. When he left here, he actually, after he came here, went straight into the house for a short prayer, to say a short prayer, and then he stepped out to address the mourners that were here at that particular moment, telling them what circumstances that led to Raila's death, and also the arrangements that will lead to his interment that will happen on Sunday at Kango Kajaramogi, which is about 3 to 4 kilometers away from Raila's home here at Opoda Farm. Before I continue much, O'Brien, without further ado, let me just engage. There is a gentleman here and a lady. These are people who know Raila better than I may say I know Raila. And straight away, I will ask your brother, you just move here, wewe nitaomba usifike hapa. Yes, and then you look into the camera. You earlier on, you told me that you grew up in Odinga's home. That makes you, I mean, in that I believe you know much about Raila that better than we do. Tell us, our viewers, what will you tell us about Raila from his teenage years, how he fought for the political leadership, those tenets that he stood for? What do you tell from your perspective? Tell us your name and where you come from. I'll hold the microphone for you.
I'm John Ramenda. I went to school because of Jaramogi in early 80s. Then Jaramogi took me to school and I stayed in their home, Mlimani, Kisumu. Raila, I knew him that very early 80s when he came to visit Jaramogi. In fact, he's a very respectful man. We have lost, indeed, a very good person, a person who is selfless, who fought for the whole world, the rest of Africa, Kenya at large, and the Luo as a community. A gentleman and a half. Personally, I don't want to talk much because I learned of the demise with a sorrow and shock. What I want to tell everybody is that let us pray for the family of Jaramogi, family of Raila Odinga. I know them. I've been to his home here, not once. I've been here. I normally visit this home. I'm known here. We know. Otherwise, I don't want to talk much. I just wish the family be guided by God.
I understand the sort of sorrow, the sort of shock with which you're meeting this particular development. You having grown up in Odinga's family gives you a very proper way, proper in-depth information about Raila Odinga. Because you had a personal relationship with him. What is it that we don't know, with us who knew him from the public surface? What are those specific tenets that probably you think Kenyans don't know yet about Raila Odinga?
But it was a selfless man. I know most of things I know people know, because he was for the people. In fact, Raila's home is just like any other home. You find people coming in and out. He's a gentleman. He's a very good gentleman. I know him. And he has really helped us. He's a person who's ready to serve each and every individual, whether rich or poor. He will listen to you attentively. Yes.
Back in Nairobi, that is at Nyayo Stadium, where the public viewing is currently going on after the speeches, after the state funeral that was held there, at Nyayo for Raila Odinga. We've seen speeches. We've had the President William Ruto, the former president, or the retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, the family of Raila Odinga. We've had tributes pouring in for Raila Odinga. Probably from where you sit, from where you are, having grown up in Odinga's home, what is that specific thing that you're going to miss about Raila?
First and foremost, that social aspect of him. We normally interact easily with him. That one, we are going to miss him. The service he has been doing to us, we are also going to miss. Raila is one person who paid fee for those, the needy children. Raila Odinga Foundation. He did that. So we are all going to miss this. But I believe with the presence of the family and the leadership of Dr. Oburu Ogenga, I know these things are going to continue. I know we are going to continue. There is no vacuum, I believe so. The other thing which I believe is we are strong in, he has left us in the government, and we are not moving away from there. This is a political home, so even if I talk politics, there's nothing wrong. We are in the government. Yeah, we are there. He has left us Canaan.
Yeah, actually, you brought in the political aspect of it, because this very surface yesterday when I was talking to some of the mourners that came here yesterday, they also talked about the issue of being taken to Canaan politically. Raila had promised his followers Canaan, and there is an aspect that one of the mourners told us that since that Raila is passing, he has passed when he had a political arrangement with the government of the day. When you talk of Canaan, what is it? What is Canaan for you?
Canaan, you know, there is that climate, geographical climate, and there is that political climate. We are now in that political climate where we are enjoying all the privileges the government offers to the wananchi. This is where he took us to. We are there. That asali that was being got in Canaan is what we are now getting now. Yeah, and first and foremost, I must thank also our president, Dr. William Ruto, for having taken the charge to give the right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga state burial. I thank him for that on behalf of the Bondo people.
Remind me what your name?
I'm John Ramenda.
John Ramenda. Fine. Let me just also engage Mama here. I saw you here yesterday. You were mourning, actually, so emotionally. You are so emotional about all this issue, and you are still here. You may want to tell us who you are, how you relate to Raila, or rather to the Odinga family at large.
Nitaongea kwa Kiswahili.
Ni sawa.
Kwa jina mimi naitwa Mary Anyango Nyaudo. Nickname yangu ambayo inajulikana si account mzima ni Nyamombasa Chap Chap. I'm the women representative wa Ugunja Municipality Modern Market. Mimi kama namkumbuka baba, nitamkumbuka ya kwamba hii jina langu ya Nyamombasa hii, tulikaa Mombasa muda mrefu sana, but there was a time huko ilikuwa machafuko sana, tena watu walikuwa nauliwa huko feri nini, watu walikuwa nakatwa shingo kama wanawekwa kwa road block kwa barabara. Ni baba ndiye alitusaidia. Wakati huo tulikuwa tunakimbia na watoto wetu Bwana anabaki kwa nyumba amejificha chini ya kitanda, ujui utakula nini. Ukisikia mahali inachomeka, ukikimbia unaenda sehemu zingine, unasikia hawa pia wanakuja, wanasema huko pia inachomeka. Kama ingekuwa si baba, mimi singekuwa saizi. Mingi ningekuwa nimeshazikwa kitambo sana. Mimi baba nitamkumbuka na mambo mingi sana. Mimi nikiangalia roho ya baba imeshinda yangu mbali sana. Kwa maana baba ukimkosea jioni, kesho asubuhi baba ako na wewe. Tena anakuomba msamaha, tena atakuomba msamaha kama ambaye yeye ndiye alikuwa amekukosea. Mimi tena nitasema hivi, baba kwa maendeleo zake zote, tena kitu ambaye baba alikuwa amesema amefanya vizuri. Hii devolution ambaye baba alituletea hapa Kenya imetusaidia sana. Mimi kama Nyamombasa chap mimi nakuanga na mdomo sana. Lakini wakati nyingine there was a time kama ulikuwa umekuwa kwa group hata watu 5, mnakaa mna discuss vitu zingine, mnakuja mnashikwa, mnamwambia mtaenda kusema mbele vitu ambaye mlikuwa mnasema hapa. Lakini kulingana na zile katiba ambaye baba alikuwa ametengeneza, ndio umenileta uhuru. Hata kama nimesema Gen Z hoye, hata kama nimesema hoi, hata kama nimepiga kelele hakuna mwenye atanishika. Hata kama tunacheza nyasa, kama baba amekuja Ugunja, nimesema mimi natoka Ugunja kwa boma ya Honorable Intellectual Opio Wandai. Mimi natoka hiyo area. Tena hata Opio Wandai ananijua. Mimi nasema hivi, wale wote ambaye baba amewawacha kama bado wanaendelea na kazi, awe wewe ni mbunge, awe ni governor, awe ni nani. Hapa Siaya ametuachia governor mzuri sana. Honorable James Ajim Kalausi Wanyamayanga Wadathiende. Najua Ajim Kalausi ataendelea na sisi vizuri sana. Lakini sisi pia kama wananchi, tuheshimu wakubwa wetu, tuheshimu wale ambaye walichaguliwa. Baba alisema huyu ndio namtaka. Tena mimi nitajaribu kuomba msamaha kwa niaba ya baba. Mimi naomba jameni, kama mnanisikiza vizuri, tusimfunge baba njia zake akienda binguni. Tunataka baba aingie bila machafuko yoyote. Kama baba alikukosea, ulisimama kama unataka kiti. Na baba amekuja na akasema, Onyango wewe ngoja. Baba asemangi staki fulani, anasemanga wewe fulani ngoja, tuko na ng'ombe na hiyo ng'ombe yetu iko na chakula nyingi kwa tumbo yake. Wewe tulia tu, Mungu atakubariki. Vile baba amekufa pia atakuona. Usimshikilie baba ati useme ati baba nilikuwa nataka kusimama baba akaninyang'anya. Mimi sina mengi la kusema, lakini namwambia baba njia nzuri ya kuendea.
Asante sana Mombasa. She has mentioned she's brought in a very critical aspect. Actually, you remember even the ODM party that Raila was the party leader of, the Orange Democratic Movement. There's the aspect of democracy, and you've heard from the lady who has just spoken, is that he stood for democracy, and probably to some extent in this region he practiced what is widely known as negotiated democracy, in the sense that when obviously in a political contest there are always many contestants seeking to get some political seat, and he could actually mediate and speak to these contestants so that one person could be granted a chance. It is one chance at a time, and that is what the lady is mentioning there. Let me just engage mama here, just stand just right in here, look into the camera. Tuambie, utaongea Kizungu, Kiswahili? Kiswahili. Tazama pale, tuambie unaelezwa. Na nasikia pia umepoteza sauti jamani. Umelia sana.
Niko sawa.
Sawa, tueleze jina.
Kwa majina naitwa Evelyn Homa Bay. Mimi ni mkazi wa Siaya, lakini nilikuwa mkazi wa Mombasa. Niko katika network ya Tomboya Network Youth Group Mombasa. Tunawakilisha Mombasa na tunawakilisha Siaya. Nililetwa hapa na baba kufanya biashara Siaya, lakini kulelewa kwangu ni Mombasa. Yale ningependa kusema, kwanza na present marasta wote, all rasta people. Na present marasta, na tuko na timu yetu, na tumesema kitu tunataka ni peace. Tunataka peace, na tunataka tuwe watu wa marasta wanapenda amani. Na tunataka kitu ya baba itoke kwa uzuri. Mimi kama mrasta, ningependa baba akue anapelekwa send off vizuri sana kama mwanachama wa ODM. Sisi ndo wale tulijaza Okoa Kenya hizo mavitabu. Sasa tulijaza hizo mavitabu na sisi ndo waanzilishi wa ODM. Tukiwa wakati tulianza na Balala, tukiwa Mombasa. Lakini kwa sasa baba ametuacha. Tuko na uchungu, tuko na huzuni. Na hata kama tuko na uchungu na huzuni, ningeomba all youths, all rastas, kila mmoja, mnajua baba alikuwa mrasta. Baba alikuwa mrasta. Baba alikuwa mrasta. Na mrasta wote kujeni na amani. Na tuheshimu president wetu William Samoei Ruto. Tungeomba William Samoei Ruto apewe heshima na tupeleke baba, kwa sababu amepatia baba heshima, akampatia state, burial state. Enye kitu amefanya William Samoei Ruto, tunamshukuru sana William Samoei Ruto. Na vile tunasupport sana William Samoei Ruto. Mimi namjua from Mombasa, lakini nowadays niko Siaya. Lakini naomba peace, amani, na tumkaribishe president wetu William Samoei Ruto. Na tuweki amani Kenya. Kenya ni yetu. Baba alitaka Kenya ikuwe na amani kwa sababu baba mwenyewe ndio make decision azikwe kwa siku 2 kwa sababu alijua anataka amani na anapenda Kenya kuliko kitu yoyote. Baba alipenda amani na baba alipenda Kenya. Solidarity.
Thank you so much. Peace and solidarity. That is the message that the lady here is sending out. O'Brien, Raila was a darling of the media. He always granted airtime to the media in at every valuable time. And Mayenga is a very popular. Mayenga FM is a popular, popular media channel in this region. This is a lower community, and Mayenga, which is a subsidiary station of the larger KBC family. I have one of the presenters of Mayenga here who has hosted Raila Odinga at Mayenga FM. And actually, you even can see the hat he's wearing here. There's a hat actually that is reflected in the lower community. First, as a memo, you've been here. You've spoken to the elders. You've spoken to the locals. What is that particular message that you're picking from these particular interviews you're having with the residents here?
First, before I get to that, we, as Mayenga FM, were the first media station to arrive at the home of Raila Amolo Odinga when the news of his sudden demise came to fruition. And we tried our level best to be with a part of the mourners who are all over this compound. And of all the Luo radio stations, Mayenga FM was the first station to break the sad news of Raila Amolo Odinga. We came in as a team of presenters who have been around from Sunday covering the Sitiko conference. Unfortunately, we had to cut it short so that we be part of this news that was unfolding. I've talked to a number of elders here, and they are, of course, the mood is somber, and people never expected. There is no one who ever imagined that we could live to this situation we are in today. And nonetheless, God's plan and action is not questionable. Most of the elders we've talked to, I talked to one old mzee by the name Olango Nyabola. Olango Nyabola interestingly spent most of his life with Raila Amolo Odinga. He's one guy whom Raila would spend quality time with all night until wherever they were, people could retire to bed, and they remained the two in that sitting. There is one popular joint here that Raila and Olango Nyabola used to frequent, and the revelers would retire to bed and leave the two gentlemen still strong enough, having their stories. Most of the time, even from what the old Mzee was telling me yesterday, is that at times he would send something here for Mzee, the late Raila Amolo Odinga, and Raila would ask, this is from who? And if he gets information that has been delivered by the Olango Nyabola, he would say that is okay and is ready to consume that stuff. We are saddened. People are still trying to come to terms with what is going on. but from our traditions and cultures, I would tell you for free that it will come to fruition. It started in piecemeal, and I think from tomorrow you'll see the real Luo tradition and culture coming to play.
Right. Yesterday, when we were at Kangoka Jaramogi, where Raila's remains will be interred, the whole time we had probably an indication that he could be interred next to his mother. Remember, by the time his mother was dying, Raila was still in detention, and probably the elders that we spoke to earlier had indicated to us that Raila would have wished actually to be interred just next to his mother. But yesterday, when his elder brother Oburu Odinga came here at Opoda Farm to deliver the message officially in line with the customs and tradition of the local community, he went straight to Kangoka Jaramogi and indicated the burial site. That site is just lying next to Odinga's mausoleum. What is that pointing to?
First, the space that Raila would have really wanted to be laid next to his mother was not spacious enough for that kind of a grave to be put in place. So Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, in his own wisdom and after consultation, they decided to have Raila Amolo Odinga, the grave, to be dug just next to where the dad rests. And I think symbolically, these are two icons in the history of politics in this country. And people would be home when they visit the mausoleum where the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is, and again where Raila Amolo Odinga will be. And the space and the work is going on. It's quite enough even to put up a structure that people can rest in and can get to know more about who Raila Amolo Odinga was.
Given that the closeness, rather the closeness, the proximity of Raila's grave from where his father was buried, that people could be asking, the locals could be asking themselves probably if there is a possibility of a mausoleum being constructed for Raila just like his father. Have you heard something like that?
Definitely something like that we love to happen, because you remember even from the speeches that we just said at Nyayo National Stadium from the brother Dr. Oburu Odinga, even from the wife herself, Ida Odinga, they say that yes, Raila Amolo Odinga is resting, but Raila will live with us forever and ever, amen, including the President William Samuel Ruto. He said the same. So there is need. It's a fact that we are not ending the story of Raila Amolo Odinga on Sunday. People will still keep on coming day one after another. So there is need for us, or for this country, to keep on having that site well done, such that whoever will come even after the burial can pay his or her last respect to Raila Amolo Odinga.
Thank you so much. First, as we here, my colleague will continue to interact with the locals here and also share with you what you've gathered and also what I've gathered, and see if they tally actually just in part of our wider spectrum coverage of Raila's demise. And also the Mourners continue to stream in here. And O'Brien, I've seen two gentlemen who just arrived here. I remember I told you this is a controlled environment now. This is the house of Raila Odinga with the condolence book just right in front of this house. Actually, when we were coming here, we passed through Bondo town, and right in there we passed by the ODM office in town. Raila was the party leader of the ODM, a position that has now been switched actually to his elder brother Oburu Odinga. And we saw there's also a condolence book that was placed at that particular spot for the locals here to go register their names in that book as a show of solidarity and as a way of mourning the departed political enigma who has had a massive following in this region for many, many years. I have a gentleman here with me. He will tell us who you are, where you've come from, and this development. How do you react to it?
My name is Harrison Wangoro Mwangi from Nairobi, Embakasi North. And for me, the death of Jacom has touched many people, especially the people who we are very close with him. We talked, we have shared a lot with Jacom. And let me tell you, even losing a parent even if he's old, it's very painful. So the family of Jacob, I know the pain they are feeling, and the Kenyans. Yesterday, there was a lot of commotion for people who wanted to see Baba. So this is a great man. He's a hero. He's a man we can say in the history of Kenya. There is no man like Jacob. And also, I just want to speak in Swahili.
Ni sawa, ongea na Wakenya.
Kitu nataka kusema ni ya kwamba kwa sababu sisi viongozi wa Nairobi leo tumekuwa Nyayo Stadium, tumechukua ndege, mimi na Mheshimiwa Imran ndio tumetagulia wa kwanza, na kitu ya watu wanafaa wasome na baba. Tangu wakati alianza siasa yake, walianza na Moi, akafungwa jela, hakupata nafasi hata ya kuzika mzazi wake yeye mwenyewe. Mama yake alikufa kama ako jela, akanyimwa ruhusa ya kuzika mzazi, na akatoka jela, wakakaa chini na Rais Moi na wakafanya handshake na wakaweza kuendelea. Hiyo ni kitu, hata kama ulikuwa unachukia baba, inafaa umpatie heshima kwa sababu ya hiyo peke yake. Ikakuja wakati akasaidia Rais Kibaki, wakaendelea wakapata kiti. Ikatokea maneno hapo kidogo, vile walikuwa wamepanga ni kama hawakuelewana. Ikakuwa amefinyura, lakini akachukua ile jukumu tena. Akaenda akafanya handshake na Rais Kibaki. Akasahau ile yote alifanywa mbaya na wakasonga. Hiyo ni kumaanisha, hiyo ni kitu ambaye ukiangalia yeye alikuwa na ile moyo ile ya kusamehe, kwa sababu sio watu wengi wanaweza. Kakuja kwa Uhuru Kenyatta, wakawa wameshidana kiti kwa siasa, wakawa sasa wamemalizana. Bado mzee akarudi pale, wakashikana na akasahau. Wakakuja wakashindana na mheshimiwa na rais wetu William Samuel Ruto. Wakashindana, wakati ameshindwa yeye akachukua jukumu ya kusameana na wakarudiana, wakafanya kazi na President William Ruto wakiwa pamoja. So kwa hiyo roho ya umoja, hiyo ndio tunaambia watu, tukue wale viongozi tuko hapa. Kama umekosewa na jambo ama na mtu fulani, ukue mtu wa kusahau. Hiyo ndio ile kitu tunasoma kwa mzee, sababu mzee ni mzee, alikuwa anaingia kupigania haki. Anapigwa, hata mimi mwenyewe kupigwa hiyo tiaga siku ya kwanza ya pili naogopa. Na yeye alikuwa naamuka leo, kesho achoki, anaamuka mkifikiria kesho akuji, anakuja, lakini kuna watu hata ukitishwa tu mara moja kesho upatikani. So huyu mzee ni mzee ameacha legacy. Ni mzee, mimi mwenyewe personally tumekuwa na yeye, mimi nilikuwa Azimio, tulikuwa tunasukuma siasa na yeye. Ni mtu tumekaa chini, watoto wake tumekaa chini, ni watu tunaelewana, na that's why tuko hapa Bondo ku make sure mzee tumemweka vizuri na ameweza kupumzika vizuri.
Asante sana. Yale yote ambayo umesema, yote tisa ni kwamba Raila alikuwa mpenda amani na alikuwa anaweka umoja na amani wa nchi mbele na kuhakikisha hiyo yote inatimizwa. O'Brien, we've got mourners from across the country. The gentleman that we've spoken to is from Nairobi, Embakasi North. Imran Okoth is someone I know from Kibera, and Raila's the very first time that is actually when he was the MP, that he represented Kibera for quite a lengthy period. Imran, Raila is gone, but what does he leave behind? I'll hold the microphone for you.
Thank you so much. Raila leaves a very big legacy that I don't think none of us will be able to meet the legacy he's left behind. It is a sad moment for us as a country. Nobody expected what happened. But of course, we have to thank God for the opportunity that he gave us with Raila Odinga, a great leader. It is a sad, sad moment for us. I'm here at Opoda Farm to mourn with the immediate family, the people of Siaya, Kenya at large. Of course, Raila was a Pan-Africanist, a leader who went beyond the boundaries.
From the speeches we heard from Nyayo, the people we've spoken today, they're encouraging the locals and Kenyans at large actually to embrace peace. What will be your message to the locals, and probably what is that, because Raila's touch in the history of Kenya is quite a massive one. What will be your message to Kenyans and also to the locals here specifically?
My message to Kenyans is that we must embrace peace. Baba loved peace. The last couple of elections, Baba won, and you know what happened. Basically, the win, he was robbed of his win.
That we can't really tell of that.
No. It is a fact. As much as yes, people want to deny that, it is a fact that Baba won election subsequently, but things happened the way they happened. For us as a country, we will have gone not a very good route, but Baba always chose peace, to embrace peace, and that is what I'll want to encourage all of us, the people from this region, the nation at large. We must embrace peace. We must have a country at the end of the day. Yes.
At the end of the day, we'll always have a country, and that also calls for us to embrace peace, and peaceful coexistence is some of the pillars upon which the great nation of Kenya is built on. As we wind up, I also have just one very last remark, message of condolence. You will tell us who you are, where you are from, and what do you have to say about this particular development.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ukeo Paul. I come from Kisumu, but I work in Nairobi. Now, I've come here to give my solidarity and my condolences to this family. I'm a friend of this family. And when this news came, it was a sad news, so I had to come to say sorry to my friends here for having lost their head, but also to the entire country for losing a leader that shaped the political and economic development of this country. Thank you.
That particular aspect, people have spoken. We've heard various tributes. Very many, different words used to describe Raila Odinga, and we've heard the retired president, Uhuru Kenyatta, also mentioning just how he used to refer to Raila as his brother, and the larger scheme of things, and how people always refer to Raila as Baba. In your opinion, what do people mean when they call him Baba, and do you share in the same opinion?
Rightly so. I listened to the speeches by former President Oburu and even President Dr. William Ruto. The speeches were very moving, and they captured the occasion, the true description of what Raila was. And in those speeches, you heard of the names that were given to Raila. I think Mama Ida or it's Winnie, who listed all the names that were given to Baba Raila. For each and every of those names, there was a meaning. When Raila was called the Tinga, there was a meaning. And the symbolism of Tinga, he used it in the elections of Kibera. And it brought, synergy. It brought energy. When Raila became Nyundo, there was a meaning of that.
It would have been a hammer.
A hammer. And I do remember at one time, when Raila drove a car called Hama at the streets of Nairobi, he said that this government now wants Nyundo. It was something to, bring a solution. However brutal or however hard that looked like, it had a meaning and it resonated well with the people. And Raila Amolo Odinga grew in symbolism, acting them to the point when now he became Baba. Baba was now available for all of us. It was available for the youth. It was available for the middle class. It was available for the rich. It was available for the poor. So Baba was an umbrella. And that is the meaning of that name Baba. Baba has a huge responsibility in its intonation. And the gap that is left just by Baba passing away is so big that we are yet to figure out how it will be filled. And we pray that it's going to be filled, and we ask Kenyans to, of course, mourn Baba, particularly people of our tribe, the Luo community. There is a way by which we mourn our departed. Sometimes they might look very dramatic, but in all, we expect all this process to be peaceful until Baba is laid to rest.
O'Brien, one message that is coming out from every remark from the mourners here: peace, peace, and observation of peace is very critical in this particular moment. We don't want to lock people out. Everyone has to say, everyone has at least something to say about Raila Odinga. Look into the camera. I'm wondering, what is this you're holding, and what does this mean? I'll hold it at the microphone for you.
Okay, my name is Hezron Onditi. This one is a Luo symbol of mourning a hero like Raila Amolo Odinga.
What is it called?
This is called a whisk. Yes, a whisk orengo in our dialect Luo. It is one of the signs our Luo people use to mourn and drive away death as a demon. And most of our Luo elders know it and use it oftenly when we had such a grieving moment, when we lose a hero like His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga. Yeah.
Actually, you're right, because a whisk is something I've seen Raila hold when he was going to mourn some of the revered members of the society. And like you've mentioned, it is meant to drive away the spirits of death. Yes. Away from that, what do you remember about Raila, and what will you miss mostly about this leader?
There's so much to talk about Raila Amolo Odinga. And I'm glad that during the programs of the day, many people eulogized him in so many different ways. And if at all the history of Raila Amolo is written, then it can take us years and years to conclude and come to a closure of Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga, in a nutshell, is an enigma, is one whom we cannot describe in a single day to completion. Is one whose history will never be forgotten. Is one whom, in the history of this country, if at all the books of history are written, then the first chapter would be Raila Amolo Odinga, the second chapter would be Raila Amolo Odinga, the third chapter would be Raila Amolo Odinga, the fourth and the fifth, and so on and so forth. He is a man that we are overwhelmed to describe. Yeah.
Thank you so much. O'Brien, we continue this coverage here, and there is a lady I've seen that is covered in ODM colors. Will you just come here? And ODM is the party that Raila led for so long. He is the party leader since the inception of this particular party that was formed back in 2005. And actually this year, ODM is clocking 20 years. And you could tell, actually the celebrations for the ODM party were to be held in Mombasa, and we know it was postponed. We didn't know it would lead to the situation that we have here, but it was postponed. And the lady you're seeing just right here, I believe you can see, she is dressed in ODM colors. Tell us your name and this your dressing code. Why did you select to dress this way?
Thank you very much. My name is Rachel Gutu from Homa Bay County. I'm an ODM member. That is why I decided to dress like this, because I've come here to mourn a hero. Yes. And being the founder of ODM, Baba was the founder of ODM. So when we're coming to his burial, we have to dress like ODM people. Yeah, actually, this is for remembrance. Yes.
A lot has been said regarding the ODM party, and we can now see Raila's elder brother, that is Senator for Siaya. They call it the youth leader. I don't know why that is now being given the responsibility to lead the ODM party in an acting capacity. You are confident in his ability to steer the ODM house together?
Actually, in most cases, leadership comes from God. And for somebody to be appointed, that already has been planned by God. Yes, so we believe in what God has appointed. Yes.
When we were coming here, we saw at the ODM office in Bondo, wanaitwa vijana wa baba walikuwa pale, and they were encouraging people to come and register their condolences in that condolence book that was placed there. The ODM community, or rather the ODM party fans, the fan base, what will you tell the ODM house right now?
Actually, just to mourn Baba peacefully. And we believe that the legacy of Baba and also the power he had, he will left the Luo community with that particular power. for unity, and actually I believe that ODM will prosper. Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Well, it is in the belief of everyone here that unity and peace will prevail from during this period, and even after Raila is interred tomorrow, on Sunday at Kango Kajaramogi, where he will be buried next to his father in Kango Kajaramogi on Sunday. We know the public viewing continues at Nyayo, and of course after that, the body will be taken back to Raila's current home. And tomorrow we know there is a public viewing in Kisumu. Thereafter, that body will be brought straight to this home, Opoda Farm, where we are. Thank you so much. I will Opoda Farm for the night vigil before it is taken to Jaramogi Odinga University of Science and Technology, where the service, burial service, will be held before it is moved to Kango Kajaramogi for the final interment. This is not where we end this coverage here, but we'll continue actually to talk to, gather as much messages of condolence as possible from the locals here. And with that, O'Brien, let me hand it back to you in studio to continue the coverage right back there.
Wycliffe, okay, they're taking us through different scenarios of what's happening at RAILA'S Opondo farm in Bondo, Siaya County. And of course, giving us an update on what's going to happen on Sunday at the Kango Kajaramogi burial sites, where this will be RAILA'S final resting place that is on Sunday. What is happening today is you still have thousands of people going past RAILA'S body for the public viewing, which is taking place at the Nyayo National Stadium. This exercise has been going on for the last how many hours? It started at 2 hours actually, because it started at about 1:30 p.m. and it is still going on. There is a slight change of program I want to bring you up to speed with. RAILA'S body from here, it will not be taken to current home, to his current residence, as had earlier been communicated. For preparations, it will be taken to the Lee Funeral Home, where it is going to spend the night until then tomorrow morning it is flown to Kisumu. So there is a slight change that has been announced. Remember, the original plan was to move the body from here to his current home, but according to now the latest plan, the body will move from here to Lee Funeral Home for preparations, and then tomorrow morning it is flown to Kisumu. And Kisumu, where the public will be given an opportunity at the Kenyatta International Stadium in Kisumu town, Kisumu City, let me get that right, Kisumu City, so that they can view the body. And thereafter, it will be driven by road to Siaya County, which is about 50 kilometers, where it is going to spend the overnight stay at his Opodo farm in Bondo, Siaya County. So those are the events that are going to unravel in the next 48 hours, leading to the burial of Raila Odinga on Sunday in the afternoon. And remember, we have our team on site. They have been there since Wednesday morning, and of course they will continue to monitor the situations at his farm in Opodo until the final lady sings, as we say. We want to come back to studio, and we're continuing with the conversation here. We're in the company of the Principal Secretary in the State Department for MSMEs Development. This is Suzanne Mangeni. And of course, we're also in the company of Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, a longtime friend of Raila Odinga and a top advisor of the fallen former Prime Minister and ODM leader. We have also been joined by a man who is known to many as a philanthropist, industrialist, manufacturer, a former chair of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, a leading voice of many people here in Kenya. And we're talking about none other than Dr. Manu Chandaria. He's joining us right here as we continue to mourn and, of course, to eulogize the former Prime Minister. I'll be giving him a chance to explain to us his relationship with Raila Odinga. And, of course, we'll also be giving him an opportunity to eulogize the fallen former Prime Minister. But briefly, as you wind up on the story of you, Mangeni, and first of all, Manu Chandaria, thank you very much for joining us in Karibu Sana.
Thank you.
Very good. I'll be coming to you once we are through with the story by Susan Mangeni. You're telling us about your enthralling encounter with Raila Odinga. As you wrap up, please keep going.
This story does not need interruption. So every time we interrupt. Yes, so maybe where did we leave it?
We left it at 2013.
So, yeah, no, even beyond 2017. So
2017, yes, when you moved to ANC.
So I said this time round, I don't want to be promised again. In fact, after what happened in 2013 nomination, I said I will never again try to seek for nomination. So I said I need to fight it myself, go outside there and fight. So then, so I go. And because my mom passed on around the same time that ODM had scheduled to do nomination, because my intention was to run on ODM ticket, so I was overwhelmed. And because of me, of course, they couldn't move the nomination. So I just let it go. I pulled out of the ODM to allow it to go, to proceed, because I was also coming against an incumbent. But then what then happened, I opted to go to another party, which was ANC. So I was still within Baba in that 2017 election, and I didn't have any hard feelings. I had to support him, because again, the party ODM and his candidature was one which I resonated well with. Then, of course, after that, I wasn't successful. But again, I will meet him and we will talk. Then immediately after that election, that's when now there was the handshake, the great handshake, the BPI.
Yeah.
And because I had worked my nasty years in the party, I had ODM party, I had grown also working closely with the then deputy president around that time, Dr. William Samuel Ruto. So we decided, let's now work together. No hard feelings about Baba. And I can confirm today that even anyone who has ever worked with Baba, who is even in the current administration, we always give him that respect as a great father, because in one way or another, our leadership will not be what it is today had it also not been informed by his practices. So when I was appointed to become a PS, when I met him after that appointment, he told me, he called me the way he used to call me, Susie, how are you? I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of the great leader you've come. And you see, I saw this, and I used to tell you, you don't need to be frustrated. Even when you missed out, many more things were being prepared for you. So, but now so this is what he told me. So when I saw your name on that list, I instructed my party members that during vetting, they should not give you trouble. And when your name is tabled in Parliament, they should make sure that they pass your name, because you are a person I've known, I've taken care of you up to where you are right now. Even though, and remember, that was the tension-filled moment, you know. And my State Department, which was also new, was then charged with the responsibility also to implement one of the most heaviest and the most talked about initiative, the Hustler Fund. So we meet again December 2022. We are in this event. He loved coming to Busia for cultural, at least around 24th or 26th of December, he will always show up in Busia. So when he came in this time round, it was 24th in Dalangi, and I'm sitting next to him as usual. The ODM leaders who were there were then start, of course, attacking, because Hustler Fund was the easiest thing to begin with, because it was launched immediately after the election, before, when the country was not yet cool, you know, high political tension. And so when one of the leader went up to attack us, so I told Baba, because I was sitting next to him, I said, Baba, do you know, my first experience in public service, you're the one who gave it to me, when you appointed me to become the director at the Youth Enterprise Fund. When, okay, you pushed for my name to become, and I will say it came through him. Because of this, what I'm expected to do is a build-up with the experience that I got serving there at the Youth Enterprise Fund, and later when I got an opportunity to serve as a part of the working group team on socio-economic audit of the Constitution. All were appointments that I got through the support of the party. So I said, if you criticize, if your party led by you is going to criticize this initiative, which I'm handling, which I'm expected to deliver on, you'll actually, in a way, also passing a no confidence to your very own daughter that you have brought up.
Your own creation.
And you have really exposed, given her an opportunity in public service, and I'm here because of what I've gone through. So I say, very Baba, you know, you cannot do this to me, no matter how attractive it seems. I don't really expect you to lead an affront on the Hustler Fund, at least because I'm your child. You brought me up. And he said, I've heard you, I want to support you, and you'll never hear me do that. And I can confirm, to be honest, that ever since that time, Baba will talk about anything else, but on the Hustler Fund, other people in his movement will talk, but not Baba, because he knew I was there. So I just wanted to say, this was a man who knew how to nurture leaders, to create space for them, create opportunities for them, listen to them, because a leader also listens to them, and at time also, you know, also engage them. It was two-way, and sometimes many people maybe will define Baba as being a mysterious person. Baba knew how to identify the right sources. He had his own intelligence system on the ground, by the way. Remember, for a long time he wasn't, and most of the time he wasn't part of the inner core of the system. But Baba had worked out his own intelligence, crafted his own I don't know who's going to inherit that.
He used to get intels all the time.
So, and he had his own people on the ground. I would say probably he had almost a similar parallel structure, but very precise, of what we call national intelligence. His own, and the people that Baba will spend time talking to are people that maybe you meet to dismiss, like, what is this young person doing here? And Baba, because if he knew you of substance, and entire time that I knew him, I will never, like, you know, when he's somewhere scramble, but he'll pick you up from the corner and say, hey, Susie, and you know, when he has picked you up, now you walk towards him and say, so Baba knew what he needed from people. He knew how to craft a team, and he knew how to maintain a team. And I will tell you, even looking at what is happening today, under now the leadership of His Excellency the President, I will tell you from that experience, and even now, I know that President Ruto has also been a very good student, because it's reflected
of Raila Odinga.
Of Raila Odinga.
Very good. We'll be coming to you. You'll be explaining to us, you're talking about the qualities that shaped Raila Odinga and that are likely to linger on for many generations to come. I'll also be introducing industrialist as well as philanthropist Manu Chandaria, who is in studio with us. He's also a long-time ally of the former Prime Minister. They worked at the economic as well as a business level. He'll be giving us his story with the former Prime Minister. But we want to circle back to Siaya County, to be precise, Opodo Farm, where Wycliffe Okech is having a good conversation with one of RAILA'S ADs, and is now about to give us his side of the story. Wycliffe, take it up.
We are back at Opodo Farm, RAILA'S rural home here in Bondo. Mourners still come here in groups, individually, and that is what's happening on the ground. You can see in the background, but if you can, my colleague behind the lens can basically pan around and show you the group of mourners that have just arrived now. Like I've mentioned earlier, the entrance to this home is now very controlled. Not every, people are allowed in, but in a very controlled manner. That is in contrast to from what we saw yesterday and also the very first day when we came here. People were just coming in randomly, but today people come here controllably. You arrive, those who can mourn, they mourn, and then they come and register their names in the condolence books that is that has been placed here from the very day. We continue to sample the messages of condolence from the different mourners that continue to come here from various parts of the country. And with me here also is a gentleman here. Actually, if my colleague can just come and bring the focus to the mourners that I already have on set right now. Martin Kivuti, if you can basically pan and show the mourners that are here to share their messages of condolence, what they have to say about the departed leader Raila Odinga. I'll ask you to look into the camera, tell us your name, where you are from, and what you have to say about Raila's passing.
Yes, my name is Moses Ouma. I'm the Chief of Protocol, Migori County Government. And he made me, when I was growing up from a boy to a man, Raila guided me. Actually, even paid my diary. Yes, he did.
That makes, in that personal regard, it means you had a very personal relationship with Raila. Paying your school fees, you staying with Raila giving you your very first job, Raila paying your dowry, and also right now you are in charge of protocol in Migori County, courtesy of Raila. What is that particular thing you're going to miss about him?
I'll miss a father, one who believed in hardworking. He never believed in shortcuts. One person who never believed in tribe. Actually, if you talked about tribe next to Raila, you will disagree with him. One person who never hold grudge. You'll talk, atakupigia kelele, you might think that ameshika hiyo. Then the next day amesahau hiyo kabisa. You move on.
He never held grudges, even in his political activities. We know, like I already spoke to some of the mourners here, and they recounted how he has shook hands with the governments of the day. What does that paint about him?
That was him, and he was very unique. Actually, even when we were working for him, he never utakosa. Then you might think that tomorrow he'll be dealing with the same issue. I said, but no. He actually he'll have moved on with the life. He wanted everybody to grow. You know, he will not dwell so much in the past, and he will tell you to move and focus ahead. He was a nice man, a good storyteller. Actually, it was not Raila that sometimes people feared. Yes, he had his very good side. He was a family man. And when we stayed there, you could not differentiate his kids and those who came to stay with him. No, he'll be there for everybody. Very official.
You are so close to Raila in many aspects. The values that he stood for. How do you say these values shaped Kenya politically and also from the governance perspective?
He'll let go. That's why sometimes he will win an election. After some controversies, then he'll let go. He'll shake hands with the opponent. So that tells you how well he meant for the country. So it really helped him stay that. Personally, I was not surprised even to see him shaking hands with the Uhuru, Ruto. No, because that was him. Even privately, he will talk very positive about the country. So he had put the country first before his personal interest. Yes.
O'Brien, we continue sampling the messages of condolence that from the different mourners here. And now the environment, the mood is quite changing. When we came here, it was a bit calm. But now I know you can hear the mourners in the background. They continue to arrive here in groups. Some come here just by themselves. But also we continue to sample the messages of condolence from the different mourners. And now you may want to tell us who you are, where you're coming from, and what you have to say about Raila Odinga.
My name is Ramadan Saibu, and Jacom normally called me Savimbi. I don't have much to say because Jacom has been my mentor. I've started to work with Jacom in 2012, and he's a father to me. He's my advisor. And, I can't say more about him because it's a difficult time to me to talk about him. Because when you lose someone that you love and your mentor, I lose a father. I lost a father. I lost a friend. I lost an advisor. I lost a teacher. So I was a security to him and also to Mama. And I've went a lot. I've passed a lot because of Baba. And recently, I went through open heart surgery at Karen Hospital, which was done on February this year. I think everyone knows, whoever going for open heart surgery, the cost of that open heart surgery and what you pass through. Jacom stand with me. He stood with me. The family stood with me when I needed help. When I needed help, Jacom stood with me and paid. He paid a lot of money to make my life back. Jacom paid a lot of money. Jacom and Mama Ida, they stood with me and they paid a lot of money in the hospital. And I went through surgery, open heart surgery, which was successfully, through their advice and through their actions that they did to me. They didn't do that only because walikuwa nafanya mtu mwingine, because wana mapenzi na watu ambao wako surrounding yao, wako na mapenzi na mtu ambao ni binadamu yoyote. So I can't say much about, because they make me somebody who I am now, and they make my life to be back. Saizi ningekuwa nimekufa kama si Mungu, kisha Baba Raila Amolo Odinga na Mama Aida. I passed through a lot kwa maisha ya ugonjwa mpaka saizi penye nimesimama hapa. I'm mourning a father, I'm mourning my boss, I'm mourning a mentor.
We equally share in that grief, and we are together in this morning. Thank you so much. This sampling of the comments, messages of condolence from different mourners, we continue here. And I now have also a lady here. You're going to tell us, maybe you can move here, look into the camera. What is your name and where do you come from?
My name is Rosella Rasanga. I'm a former First Lady of Siaya County. And I've come to condole with the family and friends and all of us, we are really shocked with this demise.
Sure. And being a first lady, Raila is the son of the soil. He comes from Siaya County. You being the first lady, I'm so sure you interacted with him in so many occasions. What are those values that you learned from him, and probably what Kenya will miss from him?
I did a lot of interactions with the former, with Raila and also Mama Aida. I have a very special relationship with them, first even as relatives. Raila was my shemeji, and Mama Aida, I used to call her my co-wife. And apart from that relationship, we were also very close, and we would have, sessions like most of the graduations for my children and functions that I had in the family, even up to Nyombo, Raila would honor. And I really appreciate, because he used to be so humble, and he would honor most of the invitations. And even when the governor would want him to have lunch, he would use me and say, Nyaugenya has prepared for you something, and especially the functions that he had near our home, and he would honor. And I really appreciate the time that we had together. He showed a lot of vision for Kenyans and a lot of support also for women. And Mama Aida graced so many of the functions that I had on women empowerment. Raila believed so much on women empowerment, and he used to emphasize so much on empowerment of women, and especially we know the famous, the one-third gender role. So we are going to miss him so much at a personal level. And even I know in the political scene, he has left a really big mark. And I don't think the shoes that he has left, anybody will be able to fill them. Yes.
The various speakers have encouraged Kenyans to embrace peace. What will be your message?
My message, that is the peace that Raila really preached. Because if things would escalate to a level that there was a breakdown of order in the country, he would make a sacrifice. He would sacrifice all these things and say, for the sake of peace, let us just sit down and, embody peace in Kenya. So I would attribute a lot the peace that we are having in Kenya is because of him. And we all know the recent Gen Z protests that, escalated, where we had a lot of bloodshed. And even after elections, where we felt that there was no fairness in the elections, but he would sacrifice that Kenya was bigger than an individual.
Thank you so much. Nawe labda una huzuni sana uweze kuzungumza. Fine. We continue with sampling the messages of condolence. Maybe you can come here and look into the stand here, look into the camera, tell us your name and where you come from. I'll hold the microphone for you.
Okay, my name is Tom Odhiambo. I'm the chairman of Bondo Transporters, the trucks department. Yes. So we've come here today to condolence with the family. It is very unfortunate that we've lost the great son of the soil, Raila Amolo Odinga. So today it is our honor to come to this place. We've come with all the trucks in honor of our son of the soil, great leader of Kenya and Africa and the world at large. So our main aim is to come. We've come today so that we give the last respect. We will not have another day like this. So today we've decided to come here as a Bondo Truckers Association to come and pay the last respect for our Baba. That's why we've come, because he's a great son of the soil, and he's been our great leader of the country, and more so, he's been part of us as the traders in Bondo. So he's somebody who was very much accessible, and again, he could hear you. He could hear the problems maybe that we are facing. So that's why we are here today. Yes.
Thank you so much. You want to speak? No, fine. You may make your way here and also tell us your name, where you're from, and what you have to say about the passing of Raila.
Thank you. My name is Mourner Stories, co-chair Bondo Commercial Transporters. My co-chair has spoken everything. Mine is just to say sorry to the entire country and to say sorry to Mama Ida, our son Junior, and Winnie and Rosemary. We are very sorry for this, and we are together in this journey. Thank you.
Well, we continue sampling the videos from the mourners here, and like I mentioned, this environment is now very controlled. When we got here, it was a little bit calm, but you can see from the pictures at the entrance to this home, we've seen mourners come here in groups. Some of them brought by in vehicles and also in trucks. And remember, it is a 7-day period of mourning, and everyone is mourning in their own style. We saw people, mourners here, covered in leaves, some of them coming with what we call rungus and whisks, and also some of them dressed in ODM colors as just in honor of ODM leader who is now departed. But again, we continue our coverage here, and we'll always give our viewers, we are here actually for the sake of viewers, and also bring blow to blow and coverage of whatever is happening here at Opoda Farm. Later on, we will go to the Bondo town as we cross over to Kamo Kajaramogi to see what's happening on the other side. For now, let me hand you back to the broadcasting house in Nairobi.
Well, thank you. Wakely for Catch. I mean, I must say this. If I don't say this, it will be what we call dereliction of duty. I must say that you're doing a good job there. I mean, since the first day, you continue to do it, and let me tell you, you're doing it so well. Let's come back to studio while we continue the conversation around the friendship and knowledge about Raila Odinga. I want to introduce Manu Chandaria. He's a long-time friend of Raila Odinga and his family. They've been in business together. And Manu Chandaria, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You know, earlier on we were chatting with Manu Chandaria, and he was telling us he is 97.7 years old. So he's about 5 months shy of his 98th birthday, and he's joining us here. Manu Chandaria, we thank you so much for finding time to be with us this afternoon. And I want to give you time now to eulogize your friend Raila Odinga, and you tell us something that we don't know about your friendship and Raila Odinga.
Thank you. Thank you for this, to condole with the family. He was a great person, great politician, great statesman, and a great peacemaker. Being in industry and being the head of KAM, KEPSA, East African Business Council, number of times we had the opportunity of meeting each other to understand the economics of this country. And being also in industry, he could realize and understand the problem. But what Kenya has lost, it will be not understood at this moment. It'll take its own time before you go back and listen and to understand what this man stood for. He lost a number of elections, but even after that, he had the courage and the thinking about the good of Kenyans to shake hands with President Uhuru, shake hands with President Ruto. Now, to be on the opposite camp, to fight an election, then to say what's good for Kenya, what's good for people of Kenya, that type of thinking is very rare in this country. And I've seen in my own life of almost 70 years of my work that you find very rare people who are prepared to see what is ahead of them, not what is behind them. And I think that Raila is one of them. And when I say peacemaker, whenever you see him, he's always laughing, always smiling, and also serious as and when you want him. But he supported the business community. He continuously looked for avenues so that we can improve the standards of living of our people. And in times and again, as and when we met, it's always a joy and an understanding that, yes, we are working for our nation. We're not working for myself. He never said that he is for himself. He was working for Kenyans. And we hardly find people of that nature. And so, Mama Ida, I'm so sorry, and your children. I know that how you people feel, and there's a void in your life. But remember, there'll be a bigger void in Kenya than what you have. He was a great person, a great personality, and I would say, the may Lord grant him the peace that he needs.
Mm-hmm. When you worked with Raila Odinga, you know, during your various chairmanship as the chair of Kenya Association of Manufacturers, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, as well as the East African Business Council, what kind of a leader was he, and what kind of business-related advices did he used to give? And I also know that you also worked with Raila very closely during the Mwai Kibaki era, especially during the drafting of Kenya's long-term economic blueprint, Vision 2030.
That's right. I think in the Constitution, making of the Constitution, I was a member. And I think the amount of discussion that went on and the type of the discussions which turned sometimes very hard, but when he came into the picture, he will cool us and get lots of people to understand the basis of what we are discussing. Now, very few people have got this kind of capacity to be a part of solving a problem, not creating a problem. And when it comes to solving, he was great at it.
And from where you stand and going forward, how do you think as a country we should honor Raila Odinga's legacy?
I think the country can honor, but I think the people of Kenya will always honor him. The amount of number of people, whether you're on this side of the politics or that side of the politics, but when it comes to advise, to understand the philosophy of looking after Kenya, you cannot beat him. And that's what the best part of it was, that in all adversity, he was always smiling. And to smile when you're in difficulty, that's not easy. He always worried about Kenyans. He worried about the Kenyans who were roaming around without jobs. He always worried and kept on pushing us. Please increase your capacity. Do what's necessary so that we can employ 1,000 more. And I think that kind of advice and that kind of thinking, and not people from Kisumu area, all people. And that is what was beauty about him, is he was a Kenyan, a true Kenyan, and not belonging to a tribe. Yes, he belonged to a tribe, as much as I belong to a tribe, but a true Kenyan. To find true Kenyans in adversity, in difficult time, is very, very difficult. You give up many a times, but he never. And he always tried to find out a solution. And when he was his prime minister, I think Prime Minister Modi was here.
Yeah.
And I asked Prime Minister Modi whether he has met the Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. He said no. So I rendered lunch. And that was interesting that after a year, he and with other 4 ministers, together myself, we went to Gujarat, where he was the chief minister. He has been a friendship since then. But to explain to him, and whenever they were talking, these 2 statesmen were talking, they were not talking about which party they came from. They talked about their people and the worries they carried with them, about the poverty of the people, about problematic issues about of the people. And I think it does sounded very well. And to me, he was a great man, and Kenya will miss him. Kenya will miss him.
Tell me this, Manu Chandaria. What is this one thing or 2 things that you're going to forever admire about Raila Odinga?
Well, I've met so many people in my life. 97.5 years is not that easy and small, short. The point is that you've got to depend. When you see him, you feel comfortable. When you see him, you feel assured. When you see him, you don't feel that that somebody's going to take you around. No. There was genuine interest in the people of Kenya. All of us have got some interest in Kenya. But for the country, and love for the country, worry for the country, that's very few. Very, very few. And I think he was one of them. That when he talks about peace, yes. And he has taken everything in his own way. He lost a game, doesn't make difference. He didn't lose the hope. The hope to make a better Kenya was always with him. Yeah.
Tell me this, I'll be circling back to you, Manu Chandaria, but I just want to bring on board Sylvester Kasuku. You are telling me about the qualities that you used to admire and you think that have shaped Raila Odinga as a man. What qualities are these?
Yes, and of course a number of them have been mentioned here. Well, people keep mentioning them, but they've now not been put in a package. Sometimes the people think that they are mentioned by conjecture. But I just want now to run through them so that people can see what person he was and why he was so dear to the people of Kenya and to many leaders as well. Number 1, he was a human rights defender. Come what may, even if he was in the highest office in the land, having the greatest friends around him, and a human rights issue was being violated, he would stand out straight away, even if you are in a function with him, talking to him, or you have just had a meeting with him. But he steps out and he finds a human rights issue violated. Straight away, he will be up and talking against it and saying this issue must be tackled. Number 2, people have talked about respect. Indeed, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was indeed a respectful man. He respected his fellow leaders. You remember when he was working with Kibaki? I attended meetings with him, together with Kibaki. The mere fact that President Kibaki never used to talk, he would not talk more. In fact, he would leave the meeting the way Kibaki used to leave it for the ministers to talk, and the secretary to the cabinet, Ambassador Mudaura, to speak, so that they would canvass the issues in front of them. And, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga would not now start moving, with the speeches, so that he could cover more. He would also let the team work so that him and Kibaki could just now preside over, passing the resolution. And you saw this even with Moi. The mere fact that he walked out when Kasarani-Kisrani issue came out did not mean that he was disrespectful. But it's when the basic tenets of democracy, the basic tenets of human rights, the basic tenets of freedom were being, trampled upon. With President Kibaki again, you saw that even though they had a fierce fight for the ticket for the presidency in 2007, after they formed the Grand Coalition government, he created a very fertile ground for them to agree on issues. He never went to be abrasive, even when they went to Kilaguni, you remember that retreat that did not go well. It was not the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga who did not make the retreat go well, but it is the handlers who did not agree, and at the end of the day, then President Kibaki said, no, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, let's go back. Yeah, they can. Then the issue of listening, and also on this matter of respect, you also saw how when he joined President Ruto in the broad-based government, you've seen the kind of respect he gave him, irrespective of the criticisms that people are giving, because he believed in any undertaking that he signed to. In terms of listening, you could not match it. The patience he had, the listening ability, that he would sit down, as P.S. Mangeni has said, he would sit down with you, irrespective of who you are. Sometimes people around him would be thinking, why is Jacob sitting down with so-and-so? But he would be there. And whatever he discussed with you, he would keep it and he would carry it forward where it was needed. In terms of his relationship with people, so many people in offices are pretending to be extremely busy that they cannot even pick calls. Sometimes they even just see their phones ringing, not that they are busy at that time, but they don't just want to pick calls.
Yeah.
The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was picking calls even when he was in bed. I can give you a recent case this past week. In fact, just barely 3 days before he died, Nuru Okanga called him at night. Actually, he was sleeping. And the ring of the phone woke him up and he picked the call.
Raila now?
Raila himself, when he was in India, when he was undergoing treatment, he picked Nuru Okanga's call and told him, Nuru, I'm in India. I'm here getting treatment, but I'm coming. So Nuru, I even asked him, Baba, when you come back, me, what I want is just a photo with you. He told him, Nuru, hiyo nitakuja, we'll take a photo. And, and he had a conversation until Nuru told him, okay, Baba, thank you. He did not tell him, Nuru, I'm sleeping, don't call him. No. Yeah, and Nuru was calling him in the presence of other people. He was telling them when people were saying that he was not there. Nuru told him, no, Baba is there. Nothing has happened to him. And I want to prove. And he called. And other issues like keeping his word. Baba always kept his word. Forget about issues that sometimes he was overwhelmed by circumstances that you find that maybe something did not go well the way it had been discussed with him. Many a times, and if something did not go right, he would still keep in his mind and still believe that something needed to be done about it.
Very well.
The protector of even people with whom he had relationships with. You remember when Jimmy Wanjigi supported him, and then now Jimmy Wanjigi was being beaten by the system. He went to Jimmy Wanjigi's house and sat there. And people were saying, you mean Baba can risk his life? And he said, please, don't stop. He was even able to stop the security forces from, tormenting the family of Jimmy Wanjigi. And he stood there until when Jimmy Wanjigi was released. And he has done it to many people. In terms of his agenda, I've spoken about it when I was talking about human rights. Again, risking his life, being selfless, that even when he was advocating for people's rights, he still came out even when it was risky. Like that time when there were demonstrations after the 2017 elections and also 2022 elections. You remember, he came out and he swallowed tear gas together with his followers. He was in the convoy, and the time when he came from abroad, you remember? When people said that, Baba, welcome home. Away. Baba, while you are away.
That was in 2017, 13?
2013, Baba, while you are away was 2013. Then the one when he came back in 2017, that was now 2018, when he had come back, when President Uhuru, that was I think January, President Uhuru had gone for Addis Ababa, AU General Assembly meeting. And on that particular day, when people went to receive him from the airport, you remember upon turning into Outer Ring Road and Jogo Road, there was such a kind of an ensuing, battle between the people and the police. And he never ran away. He remained there until he came with them to Upper Hill. And that's when he called it off. He said, you people, we have had enough. Now let's go home. But he never ever, left people because of his life. On matters of being a mentor, he has mentored many people. And in terms of being a peacemaker, this one cannot even be doubted by anyone.
It goes without saying.
Forget about the names that people have given to situations where he's been a peacemaker. 1998, he joined President Moi to create peace and to create the environment for creating changes in electoral laws, among many other things, towards the 2002 general elections. And in 2002, he joined President Kibaki and supported President Kibaki when he saw that if he continued on his own, and Kibaki going on his own, they were going to split the votes and they were going to lose the elections. When it came to 2008, he was able to leave his own ambition of becoming president and agree to join in a grand coalition government through a mediated process. In 2018, he agreed to thaw down hostilities in the country and had a handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta. In 2024, he again thawed the hostilities that were ensuing in the country that were threatening actually to break down the country. And you've had many politicians boasting actually that if the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga did not come forward, that they were actually going to topple the government. You've heard about it severally. And he said that Kenya was not the country to put at risk by toppling the democratically elected government. And he put himself forward to be able to protect that peace. A solution provider all the times. And there are many instances. I would give it even when he was prime minister. President Kibaki often left controversial issues to him to go and resolve. And he would come up with a solution. Many a times I even chaired those small internal task forces inside government to formulate solutions. When it comes to transformative leadership, again, he has led many transformative agendas in Kenya. He's a lover of cultures. You can never find the Right Honorable Prime Minister missing a cultural event. P.S. Mangeni herself has talked about it. You've seen him attending very dutifully and very religiously the Tobongo Lore Turkana cultural event, yes. He never missed. Even if you are to talk about the Kikuyu cultural events, he never missed. The coast, he was always there. He was always there even with the Wazes. In Meru, you would find him with the they are called the Njurunjekes. You would find him in Luyaland attending the Nabongo and among many other cultural events. You know, very, very a lover of culture. And those are things that endeared him to people and people could see. He was also a quick learner, technology-wise. Computers and iPads, and they found Raila already, advanced in his age comparably. But he adopted technology so quickly. And even in terms of languages, like when the issue of Katiba was coming up, people were still wondering, how do you call devolution? Raila already quickly came up and said, "Hiyo ni ugatuzi." Very well. And I'm just finishing now. Yes. When it came to issues of infrastructure, people were wondering, how would you call infrastructure? He's telling people, "Hiyo ni miundo msingi." You know, he was a quick learner. Yeah. So there are so many things about the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And there is a sum up in a manuscript I've written, which I shared a draft with him some 3 months back, which is called the River Crossing Theory. His political life, leadership and everything else has some theoretical basis that actually needs to be brought into the field of academia. And I believe that his coalition building powers is like the crossing of a river, and it becomes a theory of political theory, political leadership theory of river crossing. Because for you to build a coalition, you need to cross certain divides. And he perfected it and enabled other leaders also to learn from him in the formation of coalitions.
Very
Yeah.
well. Susan Mangeni, as a student of Raila Odinga on matters politics, what qualities of Raila Odinga are you going to hold dear and are you going to cherish, for years to come? And before you respond, I just want to bring people up to speed with what is happening at the Nyayo National Stadium. What you're seeing on your screen are people still queuing to view the body of Raila Amolo Odinga. And of course, remember, the body will be taken to Lee Funeral Home for overnight stay and, of course, for preparation, and thereafter, tomorrow morning, his remains will be flown to Kisumu, where a public viewing exercise will take place at the Kenyatta International Sports Complex in Kisumu City. And thereafter, there will be a procession to Siaya County, where the body will spend the night, that is tomorrow evening, at his ancestral home, or what we call the Opoda house or compound or farm in Bondo. So those are some of the details, and of course the burial is going to take place on Sunday at the Kango Kajaramogi burial site, and we have seen preparations are underway to ensure that the burial site is prepared for this important exercise. So let's go back to Susan Mangeni, the PS for MSMEs Development. As I had asked you things as a student of Raila Odinga, what qualities of this man are you going to cherish for years to come?
Yeah, first, I appreciate that this is a man who lived fully his generational mission. It was Franz Fanon who said, each generation has out of obscurity to fulfill or betray their generational mission. Raila's generational mission was about bringing political freedom. And he has worked with that throughout his life. His struggles and great participation is what led to the current constitution that we are enjoying today. Indeed, if someone was to ask you even many years to come, what do you know of Raila? I think Raila birthed the 2010 constitution. He birthed the 2010 constitution because he struggled during the second liberation, and you know many of those that joined him in the struggle, a number of them also fell along the way. But he was resilient, and this is what now defines his life. If he chose a course, he will never tire until that course is fulfilled. And I mean, so again, I will give an example when I was appointed to the board of the Youth Enterprise Fund as a director. I think around that time he was in Europe. So very early in the morning, he calls me. So like, Jacob, how are you? Like I said, that's how we used to call him. He said, I gave you a name. I'm hoping that you've been gazetted. Can you confirm? You know? And I said, well, it was early in the morning. I think the gazette notice was to come up. It was on Tuesday morning. So on Friday morning, sorry. So the gazette notice came up and my name was there. So you see, and then so I told him, but Baba, you know, Jacob, how come you did not share about this? He said, you know, we have to protect. What he's talking about protection. That imagine if I called people from my circle or other leaders to come and say, can you give me a name? Chances are they will not give me your name. So this one I had just to do it myself. That was a guambo for you. So he knew also, he understood the space and he knew how to protect those he felt were vulnerable and were marginalized. He stood by them. And he was a nationalist per se. You look at most of his appointment, he will balance. I mean, at some point, even people from his backyard were felt were being left behind. Because you will see even nominations, if you were to look quickly at the nominees even to parliament, you see how he put in people from across the country. And when he got an opportunity even during after the National Accord, and serikali, what they call serikali ya nusu mkate, you could see even how he balanced. Ordinarily, some selfish leaders will not really do that. And that's why I said the current president is a perfect student of Raila Amolo Odinga. Then also, but 2013, remember we had been frustrated 2007-2008 election. 2013, after that election, and even before that, let me roll back to 2007, when the results came out, and they said he had lost, and of course you remember the swearing in at night of the then president, the late Mwai Kibaki, for the second term. And we were in the Pentagon Center. The following day, almost 3/4 of people who you would ordinarily find that they were not there. I felt for him at that point. I even shed tears, because now you see he was like alone. But he was resilient. You know, it's common with human being that when you are facing victory, everybody will clam around you. So he had also been let down several times, even with people he thought he could trust. So here he is, facing it alone. People who would offer him shoulder to cry on. Yep. So I think with time he also learned how to offer himself the other shoulder to lean on. How to lean on himself most of the time whenever he was down. One thing that I was expecting Kasuku to say, which he never said, this was a strategist. He wrote his own rules and played by his own. By the same rules. Yeah. And most of the politicians, you've seen people say, oh, how many people are tagging on his court. They were consulting. I mean, he was a strategist for election. He was a chief campaigner. And the other person actually who can now today equal him now, because of energy, is the current president. I mean, that's why everybody wants to be in their path, because they know these people, when they decide to campaign for you, they'll campaign you and give you a platform themselves. So he was a strategist, he was a super coach, and he was a super player. So he played. And remember, many a time he used to use mpira. Figuratively, if you look at mpira, is for strategist. We anacheza number fulani. He knew how to deploy his teams. And if you are carefully listening to him, who is playing this, who is scoring, who is the goalkeeper, nani anachukua mpira, anapiga, inaenda off. He was telling you the strength of his team. So he knew how to place and deploy his teams around to achieve the results which he wants. So quickly, maybe in 1 minute or 2 minutes. So he was a book of political life. And this book has now closed so many pages, and we open a new book. And that's why in 2013, after the election results came out and it was not what we expected, I remember having an engagement with him, and I said, maybe Jacom, your power was never meant to be on the throne, but rather to build the throne. So maybe we should start now looking at that as the end in itself. Because believe you me, many presidents will come, but very few will have their name in many years to come.
Very good.
In those places that your name will be, your name will never leave history. Your name will always be there. I mean, you are likely to be more prominent than people even who served as the president. So maybe your throne was, you were to make a throne and not to sit on it. But I want to finish by saying this.
Yes, please.
To wrap up. He was also a worker. Any ministry, remember that Raila, since Moi's time, when he joined Moi, he went to Energy. Energy became the most powerful ministry. He was also at Lands, right? Whenever, not Lands, whenever he will go, even if it was a smaller ministry, roads and public works, he will dedicate himself with a lot of passion, to the extent that it became the most powerful ministry. And that just demonstrates how he was, you can imagine how he was working at the same time, balance politics of the day. So, and one more thing, and probably last thing, is of course he believed in justice, which is enshrined in his pursuit for political freedom. And he never slept on that. I mean, and one also needs to take it upon themselves and do it. So I think that's the one thing that he lives with that.
About this man.
But also an elder person. He was an elder.
An elder statesperson.
He was an elder statesperson.
Very good. I want to bring Manu Chandaria here on board, and I want to circle back to, I want to take you back to the year 2009. Raila Odinga was the Prime Minister at that point, and there was this major meeting that brought together players in Kenya's manufacturing as well as business circles. And I was in that room, and this was at the Grand Regency Hotel. I know so many people know a thing or two about the Grand Regency Hotel. And Raila was invited to talk to the business community as well as industrialists. And one thing he told them, and I remember very well, was even in your business ethics, learn to put Kenya and Kenyans first. I don't know whether you can remember that, Dr. Manu Chandaria.
Absolutely.
When you look at how the Kenyan manufacturing sector, the business community has expanded, do you see the footprints of Raila Odinga in the way they are doing business these days?
Well, we will remember him. At every problem that we find, we'll think about a man, would sit down, listen, argue if necessary, but at the end of the day, you'll come out with what's good for Kenya. I think Kenyan business community is going to miss it, because knowingly, unknowingly, with everywhere, when it came down to the business, he was good, he was okay. And we always respected him. His opinions, his views, his advice, and we always felt he's one of us. In the business community, we always felt he was one of us. And to have that kind of following by community who can make Kenya bring up to an extent is not easy. I think as a politician, it was great. But as a businessman and as a supporter of economy, it was great.
It was great. I also know that, Raila Odinga was a very good friend of the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. And you are very key in fostering relationships between Narendra Modi and Raila Odinga. What was the relationship between the two, and why was Modi so attracted to Raila's style of leadership?
Well, when he came over here, he came as a private citizen of India. And I asked him, I met him at the Indian High Commission, and I asked him, have you met anybody in the government? The Prime Minister. He said, no. I said, all right, we'll organize. And I had organized lunch for them. The Modi's situation was one simple. Above everything, the goodwill, the good of the people of the country must stand first. You could be right, you could be wrong, but at the end of the day, what's good for the country must come out. And this understanding between the two of them, that we went to see in Ahmedabad, and he was with us at the time, we could understand that me second, nation first. And to be calling the nation first, my interest second, third, fourth. That kind of attitude one has to be able to build. You need a moral capacity to make very sure that what you're going to do is good for the country. You might miss up in somewhere, but that doesn't make any sense. Overall, if you grant him the marks, he was an excellent person as an individual. He was an excellent business person. He was an excellent politician. And above all, he was a great peacemaker.
The Indian Prime Minister eulogized Raila Odinga as a towering statesman and a cherished friend of India. How has Modi received the death of Raila Odinga, and what was his reaction? And I don't know whether you have managed to talk to the Prime Minister of late.
I think that they were in par in understanding, because their focus was only one. Focus was not individuality. Focus was not me as Modi, me as Raila. The nation came first. Nation came second. Nation came third. And then you follow. And I think that both of them had got that attitude that to serve a community, to serve a country, to serve people, you need humility, you need a feeling that you can feel the pain of the people. The minute you start feeling the pain of the people, your ego melts down. And both of them, very little ego. And I would say that when leaders of that nature type meet each other, their interest, first, second, third, my country, my people. And that's what interesting about those people. And I think that he will be missed. People forget in a few days' time, but overall period, he will be missed. But by the business community, by the people who feel that as a peacemaker, we don't have a man who will be willing to stand up and say, I would like to shake your hand.
Very good. If you're just joining us, we're having a very great conversation here in studio as the board viewing of the former Prime Minister process, it looks like it is coming to an end. We're in the great company of Manu Chandaria, philanthropist, industrialist, as well as a businessman, a former chair of Kenya Private Sector Alliance, as well as Kenya Association of Manufacturers, together with East African Business Council. We're also in the company of Dr. Sylvester Kasuku, a long-term advisor and ally of the former Prime Minister, together with the Principal Secretary in the State Department for MSMEs, Susan Mangen, who is also a long-time friend and a political mentor who learned her political ropes from Raila Odinga. And so we continue with this conversation. Manu Chandaria, you stand in a very unique position because you used to be a good friend of Raila Odinga's father, that is Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. And because of your age, you have the advantage of knowledge that most of us do not have. We can only read or learn from people like you. And when you look at Raila Odinga and Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, do you see the qualities of the two people intertwined?
Qualities were the same. One was very modest. He didn't want to really make a show of it. That was the papa. Raila made a show, but with everything said and done, it was the show of strength and making Kenya a better place to live, making Kenya a stronger country amongst other countries. I think that it's from one generation of Oginga Odinga to the second generation of Raila Odinga. There was a difference of approach, but both of them were committed people for people.
Before I now turn to Sylvester Kasuku, it looks like the body viewing process is winding up. I can see senior military officers now surrounding the casket bearing the remains of the former Prime Minister. And of course, as I told you earlier on, is that the body is going to be moved from the Nyayo National Stadium to Lee Funeral Home. There was a change of plan. Remember, the original plan was to have the body moved to his current residences, where it was to spend the night before it is flown to Kisumu County tomorrow morning. But there was a slight change because of different issues. And so we're keeping an eye on what's happening there as we circle back here in studio. Manu, Chandaria, as we wind up this broadcast, I also want to hear this from you. Is Kenya becoming, or has Kenya become, the country that Raila Odinga envisioned in his lifetime?
Kenya is poorer than what it was.
Mm-hmm.
To make and to create another Raila, who is a peacemaker, who was always for the country, for the good of the country, is not going to be easy. Yet, let's not lose hope, because he has left so much of determination in the younger people who recently, many of them are absolutely having nothing but a hope that people like him who led Kenya, hats off to them, hats off to him.
Mm-hmm.
I lose as a good friend of mine, known him for a number of years.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing just came out, when you ring, he will pick up the phone.
He used to pick your calls?
Every time,
mm-hmm.
every time.
Very good. I'll be circling back to you, but let's bring now Kasuku, Sylvester, and I want to repeat the question that I have just asked Manu Chandaria. Is Kenya becoming the nation that Raila Odinga envisioned in his struggle for a better Kenya?
O'Brien, I've worked very closely with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga for now close to 35 years.
Yep.
From the time I was a first year student at the university. At the University
of Nairobi.
Yeah, I started from Kenyatta.
Mm.
And what I've seen is that he has had a very consistent fight for human rights. He has had a very consistent fight for devolution, equity, and what I may call the sharing of resources, equity and equality. And he has also fought very strongly for good governance, whether you're talking about fight against corruption, you're talking about the rule of law, you're talking about justice. And I want to bring you very quickly to encapsulate his entire journey of leadership, political life, and his contribution to the entire society. I strongly believe that Raila Amolo Odinga has left Kenya a better place than he found it, because he has achieved a number of the goals that he fought for very fiercely. Number one, he has left us when we have achieved the Kenya Constitution 2010. And we are now 15 years after the Constitution was promulgated. He has continued to fight for deepening the implementation of that Constitution. And you will remember that recently, the ODM party and the UDA party, under the leadership of the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga and President William Ruto, signed a kind of an accord, a kind of an agreement, or a kind of an MOU, or a framework for implementation of a number of agreed frameworks. Among them, revitalization of the economy or strengthening economic transformation going forward. He spoke about job creation and the youth inclusion in the economy, which was also part of his manifesto in 2022. In this, he spoke about strengthening the MSMEs and support for MSMEs, which was also part of his manifesto in 2022, in which he had said that the MSMEs are actually the bedrock of the economy, and it is indeed the engine of the made in Kenya.
Just hold on
going
right,
forward.
For a minute, because we need to bring the public up to speed with what's happening at Nyayo National Stadium. As you can see, the casket is being now wheeled out of the Nyayo National Stadium. It's headed for the Lee Funeral Home, and the distance between the two is less than 5 kilometers. And so it is going to be carried by the same military truck. That is what I need to bring you up to speed with. As you can see, members of the Kenya Disciplined Forces from the Kenya Navy, the Kenya Army, as well as the Kenya Air Force officers are now wheeling out the remains of the former Prime Minister. The original plan was to have the body spend the night at RAILA'S home in Karen, but the plans have been changed because the body needs to be prepared accordingly for the long journey to Kisumu tomorrow, where the public viewing of the late former Prime Minister's body will take place at Kenyatta International Sports Center in Kisumu before it is ferried to Siaya County, Bondo, where it's going to spend the night before the interment ceremony at his burial site in a place that we are calling Konga Kajaramogi. That's right. Kango, not Konga. Yeah, Kango Kajaramogi, the village of Jaramogi. Yes. That's what you said, yeah? Yeah, so that is what exactly is happening here, there. And of course, before that, we had the double images of Kasarani, as well as his Bondo home, where we saw Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi sending the condolences book at Bondo, as well as Siaya Governor doing the same. Let's come back now to studio, where we continue to look back at the life of Raila Odinga, the present as well as the future. Sylvester Kasuku, please take it up.
Thank you very much. I've just spoken about the policy, among the things that he signed together with the President William Ruto, so that the government can now move the country in a more unified manner. He spoke about economic revitalization to drive the transformation agenda for this country. I've talked about the job creation under that economic revitalization, in which he said that the youth inclusion is very important in the economy, and as such to bring them through into the economy through job creation, and also other areas that I'll talk about. But he also said that even those who are currently employed needs to be strengthened in terms of their participation in the economy and how to make their employment more meaningful. Going forward, he spoke about combating corruption. And I want to, while I'm talking about these policies that he was espousing, I also want to show how they are moving. Because if we do not connect how what they signed about is already moving, then we will not see the real light that these things will actually be done. So in terms of fighting, the fight against corruption, he and the president signed on issues that needed to make sure that within government, government processes did not promote corruption. And as such, among the things that they saw that needed to be spearheaded is actually digitalization of a number of services that would remove the human factor in the provision of services. And you've seen e-procurement currently being pushed forward so that we can remove the human factor and manipulations that have always been done in the procurement process in government that have actually led to loss of massive funds. And in so doing, this is also creating an element of equity and access to government opportunities when you do it through the e-procurement process. So this is what he was really fighting for. Number two, a lot of resources have also been lost in government projects, particularly when the cost of projects are inflated. Right now, as we speak, President William Ruto has established a framework for lowering project costs. He started with affordable housing, in which we are using what is called the first principles approach of how to break down, using the work breakdown structure for project components, costs, so that you really see the real cost of a project rather than looking at it as a capsule or an egg whose contents you might not really be able to vouch for. And if I want to give you an example, the cost of housing, which is currently being put on affordable housing, the unit cost used to be, let's say, 70,000 shillings per square meter when it came in. Currently, when now we've gone into matters governance and lowering the project costs, the cost of 1 square meter has now come down to less than 40,000, down from 70,000. And even contractors at first, when they were told that now the costs must come down and government is no longer going to allow for loss of funds through construction projects, contractors were not willing to bid. But this is now being realized. He has now escalated this, and there's a cabinet resolution that has now said that this must now be escalated to the rest of the other infrastructure projects. Whether you're talking about roads, you're talking about ports, power, water, irrigation, airports, railways, and I'm the one leading that particular onslaught. And I've got a whole team of competent people, both from private sector and also in government, working on cost items within projects to make sure that if it is matters of steel, you don't have steel costing 3 times in a particular project, and then on the other side it is costing 2 times and another one 1.5. If it is concrete, depending on the classes of that concrete, it should not be varying so badly to the extent that you might not even know that one is being done in Kenya and another one is being done in Britain. It should be that cost of projects in Kenya should be sane. That insanity in the project costs is currently being tackled. If you talk about other government processes, digitization is already going on. In terms of action on audits, there's currently an escalated action plan by the head of the public service in which he has brought together all accounting officers in government. P.S. Mangeni will tell you, he has even held meetings with all accounting officers, even of state corporations and those in charge of oversight, to make sure that government processes no longer lead to resource leakages. So when we talk about what the Right Honorable Prime Minister was fighting for, he is coming together with President William Ruto is actually already bearing fruits. Because when they agreed to fight corruption, you have to go deep down into government to deal with the elements that are actually promoting corruption in government. Then you come to the area where he was talking about governance and institutional reforms. Here, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, saw that our electoral system has not yet been reformed appropriately. And he has singled it out and has said that we need to reform IEBC more. And you've seen recently the new IEBC commissioners were sworn into office. And many other reforms are currently ongoing within that particular space. You look at strengthening democratic institutions and the rule of law. The strengthening of the offices of the ODPP, the Attorney General, the anti-corruption and the judiciary by way of enhancing their capacities in terms of staff and the like, equipment, among many other things, is actually something that is going a long way to show that the goodwill towards strengthening these institutions is moving on and to create independence in them. Reforms that are taking place within the space of the police service, as well as ensuring that the National Police Service get the right number of men and women, as well as resources and equipment, is equally moving in that direction. Decentralization of power and devolution of power. The outstanding area here is in terms of the functions and services that were supposed to be devolved together with attendant resources. And we saw that the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga equally signed on this. And as we speak, there are efforts and there is a level of commitment which we look forward to being pursued further, going as the administration continues to roll out implementation of these areas of agreement. Social cohesion and national unity. As we've said, that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has been a peacemaker. He has sacrificed his own self-interest at the altar of national unity. He said that there is nothing that would be so good for him, up to including gaining power, if the national interest was going to be compromised. And he forwent his own personal interests, even in 2008, when he said that he was no longer insisting on becoming president, provided that Kenyans achieved peace through the Grand Coalition government. He also has shaken hands many a times. And in these handshakes, they were not for personal aggrandizement. They were for building national unity. They were for strengthening social cohesion in Kenya and to create bridges across our ethnical and political divides in Kenya. And in this, he has talked about promoting inter-ethnic and interpolitical
Just a minute. Sorry to step on your shoes. As you can see on your screen, the cortege has left the Nyayo National Stadium. It has taken the Aerodrome Road, where it is going to connect to Uhuru Highway, and then it is on its way to the Lee Funeral Home. And I just want to make some quick correction. I had told you that the body will be taken to Lee Funeral Home via the military truck, but I can see it's like there was a change of plan. And I have seen a Volkswagen Mativan from the Lee Funeral Home carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister headed for the Lee Funeral Home. We told you earlier that there was a change of plan. The body was supposed to spend the night at his current home, but after consultation, the Burial Planning Committee has agreed to allow the body to spend the night at the Lee Funeral Home due to the preparations needed for tomorrow's journey to Kisumu County. I told you that the body will be veiled, or there will be public viewing of the body at the Kenyatta International Stadium in Kisumu County before it is wheeled to Siaya County, which is about, you said, about 50 kilometers from... Or less. Thereabouts, eh? Yeah, so that is a quick update. As now you can see the Nyayo National Stadium. The event is officially over, and the body is on its way at the Lee Funeral Home. We have our team at the Lee Funeral Home, and so once we get there, once they are in a position to give us a link and of course give us an update on what exactly will be happening there, we should be going there live. But now we're back in the studio to continue with the rest of the story. Please take it up.
Thank you very much, O'Brien. The next point, the next policy framework that the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga has been fighting for all the years is the issue of promoting inclusivity and equal opportunities in Kenya. The Right Honorable Raila Odinga has always said that opportunities in government should not be a tribal issue, should not be a political issue, but should really ideally be what Kenyans should enjoy of the freedoms, what Kenyans should enjoy from the independence that we achieved, and what Kenyans should be enjoying in terms of our anthem's provisioning of what he said, talked about the abundance of resources and opportunities within our borders. And as such, he has said that there must be policies to ensure this, so that it is not a matter of somebody being in a political party, like a political party in power, or being people being of a tribe of the person who is currently, who is leading in a political process. And there must also be programs that also address actually the marginalized communities within our country, because they've been marginalized as well as the minorities that have not been attended to for many years. And we saw the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga actually championing this particular cause all the way from Bomas. And he has continued to talk about it. And what P.S. Mangeni will tell you that even in the formation of the Grand Coalition government and many other formations, including in his party and all other opportunities that he has distributed before, he has always tried to show that equal opportunities should ideally be at the center.
Very well.
Then youth, matters of youth, he continues talking about it, and P.S. Mangeni is a good example of how he has promoted the youth. And I'm happy that now today he can smile, even though the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is now lying in a casket. But she's attesting to the fact that promotion of the interest of youth has been at the core of his agenda. In terms of skills development, in terms of entrepreneurship, and even in training and youth-led businesses. Increasing their participation also in governance, as we've seen, has also been at the heart of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga's policies. In terms of security and human rights, he has never left this particular platform of security and human rights, in which he has always talked about enhancing national security and public safety at all times. Upholding human rights has been there. And I can say, without any sense of doubt, that the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga stood for great things in this country. These great things continue right now to form part and parcel of national government policy and are equally cascaded down to county government policies and other devolved units. I strongly believe that these particular agendas will be pursued because he has also brought up many political leaders and many current political leaders, including the president of the country, His Excellency President William Ruto, are people with whom they've worked together and have shared in his vision.
Very good.
I want to leave it there for now.
We still have more to discuss. I mean, that is the kind of content that you're getting it live from here. I mean, eminent personalities here in Kenya oozing nothing more but wisdom and, of course, knowledge of the man that we have come to love, admire, and, of course, cherish. That is none other than the late former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Raila Odinga. We have seen the body has just left Nyayo National Stadium. It's on its way to Lee Funeral Home, and now we want to take you to the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, where our reporter Alan Aoko is coming up on the screen. As you can see, is on standby. He's going to give us a brief of the preparations that are taking place there. Remember, this is the place where the funeral service for the late Prime Minister will be taking place. It was raining. I understand now it's drizzling. Alan Aoko, come on, just give us an update on the preparations for that funeral service on Sunday.
Thank you very much, O'Brien. I can hear you loud and clear. And yes, we are at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology, where preparations are on top gear for the Sunday service, the Sunday funeral service. All hands on deck here. We came here and found a battery of workers working on various facilities and auxiliary services here in this huge, expansive field of the tertiary institution. When you look around where I am, you will see some tents that are being erected here. Of course, you can see the magnitude of work that is ongoing. This is just part of the tents that are being connected. They are first being connected in one place and then joined together to take in the massive crowds that are supposed or are expected to get to this place. Remember, this Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology was established in 2009, and then before it was actually called the Bondo University College, but then it was renamed in 2013 in commemoration of the late former Prime Minister's father, Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, and you can see it was a very apt
apt choice to choose for the funeral service on Sunday. What you are seeing on your screens right now are just students who are moving about the field, just looking to see what they can do. Remember, students were very passionate about Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and we spoke to them earlier in the morning, and they told us that they are preparing to help and receive the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister's remains when he arrives. They told us that they are ready for him and they'll stand with him whether he's here or not. So O'Brien, unless you have a question, I wanted to take you through just to remind the viewers about Sunday, when by 7 a.m., would you believe, people will be here, supposed to be seated by 7 a.m., and then we'll have the family of the late Prime Minister coming here at 8. And 8:30 we have dignitaries also filing in, and then the President William Ruto arriving at 9 a.m. and then we have the service beginning from 9 onwards to the afternoon, and then we have tributes following at 12:30 to 2 p.m. and then we have the Deputy President speaking at 2:30, presidential address at 2:40, 3:10 the body leaves this place and goes to Kango Jaramogi, the homestead of the family of Raila Odinga, and then we have private interment ceremony at 3 p.m. So, Brian, shoot your question. I'm ready for you.
That's fine, and I'm going to shoot from the hip, as we say, so just get ready for it. Help us understand things. Will there be any public viewing of the body at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Stadium?
O'Brien, that is an interesting question. There will be a public viewing of the body at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science of. According to the initial plans, at least, the logistics that we are seeing, unless things change, that is how it's supposed to be. Remember, this place is massive, yes, but remember the crowd control situation we had in Nairobi. I think the security apparatus are trying to not have that happen again here. Remember, this is Siaya County. This is the home of the Raila family. The security apparatus are trying now to probably circumnavigate that situation, and therefore, if there will still be that viewing, it will probably be monitored or metered rather. But we wait and see how it will pan out.
The other question is, I know the funeral service at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga is going to be open to the public. What about at the burial site? Will members of the public be allowed to go to Opodo farm for the burial service?
Yes, it is a private affair, even on the program, as I've mentioned, that, but unless it is changed, it is a private ceremony. But what I can tell you is we've seen some mobile screens around. We've even seen some being assembled here on these grounds. Perhaps the screens will be able to monitor, the residents will monitor from those points, and they are trying to monitor how crowd control is happening. In fact, when we were there in the morning, we did see some small tents being arranged. The Opoda farm is a smaller compound, and not many people can actually fit there. But outside the premises, it's a bit bigger, but it's also something about crowd control, where people access a very narrow gate, and they don't want a surge. They don't want people to panic. So that also is something to monitor, and I think the security operators will also try and meter that one as well.
Very well. I could go on and on shooting, but I can see the showers coming down, and according to the Luo culture, it's a sign of blessings. So please go and take yourself a shelter. We'll keep on talking to you, coming to us live from Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University. That is our reporter, Alan Naoko, doing a fantastic job. I mean, you got to give it up to the man. Has done it well, and of course explaining to us the situation on the ground. We are coming back, of course, to studio. Alan Bai, we're coming back to studio, and of course, as we continue to give tributes to the fallen former Prime Minister in studio, I have prominent Kenyans who are giving us various sides of Raila Odinga. I want now to bring on board Manu Chandaria. He has been with us this afternoon. Manu Chandaria, I know you need to leave, but not before I ask you this. If there is one thing that you are going to remember Raila Odinga for, what is that? Please go ahead and tell us, even as you make your final remarks.
I think he was a great peacemaker. But to memorize him, in his memory, as many Kenyans possible, let's plant a tree. Let's make his idea, his thoughts of putting back our forest as they were. And if you can plant 1,000 million trees, 2 million trees, 5 million trees, 10 million trees, that's the greatest respect that we have paid to this great man.
Wow. Is that all? Is that all? Or...
That's all. Thank you.
That's very good. Manu Chandaria, thank you so very much indeed for finding time out of a busy schedule. You were telling me earlier on that you were chairing a meeting at the one of the universities in Kenya. Is that what you told me?
Yeah.
Very good. And mind you, Manu Chandaria is 97.7 years old, and he's still chairing council meetings of one of the local universities here in Kenya. A great inspiration, a man who has straddled the Kenyan business as well as economic environment for many years. He's celebrating his 98th birthday in March of 2026. Will we?
Every private sector person create one more job. One more job.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
That will be a great memory that we will remember this great man.
Very well.
One tree, one job.
Yeah. My goodness. It can't get better than that. You agree with me? I mean, his clarion call is very simple. For us to honor Raila Odinga, let us, each and every one of us, plant a single tree. And do you know how many trees are those? Those are almost 60 million trees. And it's going to build into our government agenda of planting 15 billion trees by the year 2030. Wow. And of course, a clarion call to the private sector, please create one job to honor Raila Odinga. Manu Chandaria, asante sana. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
Very good. And of course, thank you for always honoring our call. Come over here.
Thank you.
Asante sana.
Thank you.
Very good. I mean, we continue with the conversation right here in studio. I want to bring now Susan Mangeni, the PS for... yes, please, you can leave. You may leave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's talk to Manu, Susan, not Sylvia, Susan Mangeni. When you look at Raila Odinga, I mean, the fact that he saw it fit to create the youth wing within ODM, it means that he had a special position for young people.
Absolutely.
Am I true? Am I right?
And for the future.
Very good.
Yeah.
Tell us more about that.
Always a statesman or an elder who is a statesman will care about tomorrow. And therefore, you got to prepare those who will be there in the scene when you're not there. And I think this is was Raila. And even before I respond fully into your question, O'Brien, allow me just to make this observation that every action that our fallen hero, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, took, it was as a consequence of very deep thoughts. So he always thought much about any decision he made, any action he made, and he deemed it was wise before he made even any pronouncement on that. So in the recent past, we've seen a lot of conversation a lot of pronouncement coming from him. I know Ms. Dr. Kasuku here has ably spelled out some of those reform areas that the late Right Honorable was pushing for. But even in the space of leadership, he has given a direction. You know, on the day that we received the news that he had departed from our midst, I was so observant, especially to get what the ground was talking about. Yeah. And one comment from the mourners from Opoda Farm, one comment really kept me going even up to today. He said, this gentleman was being interviewed and he said, Baba was a visionary leader. He knew where to take his people. Baba has left us taking asali, and that's where we want to be. So like I said, he wasn't a person who just get smack. And that's why he has always been consistent on his calls for institutional reforms, constitutional reforms. Is one person, what he says today, he will see say tomorrow. Yeah. So meaning he will always give deeper thoughts around it. I know many people, if you listen to how they were crying, so what next? And especially those who are within the ODM fraternity. And I think the ODM movement has given birth to most of us. Even, I will say, the leadership of the current administration, founder members of ODM, that was built on democratic, social democratic ideals, and all that Dr. Kasuku here is talking about, the need for inclusivity, bottom up. If you were to turn bottom up is properly entrenched in the ideals of the ODM as a party, the ODM movement as a party, and therefore UDA, most of UDA's commitments are truly a reflection of what was, because the leadership of UDA was the founding leadership also of ODM. So it did not just happen as probably as an accident or as an afterthought. The convergence that we've seen in the broad-based conversation, I think this was in Raila's mind, this was well designed. So he has not left, people asking, Baba has left us. Yes, Baba has left you, but he has left you with a helper. I mean, it's the same way when Jesus Christ said, I will leave, I will send the Holy Spirit to be with you and to make sure. So he has not left, he has left people after showing them a direction. And so I think, and I had mentioned this earlier, that for him even to put in his will and to insist that he should be interred, his remains should be interred within 72 hours. I think he did not want to create a long period of pain and grief. He was really urging Kenyans, for the love that he had for them, that you got to move on. I've fought my journey. I've completed my journey on this earth. I've done what I was supposed to do. And we have laid a foundation. You're asking whether we feel with the struggles and the outcome of those struggles, whether we are a better place. I would say, yeah. If you look at the life that he waded through, during the political repression that engulfed his political life growing up, especially when he was a young person, I mean, being jailed, I think if we were to move the clock fast to where we are today, the political freedom that we now enjoy, the constitutional right that now are becoming every day's menu on the table of most of Kenyans, shows that Kenya, we've come a long way and we are getting better. day by day. So, so I want just to put that clear that because he was a thoughtful leader who will not just wake up and say, let's go this direction. He gave it some very, very deep thinking and careful thoughts around it. He will assess the pros and cons, and he will choose what he thought was the right direction. And he has always pronounced this many a times in the recent parts when he has said he believes the current administration under His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto is championing very good policies, by the way. You remember, he has even been talking about Adani. He said, had we not made noise around there, we'll be also looking and staring at a very improved infrastructure that will enable us position this country. So when a couple of months ago, during the National Executive Retreat again, that's one space that I remember of him. He really made a comment that made most of us to again think, and we've been having conversation around this. When he said that Kenya has, by geographical positioning, we are at a better place to grow our economy, even through, tourism, the foreign exchange, get through revenue from tourism. And he said, look, he posed this question, that you see, like infrastructure like the airports and especially our national carrier. So many places across the world, the national carriers are not there to kind of make profit. It's a service. It's not to make profits, but they are there to create a channel where now people will come in, and then we generate revenue from them. So he invited us to start thinking, looking at things differently, that if truly were to leverage on our geo position as a country, we will grow our economy, at a pace that nobody ever imagined. Look at these opportunities coming to Kenya here. Now we have UNDP. The number of agencies now also going to come here. 2 days ago, on Tuesday, I was hosting the resident coordinator of UN here. And I was just chatting and asking him, how come we have not also hosted GA? And he said, you wait, we are finishing a conference facility that can accommodate thousands of people. So once we achieve that capacity, we can also now say, let's now probably be rotating the GA, because here is also very central. The GA doesn't have every year to be New York, it can be here. So, but you see, we need a national carrier. We need to improve our airports across, so that then to accommodate the traffic that will be coming in. So this is a leader. And he was not saying this because of his own personal interest. He's trying to lay a foundation. How about in the next 50 years, where will this Kenya be? What is it that we need to do? So he has already given a clean pass on the policies under His Excellency President William Ruto. He has already shown them that we go to work together and we go to support the president. And like I said, he was a very grateful person. Maybe as we were seated here, I was just chatting with someone else who was trying to say something, and I was telling that person, actually I was asking the person, that between you and His Excellency the President, who has sacrificed most, who has fought most for the late Right Honorable? And if he looks at the journey where he came from, even the path that led him even eventually to become the Prime Minister, the second Prime Minister of this republic, he appreciates the role that His Excellency the President played. But because I was in that movement, even though I was a young person, I could see the beauty with a young person is that you can see whatever is up you know, because when you look, you're looking at upwards. You're not looking downwards. And therefore, for me, if again he was to choose, if he was to be as a statesman, as an elderly, who your time has come to go, to choose between His Excellency President William Ruto, who he knows very well that he champions most of the ideals that he also embraces, having been a founder member of ODM. If he was to be asked, who do you want to, who should remain here, you know, in this leadership? I think, and he has said this several times, he will stand with His Excellency Dr. William Samuel Ruto, because there was a time during his struggle that also he stood with him, even though he was younger, but he stood with him. He supported him wholeheartedly. Yeah. So it's very easy to connect, and all these conversation that he has been having from meetings to meetings, say we need to do this, we need to change the face of the public service, we need to make it younger, we need to look at our policy frameworks around it, remove them from the colonial times, bring them back to today to reflect to the intent and aspiration of young people. We need to redesign our work systems in this country so that we accommodate more young people. We need to invest massively in the infrastructure. That is what you say, the last words, the wise words that someone is really leaving behind and telling his children. Like I say, at the age of 80, he's a great-grandfather to many. He's a father to many. He's a grandfather and he's a father to many. So where he was sitting, even as he exits, he knows he's fought a good journey. He has left behind institutional frameworks. We are not what we were, at least in the space of the political freedom and constitutionalism. We are where we are. Yeah. Yes, challenges are still there, but I think what we can take from him is that we need to pick now the baton from him and now turn these institutional reforms into utility, into creation of jobs, into improving our agricultural productivity so that we have food, we become more food secure, into ensuring that we have shelter around us and we improve our livelihood. It's us now to reorganize ourselves in a manner that can generate most economic value from the foundation, strong foundation that His Excellency, the Right Honorable and our hero, our superhero, Raila Odinga has left. I don't know if this is my last comment. Yeah. And about devolution, he will be remembered for his earth-shaking address during the last devolution conference. And you know, sometimes people tend to think that is so hard. And yes, he has been championing for devolution, but he has also been pushing for the right governance around it, good governance around devolution. I told you I got an opportunity as a working group member, joining the team under the leadership of the former Auditor General, Edo Douko, to undertake socio-economic audit of the Constitution. Yeah. So we were meeting key stakeholders, and the leadership of Code then, this was from 2014, the leadership of Code then was among those that we met and we had a conversation. And in that meeting, he really expressed his concern that if devolution then, we were not going to do something, we were as good as having just decentralized corruption to the grassroots. He actually was among the leaders who came out and they are really condemning this thing of going across the world benchmarking. And he will say, you know, people have marked the benches till there is no bench to mark. Those were some of the words which he was using just to express his deepest concern and you know, at how, because he felt people should have should make use of those resources well. And he again said it, much as he's pushing for more resources, he has never stopped from calling upon those the leadership in our counties to stand up and do the right thing, because they feel we have an opportunity to realize equitable distribution of wealth and resources across this country, and try to bridge that gap that has been existing, where only a few parts of this country were progressing. So I think he was, yes, he's championing, but he also put a disclaimer and say, the fact that these resources are here, it means that they also have to be utilized well. So I'll say, and he's somebody who trusted the cause. He will fight for a cause which he trusted, and all he wished for was to create an enabling environment for all Kenyans. So we will miss him, and but again also we celebrate all that he has made in terms of contribution. And like I said, it is a book whose last page we've read, and it is there. The book will live with us. So it's incumbent of us now also to make good out of those lines in those books.
Very well.
So that then we don't let him down. Wherever he is, he got to keep on smiling and knowing that I did my work. And
I want to bring Sylvester on board. And before you respond to this question, I just want to remind you that we are keeping an eye on a planned press briefing on the burial preparations at Opodo Farm, where Energy Cabinet Secretary Opio Wadai, as well as the Senator for Siaya, James Orengo, will be briefing the nations on the... Say that again?
Governor.
Yeah, the governor for Siaya, James Orengo, will be briefing the nation on the burial preparations. Let's go there and listen in, and then we're coming back as we wind up this conversation.
Is to affirm that Baba has left us as a people in government. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga has left us in government led by President William Ruto. And that is where we are going to stay. Till the end. Yes. Till the end. And I can dare say, without any fear of contradiction, that we are going to walk step by step with President William Ruto to the end. Now and beyond 2027. That I must say from here. I must say from here. And ODM, which is the party that I belong to, and that all of us here belong to, has made a very wise decision to appoint Dr. Oburu Odinga as the acting party leader. In fact, I will be proposing as a life member of ODM that the ODM convenes very, very quickly, soon after Baba's send-off, the National Delegates Convention, to actually confirm Dr. Oburu's appointment, and in fact to elect him formally as the party leader of ODM. Because we believe Dr. Oburu Odinga has got the wherewithal, the necessary experience, and the composure to steer this party to the next level, whilst working closely with our partners in the broad-based government, who are UDA, led by President William Ruto. So I want to remove any doubts whatsoever from whomsoever's mind that this region will remain intact. This region is going to remain intact within ODM, and is going to get leadership and direction from the party leader, that is Dr. Oburu Odinga, going forward. Youth leader. So that is like and finally, as we send off Baba on Sunday, we shall be receiving very many guests who are coming from outside Siaya County. And some will be coming from outside Kenya indeed. So we expect our people to accord our guests, all of them, without exception, the necessary hospitality for them to feel at home. We want this funeral to send a very strong message, not only to Kenya but to the whole world, that we, the people of this region, remain united, remain organized, and remain committed to the ideals that were espoused by Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. So thank you very much.
Yeah. Is there a question, please? A quick one. My name is Wycliffe Okech from KBC. We've had public viewing in Nairobi, and there's one also slated in Kisumu tomorrow. Could you please assure people that there will be public viewing in Kisumu, and probably tell us if there are similar arrangements in Bondo?
I don't want to speak on behalf of the committee, because there's a committee in Nairobi co-chaired by Dr. Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President, and Dr. Oburu Odinga, and the local committee here. What we know is that Kenyans, since yesterday, have been accorded a chance to view Baba's body. That is going to continue until the final time when it's going to be interred. Yes. Awachi weche mang'eny ahinya mok danga lok gidulu baruba tieki. To kimadunga ahinya en ni wan kaka josiaya.
Well, that is Energy Cabinet Secretary Opio Wandai coming to us live from Opoda Farm, and of course giving us an update on what's going to happen going forward, and of course giving us a hint as to the future of the Orange Democratic Party pact with the Kenya Kwanza administration. Well, that's what is happening there, and of course we'll keep you posted on the way forward. Remember, the public viewing of the former Prime Minister's body just concluded about 40 minutes ago, and the body was ferried to the Lee Funeral Home, where it's going to spend the night, and then tomorrow morning it's going to be flown to Kisumu, and there will be another public viewing of the body at the Kenyatta International Sports Center in Kisumu before the body is ferried to Siaya County, and to be specific, the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University, where there will be a funeral service before, that is on Sunday, before the body is then taken to the burial site at the Kango Ka Jaramogi burial site. So we just want you to understand that. I mean, time is almost coming to an end for us. But not before I ask you these, Dr. Kasuku. Raila has always been a champion of social governance, as well as leading a movement to uplift the livelihoods of people who would be considered to be on the bottom of the pyramid. Now that he's gone, where do we go from here?
Thank you very much, O'Brien. As you've rightfully put it, social democratic principles are in many ways principles that are anchored on policies that protect the vulnerable in our society, and to uplift people from poverty, and to take them to levels of self-sustenance, or to put the economy in a sustainable way. And as such, that's why we call the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga the champion of the rights of Wanyonge.
Yeah.
He is the defender of Wanyonge. He is also the leader of those who yearn for a leader who, for poor policies. So I strongly believe that many leaders in the current political dispensation, in the current government administration, are people who have interacted with him variously, severally, and together in many ways. I wanted to give you a clear understanding as to why I believe that these policies will continue.
Yeah.
And looking at the last election, you realize that he was talking about strong social policies, like giving 6,000 shillings, which was supposed to go a long way to create some elements of sustainability for poor people, and to wean out a number of people who are trapped in the poverty bracket to get to levels of sustainability. And you've also seen that President William Ruto equally had the Hustler Fund, social housing, among many other things that are... Nyota, yes, I'm coming there. I'm very progressive.
That's her pet project.
Yes, and I like her for championing these policies that once really dominated the meeting point between my pen and paper as I drafted manifestos.
Yes.
And she is doing very well with it. And I can tell you that when you see the current Nyota program, you see the current Hustler program, you see the current programs in MSMEs, all these are meant to uplift the livelihoods and the capabilities and the earning levels of those who are within the lower levels of our society. You've seen affordable housing, you've seen social health or under SHA, where we as a government and together, when I say government, I'm now talking about broad-based government, which has brought together the opposition and the government, in which we are all acting together to make sure that we create systems that secure the interest of all citizens, irrespective of their social class, irrespective of their earning levels, irrespective of their education, irrespective of their political leanings, irrespective of tribe, race, religion, among many other things. When we look at the journey through which the Right Honorable Raila Odinga has championed the people's interest, I also want to put a parallel of that to the build-up of the experience of current leaders alongside his, so that even though he is now gone, but there are many, many more people who have gone through the university of Raila Odinga's politics. That they've also come of age to actually pick up these policy strands, to pick up these policy principles, to pick up the policy psyche and to implement them. 1990, the late 1990s, when he had a handshake with President Moi, when he even became energy minister, among many other things, you realize that the current president was actually with him in Kanu. And they equally talked about a number of policies, particularly when the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga joined government. Even though they left, even though the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga left, but you also realized that when it came to 2002 elections, many of the leaders who are currently also still in politics and also in government were with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and championing the same policies. When it came to 2005 referendum, you realize that again they once again met with President William Ruto. They also met with many other leaders who are also still active in politics and are also in current administration, in which they championed the interest of Kenyans, particularly under the constitutional dispensation that was being nurtured. But come to 2007, when a major policy statement was made by the ODM. His Excellency the President was a member of the Pentagon, together with the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, together with the Prime Cabinet Secretary Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, as well as many other leaders.
Najib Balala,
among
Charity
Ngilu, among many other politicians who are currently serving even as governors, others as senators, and those together who are in the executive with the president. So you realize that even those policies that were held so dear, among many others that we talked about together with P.S. Mangeni here, social protection programs, among many others, are things that are currently found within the realms of government priority policies. When it came to the Grand Coalition government, among the policies that were pursued were those for anchoring national economic transformation under Vision 2030, of which a number of policies are still contained there. Then you come fast forward to the year 2024. No, let me touch a bit on 2017, when the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga had a handshake with President Uhuru Kenyatta. again, he came forward with a raft of policies which they signed on. And a number of them kept on being implemented as President Uhuru completed his term. And upon also doing a handshake with President William Ruto and agreeing on a number of policy points that I had already talked about, you realize that the same policies have now formed the core of government focus, whether in terms of policy priorities, whether in terms of funding of government programs, or whether in terms of leadership commitment. And this going forward should ideally carry, embody, and ensure and give wheels and light to the policies that the Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga held so dearly and fought for so many years. I can say without biting an eyelid and without a sense of doubt that many political leaders today read from the same script as the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And as he rests in peace, I can assure you, the DNA of many leaders today, including many experts, as well as academics, is indeed also ingrained with the same principles, the same genes, and the same ideas and policies that is so much held dear and championed.
The peers, as we come to the end of these conversation, because I understand you have to leave for official engagement, how best can we honor and remember the legacy of Raila Amolo Odinga?
Yeah, thank you. I think how best is to take it up. Dr. Kasuku has talked about the policies and the impact that we've seen Raila's policy being reflected in most administration. And you remember I had said that reason why he's big in our space and in our thoughts is because more than 4 decades, you know, of political leadership, and prominently so. He has his thoughts over time, the manifestos. Remember, even before ODM, he was in the, was it NDP, LDP, KANU, NDP, LDP, KANU, and yeah, all those. And all along we've had the campaign platforms, which now brings about the policies and the reform agenda that any leader has. So all this has informed, has continued to inform the administration, even when he never succeeded to rise to the throne. But to a large extent, he succeeded to influence the government agenda. And that's why now he has become enigma that he is today and he's been known for. Because, and that is why I told you the conversation that we had in 2013, the election, saying maybe you are meant to build the throne, to organize the throne, you know, put in place the throne, so that your success in leadership, your legacy is not by the name His Excellency, probably the President, or Your Excellency the President, but your legacy is in how much effect you have made in the leadership, in the government agenda of the, in the successful government agenda. And I think we have seen this playing out. All those policy, the social democratic ideals is what, and I want to believe what is entrenched in Vision 2030. Most of it is about that. Bottom-up economic transformation agenda, and espouses the social democratic ideals. So we read from the same script. So his script, the script which he wrote, is the script that people have been picking up from, drawing from them, has become the master plan of successful administration. And being a master plan.
So like he laid the template.
Yeah, it's a template. It's a development template that we have here. And I think what we can do as the best owner is not to drop that baton, is to keep on with that master plan, but now more than ever to be fast in terms of implementing
and delivery
to make sure that if let's say he was to resurrect again in the next world and look at the foundation which he laid behind, he should be a smiling person, knowing that indeed I did something. So that's the legacy that we need to honor him with. But also in terms of the youth, I remember you asked me a question and they're saying what were his thoughts about the youth wing and the youth leadership. It's because as if you're an elderly person and you know, and more so a leader who has laid foundation, you must always prepare a team that will take over from you. So it was part of him preparing a cadreship that can take over, because everything that we do today, most of the time, is never about ourselves. It is about the generations to come. So you always need to prepare someone so that they can also take over and do it in the manner in which you desire, so that the outcome that comes about is the outcome that you desire, reflects your aspiration. And like Dr. Kasuku has said, most of the leaders today, political leaders, even those technocrats and those in policy, policy level positions like ourselves, in the executive, in the legislature, in the judiciary, have all been nurtured. Is a cadre that has been prepared. So it can only be us now frustrating that continuity. So everything has been laid out. We've been nurtured. We've been trained by him through his advice. Yeah. And like I say, he's a person who was a super strategist. He believed, he gave it thoughts. So I think where Kenya is going, he has really pushed it almost up to the finishing line. So what has remained is really little for us to translate all these efforts into action. So I have no doubt that his legacy will not be will be felt and will not be frustrated, and the baton, someone will pick the baton, because it's not just one person. And maybe Kasuku, this could be the reason why people are saying that he never appointed one person, because he gave birth to so many people. He has prepared so many people. So he has laid an environment for each one of us to thrive. So it will have been selfish of him to come and say, now out of all of you, it's only because he believes he has impacted far and wide. But again, the space in which he has left us, he knows we can still thrive. And there will just be a leader with that.
Yeah. Well, team, we must wind up. I mean, we've been here since 1 o'clock, yeah? And time now is coming to 6 o'clock. And so we have to give way to others so that they can continue to talk about the Raila they knew and what is the way forward. But I must thank you so very much indeed for finding time out of your busy schedule to come and join us here, and of course to share that wisdom with us. Your time is highly appreciated, Pia Susan, and of course Dr. Sylvester Kasuku.
Thank you.
Very good. I mean, that is how we are winding things up here. I mean, remember, we've been here since 1 p.m. discussing nothing more but the legacy of Raila Amolo Odinga. We have taken you to different places, from Nyayo Stadium to Bondo, where the preparations for his final resting place is currently underway. I mean, I just need to tell you this, that the body is going to spend the night at the Lee Funeral Home, and then tomorrow morning it's going to be airlifted to Kisumu, where there will be public viewing at the Jomo Kenyatta International Sports Complex in Kisumu City. And then thereafter, the casket will be taken by road to Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University in Bondo, Siaya County, where a funeral service will take place before the body is then taken to his farm, the burial site at Kango Ka Jaramogi, excuse me, for the final rites. Well, that's all. We're keeping an eye on what's happening. Remember to stay right here for more updates. But for now, I'm leaving you with some lights movement of Raila Odinga, reflecting on his history. My name is O'Brien Kimani. Always a pleasure to have you. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Raila Odinga clearly had a lot of witty remarks
that
left Kenyans' ribs cracking.
Hiyo ni nywele. Unajua wasiwasi wa nywele? Akiwa kwa kichwa inaitwa nywele. Akiteremka hapa inaitwa nyuzi. Lakini bado ni nywele. Akiingia kwa macho hapa inaitwa kope. Bado ni nywele. Akiteremka hapa inaitwa shurubu. Lakini bado nini? Akifika hapa inaitwa ndevu. Bado ni nini? Ikifika hapa kwa kifua inaitwa malaika. Bado ni nini? Lakini ikiingia kwa kwapa na huko chini niliambiwa, lakini nimesahau.
Undoubtedly, the man was a super storyteller with a rich collection of African proverbs.
Haya. Anaishi kwa mwili ya binadamu, lakini ana tabia ya kinyonga. Nani hiyo?
Raila had a way of demystifying serious issues with a touch of humor.
In the evening, he was taken to dinner, and he found a palatial mansion, Olympic-sized swimming pool. The sofa sets were imported from Britain. Most of the chinaware were golden. So he asked his host, "How do you achieve all this?" He took him to the balcony. And so, do you see that highway there? The Malaysian could see nothing. He was told 100% here.
His life had hilarious, if not oops, moments.
Ukikubali kusujudu na kuniabudu, hii yote itakuwa ni yako. Lakini Yesu akamwambia, wewe nenda mbali shetani.
What about when a man in Kwale County decided to discipline this political enigma? Oops moments aside, this man Raila seems to have had a soft spot for dancing. Indeed, Raila Amolo Odinga lived life to the fullest with laughter, rhythm,
Iron like a lion in Zion.
and unforgettable charm.
And those of you who are not here, who are watching wherever you are, those who are at home, kula kwa macho.
Raila
categorically reject the provisional results of the presidential elections. We therefore demand that the presidential elections be repeated.
The 1997 general elections may have perhaps marked the beginning of the late Raila Odinga's art of post-election political positioning. After highly contested elections, where for decades the late Raila had led the opposition in pushing for multi-party democracy, which could end the single-party rule that had dominated Kenyan politics since independence. Raila had made his first stab at the presidency in 1997, but emerged third after Moi and Mwai Kibaki. And in 2001, Raila led his National Democratic Party, NDP, into a historic merger with the Independence Party, KANU, to form New KANU.
Cooperation is that idea whose time has come, and ideas do move fast as their time comes. Hence this historic pact and consummation of merger today of our two parties.
Serikali mtaendesha na wale ambao wanataka kupinga KANU itakuwa vigumu wao kupinga KANU.
Raila was given a docket in Moi's cabinet. In the merger, however, Raila was hoping that Moi would appoint him as his successor, only for Moi to discreetly plot his succession, endorsing Uhuru Kenyatta. Raila ditched the new KANU party, leaving with his NDP brigade and a few KANU rebels to form Rainbow Movement, and later merged with Mwai Kibaki to form NAK.
Mimi Mwai Kibaki naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu wa Jamhuri ya Kenya.
The party won the polls in 2002. In 2007, when Raila Orange Democratic Movement Party flag bearer lost to Mwai Kibaki, the two entered into a political truce that calmed the countrywide post-election violence. A political handshake led to the formation of a coalition party. Raila steering the country as the Prime Minister. Fast forward to 2017, after Raila yet again lost the polls to the third president of Kenya, Uhuru Kenyatta. At the historic Harambee House handshake, Uhuru Kenyatta quelled chaos that had rocked Nairobi and other counties.
We must be courageous enough to admit that it has not worked. It has failed because we are yet to upgrade our software. We have been pouring new wine into old wineskins. The gospel tells us that new wine needs new wineskins.
Have a responsibility as leaders to be able to come together to discuss these issues and to find solutions. Solutions that will bind our people together, that will unify our country, and that will give us a life cycle that is beyond the 5 years.
Their friendship grew stronger, killing the bromance that had been witnessed between Uhuru and his deputy president, now President William Ruto. This would see Ruto plot to succeed Uhuru, though the retired president endorsed Raila as his successor. Come 2022 general elections, after his fifth stab at the president against government over the high cost of living, the incumbent did not budge. It was until June 2024, during the Gen Z countrywide protest, where young people went to the streets demanding good governance, that the late Raila Amolo Odinga yet again shook hands with President Ruto to quell political tension.
We have agreed to help build a barn for our country, rather than merely kick down what we have.
We undertake this commitment with the understanding that while our political parties may differ in strategy, we share a common goal.
His close allies would then be appointed to various government portfolios, where they have since served through a pact dubbed the broad-based government.
Nairobi,
The late Raila Amolo Odinga was born on 7th January 1945 in Maseno, Kisumu County, to the late Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, Kenya's first vice president. He studied in East Germany, graduating from the Technical University of Magdeburg with a degree in mechanical engineering before joining the University of Nairobi as a lecturer and later serving at the Kenya Bureau of Standards. But it was in politics, not engineering, that Raila found his calling, and his political journey was born. His ride into politics was not always smooth sailing, as he often found himself at loggerheads with the government of the day. His push for multi-party was one of the main struggles he will be remembered for that saw him detained severally. His incarceration was not in vain, as his push for multi-party style would come to pass in 1992 when the single-party state was repealed, birthing several parties. Raila was elected Member of Parliament for Lang'ata, a role he played before he took a stab for the presidency in 1997, contesting against the then incumbent President Daniel Moi. He emerged third after losing to Moi. His political influence will grow over the next 5 years, and come 2002, he would once again go against the grain and ditch the ruling party KANU's preferred candidate Uhuru Kenyatta for presidency. He joined forces with the late President Mwai Kibaki and other opposition leaders to form the National Alliance for Rainbow Coalition and endorsed Mwai Kibaki to vie for presidency, a move that saw Kibaki clinch the presidential seat, ending the reign of KANU as the ruling party, which also marked the end of the 24-year rule of Daniel Moi, owing to the constitutional changes that put a two-term presidential limit.
Kibaki si ametosha. Na mkasemaje? Nyachai akasema tio Raila alifanya makosa. Mimi nilisema, niliuliza wananchi na wananchi walisema Kibaki ametosha. Yametosha.
Odinga will then move to rebrand his political journey after the 2005 botched constitutional referendum, birthing the Orange Democratic Movement Party with a symbol of an orange.
Tsunami ilikuja haikukuja. Iliwapeleka haikuwapeleka. Wale kama sisi ambayo tulibaki tulikaa ndani ya safina ya Nuhu ndio tulinusurika.
He will use this political vehicle to vie for presidency in 2007 general election, contesting against the then incumbent President Mwai Kibaki, who he had backed for presidency in 2002. The 2007 was a hotly contested election, and the results announcing President Mwai Kibaki as the president was disputed, resulting in post-election violence.
Naapa kwamba nitakuwa mwaminifu kwa Jamhuri ya Kenya na kuitumikia kwa moyo wangu wote.
He was voted out. He has stolen the votes. Kenyans cannot tolerate it, and the international community cannot tolerate it.
We are telling Mwai Kibaki it will not be long. He will have to quit State House because he did not win.
In the spirit of reconciliation, Odinga was announced as the Prime Minister. Raila is credited with having championed constitutional reforms that culminated in the 2010 Constitution, a landmark document that entrenched devolution and civil rights. He will later vie for presidency in 2013, 2017 and 2022, each time coming close but failing short of making it as president. Across the nation's borders, Raila is celebrated for serving in various positions, among them the Africa Union High Representative for Infrastructure. And early this year, he took a stab at the position of the Africa Union Commission chairmanship, underscoring his continental influence. He, however, lost, but his political influence did not wane. In March 2025, President William Ruto appointed him Kenya's special envoy to South Sudan, tasked with mediating peace efforts. Even as he transitioned to statesmanship, Raila remained embroiled of Kenya's democratic struggle, revered by supporters and respected by rivals. At the time of his death, Raila had led his Orange Party into government under a broad-based government, and the party he founded in 2005 was preparing to celebrate 20 years of existence next month. He is survived by his wife, Dr. Ida Odinga, and 3 children, including Winnie Odinga, who followed his political footsteps and now serves in the East African Legislative Assembly. As the curtain closes on his legacy, his contribution to independent Kenya is a story that historians will continue to pen for decades, and his ability to reinvent himself politically is one that political science students will continue to research.
Na mshukuru mtazamaji kwa kuendelea kuitegea KBC Channel 1. Karibu sana kwa matangazo ya moja kwa moja ambayo tunakuletea hapa KBC hii leo, na kama kawaida tutakuwa na taarifa zetu za habari hapo kwenye Darubini Weekend, lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, tunaendelea kufahamisha kuhusiana na hafla mashughuli ambayo inaendelea ya maombolezi aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye aliaga dunia katika taifa la India, na hivi sasa ni shughuli za mazishi ama shughuli za maombolezi zinaendelea Kenya nzima na ulimwengu mzima ukiendelea kumwomboleza kama kiongozi aliyependwa na wengi na aliyefahamika sana katika misimamo yake ya kisiasa. Na mtazamaji, hapo awali ulikuwa umeona hafla hiyo ambayo ilikuwa inaendelea katika uwanja wa michezo wa Nyayo, ambayo ilikuwa ni misa ya wafu yake aliyekuwa Waziri Raila Amolo Odinga, na baada ya misa hiyo kulikuwa na matarajio wa Kenya kwa walikuwa wanatarajia kuwa mwili wake utaweza kupelekwa katika boma lake pale eneo la Karen uweze kulala hapo, na kisha baadaye kesho kuweza kupelekwa katika kaunti ya Kisumu kwa ile public viewing. Lakini taarifa ambazo tuliweza kupata ni kuwa shughuli hiyo iliweza kubadilishwa kidogo, na mwili wake sasa utaweza kupelekwa katika chumba cha Lee, ambapo mwili huu utaweza kulala hapo hadi kesho, ambapo itakuwa ni safari yake ya kuelekea eneo la Kisumu, na kwenye ile public viewing amba wananchi watapata fursa ya kuweza kutazama mwili wake aliyekuwa Waziri Raila Amolo Odinga, na kisha baadaye kuweza kufanya shughuli tu za maombolezi, na mwili huu utatarajiwa tena kupelekwa katika mazishi yatakayokuwa yakifanyika eneo la Bondo. Na mtazamaji, bila shaka tumekuandalia mengi yakiwemo mahojiano ya moja kwa moja kutoka kwa viongozi na wataalamu ambao walimfahamu sana aliyekuwa Waziri Raila Amolo Odinga, na wataweza kutufahamisha mengi kuhusiana na uhusiano wao kikazi, kirafiki na pia kifamilia. Na upande wa pili wa studio niko naye mwenzangu Harith Salim ambaye tayari yuko hapa kuweza kufanya mahojiano kuhusiana na wataalamu ama watu ambao walifanya kazi karibu sana naye Raila Amolo Odinga, ambao walimfahamu kisiasa na pia tu kimaisha kama kiongozi.
Na asante Nancy Onyancha, bila shaka ni siku ambazo zitasalia kuwa katika historia ya taifa la Kenya. Kumbuka tunayemzungumzia na anayezungumziwa humu nchini na kimataifa ni mtu ambaye alikuwa na athari chungu nzima katika nyanja tofauti, iwe za kisiasa, kiuchumi na vile kijamii. Ni jina ambalo lilikuwa likitajwa katika maeneo tofauti katika vikao mbalimbali kutokana na yale ambayo yalikuwa yanaendelea kwa kipindi kama kile ambacho kilikuwa kinaendelea kwa wakati ule mnasaba. Lakini yote hayo 9-10 ni kwamba ni mmoja kati ya watu ambao wameacha pengo kubwa katika historia ya taifa la Kenya, vile katika historia ya viongozi wa Afrika na ulimwengu kwa ujumla wake, kutokana na yale ambayo alikuwa anatekeleza katika uhai wake. Karibu sana katika kipindi chetu na mazungumzo yetu siku ya leo. Tutakuwa na baadhi ya wachanganuzi, tutakuwa tunazungumzia swala zima la athari na vile kuona jinsi gani aliathiri umma kwa ujumla aliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa hiyo hapa studio kwa sasa naye Kasisi Hudson Ndeda ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa kitaifa wa chama cha makanisa na viongozi wa kidini, mwanachama wa kitaifa kumaanisha humu nchini Kenya. Kwa hiyo Hudson, karibu sana.
Asante sana, nashukuru.
Naam. Sasa kuna usemi ambao mwenda zake aliutumia na alikuwa anapenda kuutumia kwa wakati mmoja. Alisema kwamba mti mkuu ukiyumbayumba basi wale ndege wanakuwa mashakani. Waswahili wanasema mti mkuu ukigwa ndege wako mashakani. Kauli yake hii na sasa hivi unaweza ziunganisha vipi? Wewe kama Mkenya, wewe kama mchanganuzi, wewe kama kiongozi wa kidini.
Nashukuru sana. Mwanzo nitoe pole zangu rasmi kwa jamii ya mwenda zake Raila Odinga na kwa Wakenya, maana sisi wote tumepoteza. Halafu nije kwa msemo wako, mti mkuu ukiyumbayumba. Sasa hivi tumefika mahali ambao kwa mti mkuu hauyumbayumbi tena, umeanguka.
Na kabla uendelee kuzungumzia hayo, nataka nigusie tu kile ambacho kilikuwa kinaendelea tangu taarifa zitolewe kuhusiana na mwenda zake na jinsi alivyokuwa anapitia matibabu akiwa India, mpaka tukajuzwa habari tulizojuzwa kuhusiana na siku zake humo duniani zilikamilika, mpaka akaletwa nchini na mpaka watu kuomboleza na vile vile taifa zima kujaribu kukubaliana na hali ambayo imetokea, kwa sababu wakati mwingine binadamu ana kaida na kawaida ya kutokubali matokeo ambayo vitu vingi vinavyofanyika. Anasema kwamba hili haliwezekani, kwani si juzi tu alikuwa hivi, wengine walisema tulizungumza naye kwa simu. Ni kaida na kawaida ya binadamu kwanza kukataa matukio ambayo bila shaka yanakuwa yanajiri katika maisha ya binadamu. Lakini ndio kama hivyo, kuonesha jinsi gani umati ulivyojitokeza punde tu baada ya habari kuwafikia na kutangazwa rasmi kwa habari hizo na kiongozi wa taifa kuhusiana na yale ambayo yamejiri, na kuonyesha umati ambao umekuwa ukifuatilia haya tangu kuwasilishwa kwa mwili wake katika angatua ya JKIA na kupitishwa katika barabara za mji hadi kufikishwa katika uwanja wa Kasarani. Kumbuka katika uwanja wa Kasarani yaliyotukia kule ni kwamba kulikuwa na msongamano wa hapa na pale, ikabidi watu kukawa na mkurupuko hapa na pale. Yote haya ni kwa sababu ya kila mtu alikuwa na hamu na hamumu ya kutaka kupiga jicho kile ambacho wengi wao wamekuwa wakisikia kuhusiana na mwenda zake, na bila shaka ni fursa iliyotolewa kwa Wakenya kwa ujumla wao kupata fursa ya kumuona au kuona mwili wa mwenda zake ambao wengine wametoka mbali, hawajawahi kumuona akiwa hai. Kwa hiyo ilikuwa ni fursa iliyotolewa kwa taifa kuhakikisha kwamba angalau kila Mkenya anapata fursa ya kuona mmoja kati ya viongozi shupavu wa kisiasa na vile vile kijamii na kiuchumi humo nchini Kenya. Kwa hiyo Hudson, nataka turudi pale pale kwenye ile kauli ambayo ulikuwa unaanza kuijadili kabla nikukatize, manake ilibidi nilete taswira tu. Ile taswira ambayo Wakenya na vile vile watazamaji wote wanafaa kuijua tangu kufikishwa kwa mwili, tangu habari za kufariki kwa Raila Odinga na vile vile kufikishwa kwa mwili wake humu nchini. Sasa turudi kwenye ile kauli yake ambayo alikuwa akizungumza kwamba wakati mwingine mti mkubwa ukiyumbayumba ndege wanakuwa mashakani.
Kweli. Raila Odinga alikuwa mwanasiasa ambaye alikuwa mchesi, alikuwa mtu wa kutumia vitendawili na mafumbo, na hilo ni moja ya mafumbo ambayo alikuwa anatumia. Na sasa hivi tunaweza kuwa labda hatukumuelewa na hatukupata maana ya matamshi yake ya mti mkuu ukiyumbayumba, wale ndege wanaokaa ndani ndio huumia. Sasa huu mti hauyumbayumbi, umeshaanguka. Umeanguka. Na sasa mti ukishaanguka, vioto za ndege zote zimeanguka chini. Kuna watu ambao huchukua hifadhi pale wakati jua lipo kali kupata kivuli, wana shida. Kuna wanyama ambao pia hukaa chini ya miti. So ni huu mti kuanguka utaathiri watu wengi sana. Nianze kwa mfano na wanasiasa. Mti huu umeanguka na ulikuwa kivuli cha wanasiasa wengi kabla nikuje kwa Wakenya. Niko na uhakiki kabisa kuna wanasiasa kuanzia sasa kuendelea mbele itakuwa ngumu wapate nafasi ya kuchaguliwa. Kama labda MCA, ni MP, ni magavana, kwa sababu wengi kama ulivyokuwa unaona wakati wa campaigns walikuwa wakitengeza posta, lazima waweke picha ya Raila pale. Maana hiyo ndio ilikuwa inawasaidia kushinda, ili wakaweze kupata favor ya wale waungaji mkono wa Raila. So wengi wao, kwa sababu huu mti ambao walijikinga ndani, na huu msemo sasa umekuja kuwa kweli kabisa na umekuja kutokea haki, tunaweza kukosa kuona umuhimu ama kufelu umuhimu wa Mheshimiwa Raila alipokuwa hai. Lakini katika kuondoka kwake tutaelewa mengi sana. Tutajua kilikuwa kivuli kikubwa, si kwa wanasiasa tu, bali kwa nchi nzima, pia kwa Wakenya, maana pia alikuwa mtetezi mkubwa sana wa haki na demokrasia na maendeleo. Tukumbuke hata katiba mpya tulioipata ambayo ilete mambo ya devolution. Sasa hivi tuko na serikali za county ambazo zimeleta maendeleo mengi sana mashinani. Hii yote ni kazi ya Mheshimiwa Raila. Kwa hivyo mti mkuu hauyumbi, umeanguka tayari. Umeanguka. Yes. Na bila shaka matokeo yake tutajadili kwa kina kuhusiana na yale ambao umeyadokeza kuhusiana na baadhi ya wanasiasa ambao walikuwa wanashikilia mkono wake, akienda kulia nao pia wanakwenda kulia, akienda kushoto wanakwenda kushoto. Jinsi gani wataweza, iwapo wataweza kujisimamia kivyao katika uchaguzi ambao tunausubiri wa mwaka 2027, kwa sababu huwezi kumtaja yeye bila kutaja siasa na chaguzi mbalimbali. Kumbuka pia amejaribu kuwania urais kwa mara 5, ingawaje matokeo yamekuwa yakishindaniwa na vile vile wengine wakiyakubali, wengine wakiyakataa kutokana na sababu tofauti. Lakini yote hayo tutakuwa tunazungumza baada ya muda usiokuwa mrefu, lakini nitaka tukamsikilize kidogo James Orengo ambaye ni governor wa Siaya huko Bondo, anazungumza kwa sasa. Kwa hiyo tuatege sikio.
Lastly, I also want to note that the committee has made arrangements for receiving dignitaries who may start arriving here from early in the morning tomorrow until the final journey on Sunday. And I am happy about those arrangements that have been made by the committee. Let me just say a little in Kijaluo. Anyo chakane wangi bura maratipo.
Nitawatafsiria baadaye, lakini kimsingi ni kwamba amezungumzia matayarisho ya upokezi wa mwili wa mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa la Kenya, wa pili katika historia ya taifa hili, na vile vile aliyekuwa waziri katika serikali tofauti za marais. Hapo kesho kisha apelekwe Siaya, ambapo bila shaka ndio itakuwa sehemu yake atakakolazwa. Kumbuka Jumapili, kulingana na ratiba iliyoandaliwa, ndio siku ambayo atakuwa anazikwa rasmi baada ya watu kutoa heshima zao za mwisho katika maeneo tofauti. Kumbuka kesho ndio atapelekwa katika eneo la Kisumu, watu wapate kutoa heshima zao kutoka kule Kisumu. Kumbuka Kisumu ni moja kati ya maeneo ambayo yamechukuliwa na kuaminika kwamba ndio ngome kubwa ya mwenda zake Raila Odinga kisiasa. Kumbuka ushindani mkubwa unatoka kule, hususan katika chaguzi za kitaifa na kimataifa. Tulikuwa tunazungumza na sasa hivi tutakwenda pumzikoni kidogo, ila ndio mwanzo tunaanza kikao hiki. Tutakuwa tunazungumza mengi kwa siku ya leo mpaka baadaye kidogo wakati wa taarifa za saa 3 usiku.
Ng'ombe shavizika mguu. Na ilivyo kawaida ng'ombe kivizikia mguu malishoni, sharti arudi zizini na matibabu.
Kazi yako ni nini hapa? It's not your father's office and not even past.
Wewe utanipa heshima zangu. Utaniheshimu na uniite baba.
He doesn't love you. He's just playing around with you. Kama hanipendi, kwa nini unaendelea kuchunguza maisha yake ukijapo ofisini mwake kila wakati? Nimbali. Unabai, unapika, unashiba. Lea Premium.
Lea Premium Flour, nurturing the world. Available in a store near you.
Praise the Lord. My name is Pastor Tim Wangi, and I want to invite you for a life-changing, transformative show.
I was blinded and thrown to the floor on my knees, just like Saul.
Conversations. Gen Z ni nani? E-boldness mnatoa wapi?
Kuna mentality fulani yenye inakujenga, si a rebellion really, but ni ya kuquestion system.
Engagements that are life-changing and provocative.
When you are young, your core business should be to create value in yourself.
Join me, DJ Andy C, bringing to you Kingdom Vibe, full of gospel bangers.
Join us for Angaza Show.
Every Saturday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
Only on KBC Channel 1.
Kaya Musha.
It is always a good time on Bridge over Congo.
Catch us every Saturday from 10 p.m. till midnight.
Join me, the Rumba Supreme Leader and the Grand Ayatollah Simeon Mfumo Kimbango and
Winnie Marie Jose, Bridge over Congo.
Mungu esilaka na nzungu teka sielenge Mungu esilaka na
Chumvi huyeyuka chunguni lakini ladha yake hubakia.
Got the fear of missing out? Want to keep up with all the latest entertainment news and latest celebrity gossip? From the latest rumors to popping events to the newest fashion trends, here is where you get all the tea or juice when it comes to entertainment, and you get it served on time. All that and so much more on Grapevine every single Monday only on KBC Channel 1. Remember, if you did not see it on Grapevine, then it most probably never happened.
Na mtazamaji, unaendelea kutazama KBC Channel 1, na kama nilivyokuarifu hapo awali, tunakuletea matangazo ya moja kwa moja kuhusiana na maombolezi na mipango ya mazishi aliyekuwa waziri Raila Amolo Odinga ambaye aliaga dunia. Na mtazamaji, mwenzangu Harith Salim alikuwa anaendelea na mahojiano kuhusiana na wale ambao walikuwa wanamfahamu aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga. Na pia mtazamaji, tutaendelea kuletea taarifa kuhusiana na mipango ya mazishi katika maeneo mbalimbali, ikiwa ni katika boma la aliyekuwa waziri mkuu huyo mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga. Na pia hiyo kesho, mtazamaji, kama nilivyokuarifu, kutakuwa na ile shughuli ya wananchi wataweza kuruhusiwa kutazama mwili wa mwenda zake, kuweza kutoa heshima zao za mwisho katika harakati za kufanya maombolezi. Na mtazamaji, kisha baadaye mwili huu utaweza kupelekwa katika eneo la Bondo ambapo mazishi yanatarajiwa kufanywa. Na mazishi hayo kulingana na taarifa iliyotolewa na lile jopo lililoteuliwa katika kupanga mazishi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu ni kuwa watu wachache wataweza kuruhusiwa katika ile hafla ya mwisho ya mazishi hayo ambayo yatafanyika katika eneo la Bondo. Na mwenda zake Raila Odinga ataweza kuzikwa kando na kaburi la babake katika eneo la Kango ka Jaramogi, ambapo ni kando na aliyekuwa baba yake Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, huku wengi wakiweza kuuliza ikiwa ndio kulingana na ile matamshi ambayo yanasemekana yaliweza kusemwa na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu ni kwa alikuwa amesema aweze kuzikwa kando na kaburi la mamake, lakini kulingana na taarifa ambazo tuliweza kupokea ni kuwa sasa ataweza kupumzishwa kando na aliyekuwa naibu rais babake Jaramogi Oginga Odinga aliyeaga dunia mwaka 1994. Na mtazamaji, shughuli ambayo ilikuwa inafanyika hii leo katika uwanja wa Nyayo ilikuwa ni misa ya wafu ambayo iliweza kuongozwa na kanisa la Kianglikana, ambapo pia mtazamaji, misa ile nyingine ama shughuli ya mazishi itakayofanyika katika eneo la Kisumu pia itaweza kufanywa na kanisa hiyo ya Kianglikana, ambapo alikuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga alikuwa mshiriki wa kanisa hilo la Kianglikana. Na mtazamaji, pia taarifa nyingine ambayo tuliweza kupokea ni kuwa mwili wa mwenda zake ulikuwa unatarajiwa kupelekwa katika boma lake eneo la Karen, mtaa wa Karen hapa Nairobi, lakini shughuli hiyo iliweza kubadilika kidogo na mwili wa mwenda zake waziri mkuu Raila Odinga utaweza kulazwa katika eneo la Lee, ikisubiri hapo kesho ambapo tutaweza kusafirishwa hadi kiwanja cha Jomo Kenyatta eneo la Kisumu. Kiwanja hicho kinafanyika hali maarufu kama kiwanja cha Mamboleo. Na mtazamaji, shughuli ya leo iliweza kuhudhuriwa na viongozi kadhaa akiwemo waliokuwa rais wa taifa hili Uhuru Kenyatta, na pia kulikuwa naye Jakaya Kikwete na viongozi wengi ambao waliweza kufika mahala pale kuweza kutoa heshima zao za mwisho na pia kutoa hotuba zao wakielezea jinsi walivyokuwa wakimfahamu mwenda zake Raila Odinga ambaye alikuwa waziri mkuu wa taifa hili kwa wakati mmoja, na pia jamaa na marafiki waliweza kupata fursa ya kuweza kuzungumzia kwa kipana kuhusiana na uhusiano wao na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga. Bila shaka mtazamaji, ni shughuli ambayo iliweza kuona Wakenya wengi wakifika katika uwanja huo wa Nyayo. Na moja kwa moja sasa mtazamaji, ni kuelekeze upande wa pili ambapo mwenzangu Harith Salim ataendelea na mahojiano.
Asante Nancy. Tunaye Otieno Mjomba ambaye amejiunga nasi hivi sasa, ambaye pia ni mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa, na kama unamfahamu ni kwamba ni mtu pia anaivaa kofia nyingi. Ni mwalimu, ni mwanahabari, ni mchanganuzi na mengine mengi pia, ikiwemo baba ya watoto tu. Sitaki kuyataja mengine lakini karibu sana katika studio, na vile vile kukumbusha tu tunaye mwenyekiti wa kitaifa Kasisi Hudson Ndeda ambaye ni mwenyekiti wa kitaifa wa makanisa na vile vile viongozi wa kidini humo nchini. Otieno Mjomba, neno baba katika muktadha wa taifa la Kenya, ukilisikia ama mtu yote akilisikia, linatoa taswira gani? Maanake hata kwenu wewe unaweza kusema neno baba, baba yako mzazi akafikiri unamuita, kumbe sivyo. Yeye mwenyewe akashtuka akitafuta. Ni muktadha, ni taswira gani inajitokeza kunapotajwa neno baba katika taifa hili?
Asante sana Haritha kwa mwaliko wenyewe, na kwanza ningependa kutuma rambirambi zangu kwa jamaa, ndugu na marafiki wa hayati aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga. Na ni kweli kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa baba wa wengi, na imeweza kudhibitika zaidi kuanzia matukio ya jana hadi leo. Tuanze wakati ambapo tangazo lenyewe lilipotolewa tarehe 15. Baada ya hapo nadhani jiji la Nairobi, Eldoret, Nakuru, Kisumu, Mombasa, Waingereza wanasema kwamba ilikuja to stand still kutokana na taarifa zenyewe ambazo zilikuwa za mauko yake na ishara kwamba yeye ndiye baba. Ukiangalia shughuli namna zilivyokuwa katika angatua ya ndege JKIA, hatua zenyewe ambazo zinafaa kuchukua dakika 20 na kitu ili kufika katika makafani ya Lee, ilibidi idara ambayo inashughulikia mambo ya kuratibisha haya yote iweze kutoka na mipango tofauti ili kuweza kupeleka watu waombolezaji katika uwanja wa kimataifa wa Kasarani. Yote haya ni kutokana na watu waliojitokeza kwa wingi ambao walitaka kuthibitisha, walitaka kuwa katika sehemu ya historia ya kwamba wathibitishie umma kwamba huyu ndiye aliyekuwa bingwa wao, baba kwao. Kwa hivyo japo mimi baba, wewe baba, Kasisi Harrison baba, lakini kile muhimu zaidi ni kwamba kuna baba wa taifa. Na ndio tunajua kwamba rais anashikilia nafasi yake kama baba wa taifa. Lakini kuna nafasi ambayo hayati Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa ameshika sana katika nyoyo za watu. Na ndiposa umeona umaya wa watu umejitokeza. Nina hofu hata zaidi kuhusu kesho kutokana na hali ilivyo. Ikiwa Nairobi hatua ya kwanza iliweza kuleta mtafaruku, je, katika ngome yake nyumbani kwake safari itakuwaje? Je, watu wakiamua kujitokeza kwa wingi tutaweza kudhibiti? Manake hii yote ndio inaashiria ubaba ndani ya baba.
Ndio maana pia baadhi ya viongozi wa kutoka eneo la Nyanza wamezungumza moja kwa moja katika dakika chache zilizopita kuwarai na kuwaomba wakazi wa maeneo yale kuhakikisha kwamba kuna utaratibu na nidhamu wakati mwili utakapokuwa unapokewa kutoka Kisumu. Maanake kwanza utapelekwa Kisumu ili watu wapate kuona kwa ujumla wake, na vile baada ya hapo ndio utakapopelekwa katika sehemu rasmi ambayo, lakini viongozi akiwemo gavana wa Siaya James Orengo wameomba wakazi wawe na nidhamu kuhakikisha kwa mambo yanakuwa, kwa sababu unajua katika tukio kama hili na umati ambao tuliuona jana juzi na hii leo ni umati mkubwa ambao sijui, lakini katika Afrika hii sidhani kama kuna kiongozi ambaye ameombolezwa kiasi kile na labda atakuja kuzikwa kiasi hiki ambacho tunasubiria kuja kutokea katika siku mbili zinazokuja. Na
hasa kiongozi ambaye ana wafuasi wengi, si tu katika nchi bali katika bara la Afrika na nje ya bara la Afrika. Nimefurahishwa na tangazo ambalo alilitoa gavana wa Siaya. Nilikuwa nikimfuatilia, akasema kwamba kando na boma pale kuna sehemu ambapo imetengwa nje ya boma ambapo itaweza kukaribisha watu leo usiku na ina uwezo wa kumiliki ama kuweza kuweka watu zaidi ya 5,000. Watu hawa ambao wanataka kufuatilia night vigil, kufuatilia matukio haya, kuweza kuomboleza na jamii kwa pamoja. Manake kuanzia sasa hivi, kuanzia wakati ambapo tangazo lilitolewa, shughuli pale zimeshika kasi. Na namna tunavyokaribia siku ya siku, basi tarajia idadi ya watu kuongezeka zaidi. Nzuri sana waweze kushughulikia, wapewe nafasi yao vizuri, nafasi itengwe mapema, si kwamba iweze kutengwa wakati ambapo mambo yameharibika sasa. Na ukizungumzia hayo ya maandalizi, ndio nataka tuelekee kidogo Kisumu. Tunaye mwenzetu Chola Simon ambaye anafuatilia maandalizi ambayo Otieno Mjomba anazungumzia kuhusiana na yale ambayo yanatarajiwa kufanyika hapo kesho na wageni wanaotarajiwa kufika hapo kesho. Kwa hiyo Chola Simon, katika kaunti ya Kisumu, kama unanipata, hebu tujuze ni kipi ambacho kinaendelea hivi sasa hapo ulipo?
Naam, shukrani sana Haritha. Bila shaka siku ya leo imekuwa ni siku ya maandalizi kuhakikisha tu kwamba mwili wa mwenda zake hayati Raila Amolo Odinga utakapofika katika kaunti ya Kisumu, basi bila shaka utaweza letwa katika eneo hili, na basi wafuasi wake na wakazi wa eneo hili wataweza kupata fursa ya kuweza kumtizama kwa mara ya mwisho kabla basi mwenda zake aweze kusafirishwa moja kwa moja hadi kwake katika eneo la Bondo, ukipenda kijiji cha Opoda, basi ndiposa pia aweze kukaa na jamii basi kabla ya yeye kuzikwa siku ya Jumapili. Na nilivyokueleza ni kwamba leo imekuwa ni siku ya maandalizi, na maafisa wa usalama wakishirikiana na maafisa wa serikali katika eneo hili wamekuwa wakiweka mikakati dhabiti kuhakikisha tu kwamba swala ambalo lilitokea hapo jana katika kiwanja cha Kasarani isiweze kutokea katika eneo hili. Na nitaweza kuzungumza na Regional Commissioner Flora Moroa ambaye amekuwa amekita kambi katika eneo hili kuanzia asubuhi hadi sasa ili kuhakikisha kwamba yote yanaenda sawa. Karibu sana Madam Moroa. Hebu tueleze hadi sasa mipango iko vipi?
Hadi sasa ningependa kusema kwamba mipango yote iko shwari. Tumekuwa tukifanya kazi tangia asubuhi mpaka saa hizi, na tumekuwa na vitengo mbalimbali vya usalama ambapo tumekuwa na majadiliano kuhakikisha ya kwamba sherehe ambayo tuko nayo hapa kesho na Jumapili imeenda vizuri. Leo asubuhi pia tulikuwa kule Siaya mahali ambapo tutakuwa na ibada ya mwisho ya marehemu kiongozi wetu, na kila kitu iko shwari. Vile vile tumetembea nyumbani kwake, na vile vile tukahakikisha kwamba kila mipangilio iko shwari.
Mwili wake utafika hapa Kisumu muda wa saa ngapi?
Hapa Kisumu tunatarajia ya kwamba mwili utafika hapa saa 2 asubuhi, na wakati huo ndio kutazama kwa mwili kutaanza.
Maelezo tu pengine, kwa sababu tunajua fika kwamba hali ya trafiki na hali kadhalika tunatarajia umati mkubwa wa watu kufika katika eneo hili kutaka kutazama mwili huo. Hebu tueleze tu kwanza hali ya trafiki kwanza kutoka katika eneo la airport, hali kadhalika katika jiji kuu, na pia tukielekea hapa itakuwa vipi?
Asante sana. Nilivyosema hapo mwanzo ni kwamba kila mipangilio, vile vile sikutaja trafiki, lakini niseme kwamba hata mipangilio ambayo inahusiana na mambo ya trafiki tumeitilia manani sana, kwa sababu tusipotilia manani jambo hilo bila shaka, kwa sababu wale watu ambao wanataka kuja hapa kutizama mwili wa marehemu ni wengi sana. Kwa hivyo tusipoweka mikakati ambayo inahusiana na mambo ya trafiki, kila kitu itaenda mrama. Kwa hivyo tumekuwa hapa tana ofisa mkuu ambaye anasimamia mambo ya trafiki katika eneo letu la Nyanza. Tumezunguka ile barabara yote ambayo itatumiwa kesho, na tumehakikisha ya kwamba magari yatakuwa yakienda bila vizuizi vyovyote. Na kitu ambacho ningependa kusema ni kuomba watu wetu wawe watulivu na washirikiane na maofisa wetu wa usalama, ili sherehe ambayo tuko nayo kesho na Jumapili iweze kwenda vizuri.
Bila shaka kiongozi Raila Amolo Odinga ni kiongozi ambaye alikuwa anaenziwa sana na wafuasi katika eneo hili, na uwanja huu una uwezo wa kustahimili watu takriban 30,000. Hivi mmekadiria watu wangapi watafika katika eneo hili?
Asante sana. Kitu ambacho ningependa kusema ni kwamba hapa kesho hatuna mkutano wowote. Hakuna watu ambao watakubaliwa kuketi hapa. Kwa hivyo kile kiwango ambacho umetaja cha 30,000 ni kiwango ambacho kinakadiriwa kama watu wameketi. Lakini niseme ya kwamba tunatarajia watu wakiingia hapa asubuhi wanatazama mwili na kuondoka. Watu wataingililia gate ambayo tunaita ya Chemelil upande huu wa chini, na watokee gate 8. Kwa hivyo tukiwa na mpango kama huo na kuwa kwamba hakuna watu ambao wataketi hapa, tutaweza kuwa hata na watu 10,000 wapitie hapa, watazame mwili na waondoke.
Tumeona kwamba wakati tumekuwa hapa ni kwamba wakazi wengi katika eneo hili tayari walikuwa
lafu za kimitambo kwa umbali, lakini tutaungana naye tena Chola Simon pamoja na mhusika mkuu katika masuala ya usalama na shughuli nzima ambayo itafanyika hapo Kisumu, katika wale ambao watakaopewa fursa kutizama mwili wa mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga hapo Kisumu. Lakini mikakati aliyoelezea iliyopangwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba yote yatakuwa yanafanyika kwa njia iliyo safi kabisa, na hebu tusikilize tena kama tunaweza kumpata.
Matanga niite hivyo, lakini unajua kwamba hiyo nayo imepigwa marufuku. Kwa hivyo hatutakuwa na watu ambao watakubaliwa kulala hapa. Kuna maofisa wetu wa usalama ambao wako hapa, na maagizo ambayo tumewapatia ni kwamba wananchi wakubaliwe kuingia hapa asubuhi. Hata zile gate ambazo zote zinazunguka eneo hili zimefungwa kwa sasa.
Ukisema asubuhi unasema saa ngapi?
Tutaanza kuangalia mwili saa 2. Kwa hivyo wananchi wako huru kuja wakati wowote, lakini kutazama mwili tutaanza saa 2.
Asante sana Madam Flora Moroa. Wacha nikupe nafasi uende uzidi kujiandaa. Asante sana. Bila shaka huyo ni Regional Commissioner wa eneo hili Flora Moroa, akitueleza mikakati ambayo idara yake imeweka kuhakikisha tu kwamba basi wakazi wa eneo hili na wafuasi wa mwenda zake hayati Raila Amolo Odinga watakapokuwa wanafika katika eneo hili kutizama mwili wa marehemu, basi bila shaka watafika kwa usalama na wataweza kufanya shughuli hiyo bila bugdha yoyote. Pia tu nikueleze Harith, ni kwamba ipo mipango kadha wa kadha ambayo imepangiliwa katika eneo katikati mwa jiji la Kisumu. Tunapozungumza na wewe sasa hivi ni kwamba Gavana Peter Anyang' Nyong'o anaongoza kundi na wakazi wengine katika uwanja wa Sports Ground ambao kitambo ulikuwa uwanja unaitwa Raila Odinga Sports Ground. Kitambo ulikuwa unajulikana kama Kenyatta Sports Ground, na hapo inatarajiwa kwamba wataweza kuwasha mshumaa na bila shaka wataweza kuketi usiku kucha hivi wakiswali ama wakipiga dua na hali kadhalika kusherehekea tu maisha ya mwenda zake hayati Raila Amolo Odinga. Hali kadhalika pia shughuli zimekuwa zikiendelea za kuweka sahihi katika kitabu cha mwenda zake na wengi wameweza kufika katika eneo hili. Vile nilikueleza ni kwamba wakazi wa eneo hili wengi wamejitokeza, na siku 3 tangu kutangazwa kifo cha marehemu Raila Amolo Odinga, basi wakazi wamekuwa na mbwembwe na shamra tofauti, wengi wakilia, wengi wakipiga vifijo, wengi wakipiga firimbi hivi tu wakitaka kumuenzi mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga. Bila shaka hii ni taarifa ama ni shughuli ambayo tumeizamia na tutakuletea taarifa jinsi zinavyochipuka kutoka eneo hili. Basi hapo ifikapo saa 3 basi nitakuwa na nyinyi hapo katikati mwa jiji ili niweze kupasha zaidi ni yapi yamefanyika katika eneo ambalo Peter Anyang' Nyong'o atakuwa anaongoza wananchi katika shughuli ya kuwasha mshumaa. Kwako Harith Salim.
Asante sana Chola Simon kutoka Kisumu, sehemu ambayo unatarajiwa mwili wa mwenda zake aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga kufikishwa baada ya kuwekwa katika hifadhi ya maiti ya Lee usiku huu, na kesho utapelekwa hadi Kisumu ili wakazi wa mji ule pia nao wapate fursa ya kutazama mwili na kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa kiongozi huyu ambaye alionekana ni mmoja kati ya wababe aliyetoka katika eneo hilo. Kwa hiyo tunarudi katika maongezi yetu hapa studio na Kasisi Hudson. Kuna kipindi pia, ama si mara moja si mara mbili, pia Rais William Ruto humwita mwenda zake baba, na hilo limepelekea kwamba huyu mbali na kuwa sio rais lakini amepewa heshima na mazishi ya kitaifa ambayo sio kawaida kutolewa kwa wanasiasa wengi. Kwa hiyo hili linaashiria nini haswa, hususan ukizingatia kwamba walikuwa wapinzani kipindi kimoja, kwamba Rais William Ruto na aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga walikuwa wanawania urais, wote wawili wakiwa wanakinzana, lakini hivi sasa Rais William Ruto ametoa amri ya kufanyika mazishi ya kitaifa kutoka kwa aliyekuwa mpinzani wake.
Raila ni mtu huwezi pigana naye, unaweza jikaza tu kujaribu kupigana naye. Unajua kule kujikaza tu, lakini unajua matokeo vile atakavyoenda. Kwa hivyo kisiasa hii nchi, Raila ni mtu ambayo hata kusahaulika itakuwa ngumu. Hata watoto watakaozaliwa sasa hivi watapata jina lake na watapata habari zake na watasoma. Na uzuri wakati wake ambao amekuwa kwa siasa, watakao kuja wanaweza pata hizi habari kwa mitandao. Wataona picha, wataona video, sio kama zamani ya kwamba hakukuwa na kubu la kuonyesha. Na rais jambo alilofanya ni nzuri la kusema kwamba mheshimiwa hayati Raila apewe state burial. Na hata hivyo, hiyo ndio ilikuwa choice peke yake. Hakuna kitu kingine kingefanyika, because hata kama ingefanyika wananchi wangedai. Wangedai heshima ya Raila. Na tuangalie tuone ya kwamba, unajua hapo nyuma watu wamekuwa wakisema huyu mzee ananunua ufuasi. Akifanya mkutano labda eti analipa watu. Watu wanakwenda kwa kiwanja. So swali ambalo watu wamekuwa wakijiuliza, alifufuka akawalipa, akarudi kwa wafu wakati wamejitokeza, baada wamejitokeza kwa wingi zaidi hata kuliko vile waliwahi jitokeza akiwa hai. Hiyo inaashiria kwamba watu walipenda baba kumpenda tu, na kitu waliopenda kwake ni sera zake, siasa yake, bila alivyotetea wananchi na mipango aliyokuwa nazo. Alielewa uongozi, alielewa namna serikali inafaa kuendeshwa, na pia kama ungemsikiza vyema, ni mtu alielewa ni nini inaweza fanyika na hii nchi ikasonga mbele na ikaweza kubadilika. Hilo ndio lilifanya watu wakapenda mheshimiwa Raila. Na imezibitika kabisa katika kifo chake, imezibitika.
Na Motelo, baba ama mwenda zake ni mtu ambaye ilikuwa hata ende mahali asizungumze watu watajaa
kabisa.
Mvuto hasa mbali na sera ambazo amezungumzia Hudson, mvuto wake kwa watu ulikuwa ni nini hasa? Kwa sababu anaweza kwenda sehemu tu hata asizungumze, lakini utakuta vyombo vya habari vya kimataifa vimejaa pale. Utakuta wananchi wamejitokeza kwa idadi kubwa katika eneo ambalo atakuwa, hata kama ni kupita tu sehemu, utaona umati ambao si kawaida kuona. Mvuto wake hasa kwa watu ulikuwa, unajua ni swali ambalo wengi walikuwa wanajiuliza kuhusiana na Raila Amolo Odinga.
Unajua katika mambo ya public persuasion, kuna namna ambavyo unafaa kupitisha ujumbe. Kuna namna ambavyo unapitisha ujumbe ambao unagusa nyoyo za watu. Kuna wakati ambapo unazungumzia taarifa ambazo una uhakika nazo vizuri kwa njia inayofaa. Mwanzo alivyosema Bishop Hudson, Raila alikuwa na taarifa zinazohisika, zinazotakikana mkononi. Alielewa Kenya nje na ndani. Sawa? Kuanzia kwa asasi moja hadi nyingine. Alielewa tukio lolote lile, alijua tatizo na suluhu la tatizo lenyewe. Hilo ni la kwanza. La pili, Raila alikuwa mlumbi. Tuko pamoja? Ulumbi wake alijifundisha utaratibu ni kama sanaa. Ulumbi wa kujieleza, ulumbi wa kuenda na hisia za watu. Kuna wakati akianza tu haya mambo yanachemka hapo. Alafu akirudi katika mambo ya vitendawili. Vitendawili ambavyo vinasonga na wakati. Vitendawili ambavyo vinagusa nyoyo. Kuna wakati fulani alitoka na kitendawili, watu wakajibu kile walichotarajia, lakini na yeye jibu lake likawa tofauti. Akawaambia mmefeli. Ndio ukiangalia umantiki wake alikuwa kilenga jambo hilo, lakini akacheza na akili za watu. Kwa hivyo watu
alikuwa
mwanafalsafa mkubwa zaidi. Na hilo likaweza kumsaidia, akaweza zaidi ya yote. Raila alikuwa kienda na wakati. Anaenda na wakati, ndiposa alikuwa kitusimulia historia kuanzia hali ilivyokuwa hadi atulete mahali tulipo. Na akituleta katika mahali tulipo, anazungumzia yale yanayotuathiri sasa hivi. Ukikumbuka wakati ambapo palitokea maandamano ya vijana mwaka jana mwezi wa 3 nadhani, kulitokea video ya mwanadada fulani akiweza kumrai Raila abaki nyumbani ili na wao waweze kupigania haki, kile ambacho Raila amekuwa akishughulikia. Hii inakueleza vizuri kwamba sera za Raila zilikuwa zina cut across, kuanzia kwa wazee
kila mtu
hadi vijana. Na ndio sababu Raila akawa sasa anaathiri jamii zote, viwango vyote kwa pamoja. Na ukiangalia wale ambao walijitokeza pale, si wazee, si vijana, watu walijitokeza kwa fujo.
Naam, Hudson, umemsikia askofu, nataka kupata maoni yako. Umemsikia Otieno Mjomba akizungumzia kuhusiana na Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa na jua tatizo ni lipi na ufumbuzi wa tatizo hilo, yani suluhu ni ipi, ambao naona ukitizama wanasiasa tulionao, tuseme 99% ni kinyume cha alichokizungumza huyu. Sasa kweli tunao wanasiasa kweli katika mabunge yetu?
Wanasiasa wengi tulio nao lengo lao ni kiti kila natafuta. Lakini ukimsikiza vizuri, ukimwangalia, unaona hana la kupeana. Na ndio hapo sasa narudi mahali alisema Raila alielewa hii nchi vizuri sana. Na akaelewa tatizo la hii nchi vizuri kabisa. Na pia akajua na dawa ya kutibu hizo matatizo. Wengi wa wanasiasa ambao wamekuwa wakifuata Raila, wao wamekuwa wakifuata sera zake alizokuwa nazo. Sijaona walio na sera, labda watajitokeza sasa hivi. Lakini wengi walikuwa wanafuata sera za Raila. Na ndio tulipoanza na wewe nikakwambia kwamba kuna wengine siasa zao zimemalizika na Raila.
Sasa hapo tutarudi kwenye ule msemo wetu kwamba mti mkuu ukigwa
baada hawana cha kupeana, hawana cha kupeana.
Tutarudi hapo, lakini sasa hivi nataka nimshirikishe mwenzangu Nancy Onyancha. Nancy, tunataka kidogo, umesikia wageni wetu walivyokuwa wakizungumza, lakini nataka nikupe fursa baadaye kidogo. Sasa hivi ninakwenda pumzikoni. Nancy atakuwa anatuletea yale yaliyojiri tangu asubuhi ya leo mpaka usiku wake hivi sasa, kisha baadaye tutaendelea na mazungumzo haya ambayo ndio kwanza utamu unaanza kuyaingia. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi tunakwenda mapumzikoni, ile tutakaporejea utakuwa naye Nancy Onyancha atujuze matukio muhimu yaliyogonga vichwa vya habari siku hii ya leo.
It is always a good time on Bridge over Congo.
Catch us every Saturday from 10 p.m. till midnight.
Join me, the Rumba Supreme Leader and the Grand Ayatollah Simeon Mfumo Kimbango and
Winnie Marie-Jose, Bridge over Congo.
Mungu esilaka na nzungu te kasi elengia Mungu esilaka na
Chumvi huyeyuka chunguni lakini ladha yake hubakia.
The young generation awakens on Y254, the leading youth TV station in Kenya. We treat you to current affairs, entrepreneurship, health, and human interest conversations.
It's art, it's culture,
Movies, gossip and trends, sports, drama.
We bring you a vibe like no other, straight to your living room.
To keep you informed, inspired, entertained, and most of all, refreshed.
We are such a vibe.
Y254. Imagine.
My name is DJ D, and on the ones and twos is
DJ Leo.
We bring you the best of African entertainment.
From Afrobeat to Amapiano.
Daddy, me I want to party.
Genge to bongo.
Rusha mikono kama unaona uko tipsy. Rusha mikono kama maisha iko fiti.
And Zouk to Kwaito.
With me for party. And not only that, anything juicy in the entertainment industry, we give it to you. Catch us every Sunday from 2:30 to 4 p.m.
Only on KBC Channel 1.
Hello, fabulous ladies. Welcome to the talk show that's all about sisterhood, empowerment, and unfiltered conversation. We will be focusing on women. We believe in women.
We are really changing.
We are creating a safe space for women to connect, thrive, and share.
Just because you're a woman on a bike, you're labeled in a certain way.
It's not just a talk show, it's a movement. When they are standing, we need to stand out. From heartwarming tales to hilarious adventures.
They could ask me, Catherine, why are you learning?
We are turning the spotlight on women who are breaking barriers in their individual fields.
You have to have a vision. You are the leaders of Kenya today.
Keeping it honest and relatable. Mental health is real. Yes.
Where there is no communication, there is no relationship.
Join the sisterhood on KBC TV for Dada's show.
Friday night again. Greetings in the name of the Most High, Jah Rastafari. My good name is Marley Moses, the positive warrior, alongside...
Yes, sir, DJ D-Rage, the baddest. Each and every Wednesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 TV.
Tunakuletea the biggest reggae party in 254 in a yard extra. Extra niceness of reggae music.
Extra dose of entertainment.
When the thing is nice,
we have to do it twice.
The world of governance is vast and can be alien to the ordinary man on the street.
Critical issues are going to be discussed.
From white papers to policy positions, it is easier to get lost in the labyrinth of words.
Inside Government takes you to key global metropolis where critical decisions are made and where policies are crafted.
We interview policymakers and senior government officials to highlight and enumerate government policies and projects. We take a deep dive into the underbelly of complex red tape to demystify policies across the country, across the world. Join me, O'Brien Kimani, on Inside Government, only on KBC Channel 1.
Kilifi County, muda umefika. Ni wakati wa sauti zenu kusikika na vizazi kuzungumza kwa uwazi. KBC Channel 1 inakuletea kipindi cha kipekee, Transgenerational Conversation. Jukwaa la vijana na wazee kuketi pamoja, kusikilizana, kuulizana maswali na kujifunza kutoka kwa kila kizazi. Safari hii tunatua kaunti ya Kilifi. Kumbuka, ni Alhamisi tarehe 23 mwezi huu kuanzia saa 1:30 jioni, moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa Kibaoni Social Hall. Usikose kushiriki Transgenerational Conversation, sauti ya kila kizazi. Mazungumzo haya yameletwa kwenu na KBC kwa ushirikiano na NCIC, Korea International Cooperation Agency na UNDP.
It's art, it's culture, it's fun, it's attitude.
As you can see with me, I have this handkerchief. And is it really a handkerchief or is it?
My name is Kevin Kasioki. Please join me each and every Friday at 8 p.m. only on KBC Channel 1.
Kutazama KBC Channel 1 na sasa tunakuletea taarifa kwenye Darubini Wikendi, ambapo tumekuandalia taarifa mbalimbali kuhusiana na yaliyojiri hii leo, haswa na shughuli za maandalizi ya mazishi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga. Na tukianza moja kwa moja, mtazamaji, ni kuwa ni kiongozi aliyetanguliza taifa maishani mwake. Huo ndio ulikuwa ujumbe wa rambirambi kwa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu hayati Raila Odinga uliotolewa na wazungumzaji katika hafla ya mazishi ya kitaifa iliyoandaliwa kwenye uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo. Rais William Ruto aliongoza taifa katika shughuli ya kumwomboleza kiongozi huyo. Alimpongeza hayati kwa kuonesha uongozi wa kuigwa hata nyakati ngumu zilizopelekea kuundwa kwa serikali mahuluti.
Ilitoa nafasi kwa viongozi hao wawili kumwomboleza kiongozi ambaye kwa nyakati tofauti wameshafanya kazi naye kwa ajili ya kuijenga taifa hili.
When I stood by him with the other Pentagon members at a defining moment in his and our nation's history, I neither knew that one day we would find ourselves on opposite sides, nor could I have imagined that years later he would stand by me, this time to steady the nation and to help anchor my leadership, culminating in the birth of the broad-based government.
Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa baba wa wote, hakuwa na ukabila na alipenda nchi na wananchi wa Kenya wote.
Katika hafla iliyohudhuriwa na wajumbe wa kigeni kutoka Ethiopia, Somalia, Rwanda, Sudan Kusini na Tanzania, Rais Ruto na mwenzake Rais mstaafu Uhuru Kenyatta walimwomboleza hayati Raila kama kiongozi ambaye kujitolea kwake kulikiuka kile taifa hili lingemfidia.
My dear brother Raila Amolo Odinga, as we bid you farewell, we do so with the deepest gratitude as a nation and as a people. We grieve your loss. We celebrate your 80 years of presence and also salute you for the great statesman and patriot that you were.
Historia ya ungatuzi na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi kule mashinani wana uwezo ya kujiongoza na kujitawala na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanatekeleza shida za wananchi kule chini. Haiwezi andikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari 1.
Huku chama cha ODM kikiwa kimeeneza mizizi yake kote nchini, viongozi waliopongeza ufanisi wa marehemu, hasa ujumuishaji hata mbele ya changamoto walizokumbana nazo chamani.
Across space and time, there are few exceptional persons who, when summoned by the call of history, rise to meet the challenges and opportunities of their time with indomitable vigor, with absolute conviction, and with unwavering valor.
Raila alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako.
But one thing that he kept on repeating to me is that we must urge Kenyans to live in peace.
Walipongeza familia ya hayati kwa kumpa fursa kuitumikia taifa na kuahidi kudumisha ufanisi wake wa kuimarisha demokrasia nchini.
Amolo may no longer walk with us, but his spirit lives within every Kenyan and every African. Such was the depth of his influence and impact that even in his absence, his presence endures.
Leo hii tukiwa tunaaga baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga, nataka pia tujiape ya kwamba hatutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali arudi nyuma.
John Jacob Kuria, Darubini.
Na mkewe aliyekuwa waziri mkuu hayati Raila Odinga, Aida Odinga, ametoa wito kwa Wakenya kumwomboleza kiongozi huyo kwa amani. Aida, aliyeungana na familia nyingine kumwenzi hayati Odinga, alisema hadi kufikia kifo chake, Odinga alisisitiza haja ya Wakenya kudumisha amani. Binti yake Winnie Odinga kwa upande wake aliwasimulia Wakenya kwa kifupi nyakati za mwisho akiwa na baba yake nchini India.
I would like to hear the tribute
Ijumaa kwenye uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo, Nairobi,
of our departed leader, the Honorable Raila Odinga.
Familia ya hayati aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga iliungana na waombolezaji wengine katika ibada ya mazishi ya kitaifa yaliyoendeshwa na kanisa la Kianglikana nchini. Viongozi wa kidini waliomtaja hayati Raila kama kiongozi shupavu hawakusita kukemea ufisadi.
Baba Raila Amolo Odinga never used the power of his wallet as a convincing tool to others, but he used the power of persuasion.
Wakati ulipojiri kwa familia ya Raila Odinga kutoa rambirambi zao, umati uliokusanyika kwenye uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo ulipata kujua maisha yake ya kifamilia mbali na siasa.
To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well.
My father was many things to me, to many people, but to my siblings and I, he was simply Dad.
I watched him fall and rise again, each time with grace, forgiveness, and hope. At home, he was gentle and humorous. He loved storytelling, music.
The other thing Raila was best at was in class. Me, I was average. I could be number 5, number 4, number 3 sometimes if I did well. But Raila was always number 1.
Binti yake Winnie anakumbuka nyakati za mwisho na baba yake.
I was with him in India when he took his last breath. He died in my arms. But he did not die like people have been saying on social media. Every day he was waking up and walking. And every day he would do 1 round. The next day he would push 2 rounds. That morning he pushed to 5 rounds. He died strong, when with dignity and with pride.
Mkewe Aida akivuta kumbukizi za maisha yake na mumewe tangu alipofunga ndoa mwaka 1973, alifichua kuhusu mbinu alizotumia kuwaita wanao majina.
He was a great admirer of Fidel Castro, and therefore he named his first child Fidel Castro Odinga. Later, we had the second child, Rosemary, and here again, Rose is the name of my mother, and Mary is the name of his mother. We combined the two names together, and we called the child Rosemary. When he came to the third one, he named after his best friend and his cousin, called Raila Kembo. Last came the fourth child. But then I said, if it's a boy, we'll name him Wilson Mandela. But if it's a girl, will be Winnie Mandela.
Aida anawahimiza wa Kenya kumomboleza hayati Raila Odinga kwa amani.
One thing that I know that Raila stood for, and he keep on repeating, is that we need peace in our nation, we need peace in our homes. And peace will not survive in a situation, in a chaotic situation. For that reason, I appeal, let us mourn Raila in peace.
Baada ya kusikiza hotuba za kumwomboleza Raila Odinga, waliohudhuria ibada hii walipata fursa ya kutazama mwili wake kabla ya mazishi siku ya Jumapili. Nancy Okware nikiripotia Darubini kutoka katika uga wa Nyayo, Nairobi.
Na mtazamaji, baada ya taarifa hiyo kutoka uwanja wa Nyayo, tunakuelekeza moja kwa moja katika kaunti ya Siaya, eneo la Bondo, ambapo tunaungana na mwanahabari wetu Wycliffe aweze kutufahamisha mengi kuhusiana na matayarisho mahali ambapo hayati aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga anatarajiwa kupumzishwa siku ya Jumapili. Wycliffe, kama unanipata, habari za saizi na maandalizi yanaendeleaje katika eneo la Bondo?
Naam, asante sana Nancy Onyancho kiwa Nairobi. Bila shaka hii ikiwa ni siku yetu ya 3, tungali tumekita kambi hapa Opoda Farm, ambayo ndio nyumbani kwake Raila Amolo Odinga. Tumekuwa hapa tangia siku ya Jumanne, ambapo taarifa kuhusu kifo chake Raila Odinga iliweza kuzuka, na jinsi unavyoona hapa nyuma yangu ni kwamba kuna mvua kidogo imeweza kunyesha jioni ya leo, lakini hiyo haizuii watu kuingia. Bado watu wanaingia hapa kuleta risala rambirambi zao kufuatia kifo cha Raila Amolo Odinga. Nikiweza kuchora tu taswira jinsi mambo yamekuwa hapa tangia asubuhi, ni kwamba bila shaka bado shughuli za kuandaa eneo hili ama maandalizi ya hapa na pale bado zingale zinaendelea. Kumbuka jana tulipokuwa tukileta matangazo haya moja kwa moja kulikuwa na giza kidogo, ila leo naona mwangaza kumekuwa na mwangaza kote kote. Mafundi kutoka ile kampuni ya umeme KPLC wamekuwa hapa wakihakikisha kwamba kila kona ama kila pembe katika boma hili unapata mwangaza wa kutosha kama njia moja ya kudumisha usalama, na pia kuongelelea usalama, kusalia swala hilo la usalama, kwamba lile lango ambalo mwenzangu Martin Kivuta iweza anaonyesha lile lango ambalo lina watu wanatumia kuingia katika boma hili. Hilo lango jana halikuwa na ulinzi wa kutosha, na ile ikapelekea watu umbati kufurika katika boma hili, ila leo idadi ya mapolisi ambao walikuwa wameweka pale ilikuwa kubwa mno. Maafisa wa polisi walikuwa wengi pale, ambapo kuhakikisha tu kwamba usalama unadumishwa na pia amani unaenea kote katika boma hili. Kumekuwa na viongozi kadha wa kadha wanaofika hapa kuleta risala zao za rambirambi. Kumekuwa na marafiki kutoka kona zote za nchi hii wakifika hapa nyumbani kwake Raila Odinga kuleta risala zao za rambirambi. Na jioni ya leo gavana wa kaunti hii James Orengo akiwa wameandamana na waziri pia Wandai pia wameweza kufika hapa. Walipofika hapa wakaandaa mkutano mdogo na ile kamati aliyoka hapa ambayo imetwikwa jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba taratibu zilizowekwa hapa zinafuatwa kikamilifu. Tunajua kwamba kuna ile kamati ambayo inaongozwa na naibu rais Profesa Kithure Kindiki kule Nairobi. Hiyo ni kamati ya ngazi ya juu, ila hapa chini pia kuna kamati ambayo imeundwa hapa kuhakikisha kwamba hali inafuatwa jinsi ilivyo, kwamba hakuna mtu anayeweza kufua rabsha. Na pia nikiweza kuongelea tu yale ambayo yameongelelewa na pia Wandai. Kumbuka walikuwa na mkutano huo, na baada ya mkutano akaja hapa na akaongelesha wanahabari, na ameongea tu baadhi ya maneno kadhaa. Jambo la kwanza ikiwa akitoa shukrani zake kwa Rais William Ruto kuhakikisha kwamba taratibu za mazishi haya ya Raila Odinga zinafanywa kwa hali ambayo inaambatana na nafasi ile alikuwa ameshikilia katika uongozi wa nchi hii. La pili, na pia amegusia swala siasa kidogo, akisema kwamba Raila alikuwa ameacha chama chake cha ODM, chama cha ODM pamoja na wafuasi wake ndani ya serikali. Hiyo ni kama kuongelea ile serikali ya muungano ama ukipenda broad based, akisema kwamba wao watasalia ndani ya serikali kuelekea mwaka 2027 na hata hapo baadaye. Na pia akahakikishia nchi ya Kenya na pia wakazi wa eneo hili kwamba amani itakuwepo na pia shughuli zitaendelea jinsi ilivyokuwa imepangwa. Kile tunachoweza kusema kwa sasa ni kwamba shughuli za maandalizi zingali zinaendelea hapa katika boma hili. Kumbuka kuanzia kesho tutatarajia umati mkubwa sana ya watu, yani waombolezaji watakuwa watafika hapa hivi kuleta risala zao za rambirambi. Kumbuka tunajua kweli mwili wa Raila Odinga kuanzia kesho utakuwa kule Kisumu, ili wakazi wa eneo hili pia wapate muda wa kutazama mwili ule kwa mara ya mwisho. Baada ya hapo tunajua mwili utaletwa moja kwa moja hadi hapa Opoda Farm, ambapo ndiyo nyumbani kwake Raila Odinga, kabla ya kupeleka kule katika chuo kikuu cha Jaramogi Oginga Odinga iliyoko hapa Bondo kwa misa ya mwisho kabla ya mazishi yake ambayo itafanywa pale Kango ka Jaramogi, kando ya kaburi la baba yake. Ila kabla sijaendelea sana, Nancy, utaniruhusu tu dakika moja mbili niweza kusema na mmoja wale walifanya kazi Raila Odinga, pia atuweze kueleza kwamba ni nini hatakosa sana, ni nini hanacho kutujuza kuhusu Raila Odinga ambacho pengine hatujapata kusikia. Kumbuka tumekuwa tukileta matangazo haya moja kwa moja tangia siku ya Jumanne na hata leo pia, na tumeweza kuzungumza na waombolezaji mbalimbali wakiwa ni viongozi na pia wakazi wa eneo hili. Wamekuwa wakimiminia sana Raila sifa nyingi tele tu, na lakini wacha dakika moja ama mbili niweze kuzungumza. Umesema unaitwa engineer, labda angalie pale utueleze wewe ni nani, umetoka eneo lipi, na pia una lipi la kusema kuhusu Raila Odinga?
Kwa majina naitwa Engineer Adrian Uma. Mimi ni mkazi wa eneo hili la Siaya, na mimi ni kama familia because nimejua Jaramogi's kwa muda mrefu sana, na kwa hii janga ambayo imetokelezea tumepata huzuni mingi sana because hatukutarajia kwanza kiongozi wetu anaweza aga, lakini juu ameenda, tuko hapa na kila mtu hapa. Ukiona boma hili tangu tupate habari, tumekuwa na mambo mingi hapa. Kwanza watu walipoteza mawazo, hawezi jua la kufanya. Most of us have not come into terms with the loss. And even when you hear people here wailing or chanting, they are just trying to express their emotions. Because this death occurred when we least expected. Now we are here. Our leaders have been here. The head of state has spoken. Our governor has spoken. Yesterday, the senator was here. And the kind of emotions that are here is not what people expect, because people behave abnormally here. So I'll remember Raila Odinga because I've known him for a long time. since my high school days. And when I went to the university in 1997, as a first year, they were going into the elections. That is the time I was elected vice chairman of student union. Raila contributed immensely towards my election as a vice chair and a first year. That was no mean feat at JKUAT. In the second year, I was elected chairman. He contributed immensely and even directed his brother, who was a second-term MP, to support me. That is the current senator. So from 2008 to date, these are family that I've known. Nearly all positions I've held in the private sector and in the public sector, they have had a hand. I remember when I was joining government in 2008, I joined the government under local government ministry. And it is Dr. Oburu that insisted that I have to be the town engineer Kisumu. That time we had had post-election violence. Instructions from Raila were very clear. Make sure life is back to normal in Kisumu. For the first time, under Raila's instructions, we had streetlights in Kisumu. We had proper stormwater drainages. And the current infrastructural development that you've seen in Kisumu under Kenya Urban Project, that is KUP. It is Raila that, together with the then Sam Okello, that coached us how to write the proposal for the 4.2 billion, the first infrastructural project, the highest amount of money that came into this region. That is how you saw the German-style gymnasia schools, the Nyamasaria, Manyata Arab, Magadi, etc. in Kisumu. So as far as this region is concerned, and the face of Kisumu today, where I worked first in government, that was the first ever monies that came. And I heard people saying before that Raila had not brought any development to this region. Tell me in 2009, if you could get 4.2 billion grant, that was a loan to Kenyan government and a grant to Kisumu. And from that time, we've had a very close relationship with the family.
Kwa hivyo Raila alichangia pakubwa katika maendeleo ya nchi hii, ya eneo hili haswa.
Eneo hili, and he did it in a very clever way. He took us to Germany, me and the then Mayor Sam Okello. We negotiated, to France. We negotiated for this loan. When the France announced that they wanted to give Kenya a loan of 4.2 billion infrastructure project, but there was a rider to the loan that it should be a grant to the city of Kisumu. And that's how we got the kind of money that we had. Later in this region, the flyovers and the bypasses you see in Kisumu, he negotiated with the World Bank to make sure we had bypasses in Kisumu. So today, Kisumu would have not been the same Kisumu were it not for the brain behind of Raila Amolo Odinga. So he's contributed immensely to the development of this region.
Asante sana. Thank you so much. Nancy, huyo tu ni mmoja wakazi wa eneo hili akiongelelea swala hili la kifo cha Raila Odinga, akisema kwamba Raila alichangia pakubwa katika ujenzi wa miundo misingi kule Kisumu. Kumbuka kitambo Kisumu na Siaya pia zilikuwa zimeshikiliwa kama sehemu moja huku eneo hili la Nyanza. Na watu ni wengi, kuna wale tu bado, kuna wanachama wa ODM walioko hapa. Ninatumai ni sawa, tumemaliza. Ninatumai Nancy unaweza kule nyuma yetu kuna mishumaa ambayo imewashwa hapa, ni njia kama njia moja tu ya kumwomboleza Raila Amolo Odinga, na mishumaa hiyo ilikuwa imeweza kuwashwa hapa na wamama wa chama. Walikuwa wanajiita wamama wa chama, yani wanawake ambao ni wanachama wa chama hiki cha ODM. Na kuna tu baadhi hao ambao bado wako hapa. Utanipo tu dakika moja tu mama mbili niweze kuzungumza na labda mmoja ama wawili kati yao, pia kuweza kutueleza wao watamkumbuka vipi Raila Odinga. Labda nikianza na wewe mama, naona umevalia katika zile rangi zinaashiria chama cha ODM, na hata mwenzako hapa pia bado amevalia zile ile sare ya ODM. Tueleza wewe ni nani? Niliona mmefika hapa mkawasha mishumaa pale, hii yote ni kumaanisha nini? Jina kwanza, mimi nitashika microphone.
Asante sana. Mimi ninaitwa Mheshimiwa Beatrice Okumu, natoka Suna East, Migori County. Ninaweza kumkumbuka baba kwa masuala mengi, kwa sababu baba ndio amenifanya nimefika katika hiki kitengo cha kuwa mheshimiwa kwa kupitia uteuzi. Mimi ni mjumbe mteule na tena mimi ni mwenyekiti wa chama cha ODM eneo bunge la Suna East linaloongozwa na Junet Mohamed. Nimekuja hapa tujiunge na familia na Wakenya wote, labda dunia nzima, kwa kuomboleza kifo cha shujaa wetu.
Nancy, swala ambalo nazungumzia ni kwamba lile swala la ugatuzi. Kumbuka Raila amepigania sana masuala tofauti kulingana na uongozi wa nchi hii, na ugatuzi ambao umeweza kuletwa na katiba iliyoko kwa sasa, katiba ile 2010. Basi hiyo ndio njia ambayo mama ambaye ameweza kuzungumza kwa sasa. Basi zile mageuzi ambazo zimepiganiwa na Raila ni kupitia hayo ambayo mama huyu ameweza kuwa mwakilishi wadi mteule kule katika kaunti ya Migori. Tueleze wewe unaitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Mheshimiwa Florence Ouma. Mimi ni MCA nominated katika jimbo la Homa Bay County. Tumekuja hapa kuomboleza na familia ya kina baba. Sisi tuna huzuni sana. Kwanza kina mama tuna huzuni sana. Tumepata nafasi ya kuja uongozini kupitia kwa kupiganiwa kwa baba. Unajua, kwa kuja kwa huyo uongozi wa ugatuzi wa tumepata baba alikuwa anapigania sana kina mama, na alikuwa nataka kina mama waje uongozini. Hata vile nilikuwa ninasema katika kaunti la Homa Bay, hasa katika ni kaunti moja ambalo tunajivunia, ni kaunti na kina mama wengi sana. Kwa mfano tuko na gavana wetu, gavana Gladys Wanga ambaye anafanya vizuri sana. Tuko na mbunge Honorable Milly Mabona, tuko na Honorable Dr. Lilian Gogo, tuko na Honorable Dr. Eve Obara.
Kwa ufupi unamaanisha Raila alikuwa amepeana nafasi sana kwa uongozi wa kina mama?
Sana. Kwanza kwa nomination unapata kwamba kuna watu wao wanataka hii ya nomination iwe, lakini baba alisema ili ni ugatuzi ieneze lazima kina mama wawe kwa nambari nzuri.
Asante sana. Labda pia tuweze kusikia kutoka kwako, unaangalia pale, na pia labda unaweza kuchukua hii nafasi yake, ndio mbadilishana, unaweza kusimama hapa ndio kuchukue vizuri. Waitwa nani, wametoka wapi, na unalipi la kusema kuhusiana na tukio hili?
Naitwa Elizabeth Sabaya. Elizabeth Sabaya ni mjumbe mteule kaunti ya Migori kwa chama kuu ya ODM. Tunasikitika sana kwa kumpoteza shujaa wetu. Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ni mtu ambaye alisimamia haki za kibinadamu na sheria. Alipenda sheria ifuatwe vile inatakikana, na ndiposa tukawa na mabadiliko ama mageuzi katika katiba ile ya mwaka 2010. Kwa hivyo hii mambo yote, hata sisi kuteuliwa, ni kama tunajivunia matunda yake Raila Amolo Odinga. Mapigano na mapambano ambayo aliweka hapa kwa nchi yetu ndio imetufikisha pahali tuko. Kwa hivyo tuna huzuni kama chama, kama nchi yetu ya Kenya, kama kina mama wa nchi hii, kama watu ambao Raila ndio alikuwa tegemeo na mtu ambaye tulimwangalia kupigania haki zetu. Tuna huzuni sana. na tungeweza tu kuomba kwamba ile mpangilio ambayo Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa nayo kwa hii nchi, ile mambo ambayo aliona mbele zaidi ya sisi izingatiwe, ili ile kupigania na ile kazi ambayo Raila Odinga alijitolea kufanya na kupa kipaumbele katika hii nchi iendelee mbele.
Asante sana. Labda tukimalizia, wewe tueleze unaitwa jina lako na pia umetoka sehemu gani?
Kwa majina naitwa Christine Anyango Odongo kutoka Suna East, Migori County. Natoka Suna Central Ward. Mimi kama mama wa Suna Central niko na huzuni sana kwa sababu baba ameinua wamama. Tena sana tumezunika juu yeye ndiye alikuwa anajali wamama, amefanya tumefika hapa kupitia mheshimiwa Junet, pia amechukua hiyo mtindo yake. Sasa sisi kama wamama wa Suna East tumefurahia, ndio kusudi tumefika hapa mapema tuzunike na familia pamoja juu tumepoteza mpendwa.
Asante. Mara mwisho kabisa, sijui wewe unaitwa nani na umetokea wapi?
Mimi naitwa Esther Oyucho, natoka Migori County, Suna East, Suna Central Ward. Tuko na huzuni kama wamama sana. Tuko na huzuni juu baba Raila Amolo Odinga amefanya wamama saa hii wanaweza kula na wanaweza pata viti mbalimbali kutoka kwa devolution alileta. Kama sisi wa mama unaweza pata mama anapata hata nomination kwa Senate. Hiyo vitu hakufanyika hapa nyumbani. Ndio tuko na huzuni kabisa juu tukiangalia kabisa kama watu wa Suna East. Tulifika hapa leo ili tuombeleze na watu wa Bondo. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga ameoa Migori County. Tumekuja hapa kama Mary, kama mothers in law. Sana kabisa tumekuja hapa kuomboleza na watu wa Bondo juu baba Raila Amolo Odinga amefanya mingi, ametufanyia sisi mingi kama wamama. Unaweza pata sisi tunaweza kula hata na wakubwa, hata na wanaume wakubwa. Zamani hiyo kitu huwezi fanyika. Hiyo devolution yake yenye alileta Kenya mzima akafanya. Sasa hii hata wamama tunaweza endesha gari juu ya hiyo kazi freedom amepatia wamama saa hii. Hiyo ndio tumefika hapa, tuko na huzuni zaidi. Tuko wards 4 kwa Suna Central. Tuko na Godjope, Kakra Ward, Central na Kwa Ward. Tumefika hapa kuombeleza nini? Sisi tumetoka kwa umbrella ya Junet Sheikh Nur. Asanteni sana. Baba rest in peace. Baba rest in peace.
Asante. Mungu ailaze roho ya Raila Amolo Odinga mahali pema peponi, ndivyo anavyosema huyo mama. Sitaki kumwacha nje pia moja tu tukimalizia ya mwisho kabisa. Waitwa nani?
Kwa majina naitwa Helen Anyango Nyango kutoka Suna.
Yaani umekuja nyote kabisa kutoka Suna?
Tumekuja nyote, nimetoka Migori County, Kakra Ward, Suna East.
Wewe utamkumbuka vipi Raila Amolo Odinga?
Raila mimi nakumbuka sana, ameniumiza. Huyo baba ametufanyia mingi. Nahuzunika kabisa kwa ajili ya huyu baba. Baba ametufanya tumekuwa wamama ambao wako na nguvu. Ninaweza kaa hata na wanaume kwa meza tukule pamoja. Samani hata uwezi patikana kama we ni mama umekaa kwa kiti. Wanakuambia wamama wakae chini. Wababa ndio wanakaa kwa kiti. Na saa hii tuko the same kwa ajili ya baba. Samani ulikuwa unaweza toka Migori nyumbani unaenda Migori uwezi fika kabla hujakata ile kadi ya KANU. Unaweza simamishwa kwa njia paka jioni. Na huyu baba ametufanyia tuko uhuru. Niko na huzuni sana. Mungu baba apumzike. Mungu ampeleke, amlaze rohoni peponi.
Asante sana. Nancy, ni baadhi tu ya wale wa mama ambao wametoka, jinsi ulivyosikia, wametoka kule Migori. Kuna waombolezaji tofauti wanatoka pembe zote za nchi hii wakifika hapa Opoda Farm ambayo ndio nyumbani kwake Raila Odinga kuleta risala zao za rambirambi kama njia ya kumwonyesha heshima aliyekuwa waziri mkuu wa zamani. Sawa, tutaweza kuzungumza nawe baadaye tafadhali. Jinsi unavyoona nyuma yangu bado jinsi nilivyokuonyesha, kumbuka rais aliweza kutangaza siku 7 za maombolezo kwa heshima ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga, na jinsi ulivyosikia nyuma yetu wakati tulikuwa tunazungumza na kina mama hawa, kuna baadhi ya vijana walikuwa wakipiga mayowe. Hiyo ndio njia yao ya kumuomboleza Raila Odinga. Bado kuna mishumaa bado imewaka hapa ambayo kumewashwa na hao kina mama ambao nimetoka kuzungumza nao. Hizi shughuli tunatarajia ziendelee hadi pale ambapo mwili wa Raila Odinga utapumzishwa kule Kango Kajaramogi, ambapo shughuli hiyo itakayofanyika siku ya Jumapili. Kumbuka vile nimekueleza, shughuli maandalizi ya hapa na pale zingali zinaendelea hapa Opoda Farm, ikiwa ndio nyumbani kwake Raila Odinga. Kule nje kuna mahema ama tents ukipenda ambazo zimewekwa hapo. Kumbuka kesho kutakuwa tunatarajia idadi kubwa sana ya waombolezaji, na eneo hili huenda ikakosa kuwa shughulikia wote, ndiposa sasa kuna mahema ambayo yamewekwa kule nje kuhakikisha kwamba idadi hiyo ya watu ya wale waombolezaji watakuwa wakifika hapa watakuwa wanapata nafasi ya kuketi kule nje. Na tukitoka hapa tutafululiza moja kwa moja kuelekea kule Kango Kajaramogi kuona shughuli zinavyoendelea pale. Kuna uchimbaji wa kaburi ambapo Raila atapumzishwa. Shughuli hizo zingali zinaendelea kule. Basi ifikapo mwendo wa saa 3 basi tutaweza kuungana nanyi na watazamaji wetu tena kuwaletea moja kwa moja jinsi shughuli zitakuwa pale Kango Kajaramogi. Na kumbuka pia misa ya mwisho itafanywa pale chuo kikuu cha Jaramogi Oginga Odinga iliyoko hapa Bondo. Shughuli hiyo ikiwa pia tutaweza kuwaletea watazamaji wetu moja kwa moja. Ila kwa sasa Nancy, wacha nirudishe usukani kwenye studio uko Nairobi.
Asante sana. Ni mwanahabari wetu Wycliffe akiwa katika eneo la Bondo Siaya, boma la aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga, Opoda Farm, akituletea matayarisho ya hatua moja kwa moja vile mambo yatakavyokuwa. Na bila shaka katika mahojiano aliyofanya ni hakika kuwa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga alihakikisha kuwa wanawake hawajaachwa nyuma katika nafasi za uongozi, haswa katika eneo hilo la Migori. Na mtazamaji, tunakwenda mapumzikoni, lakini usiende mbali, tutarejea papa hapa na taarifa zaidi.
On this Mashujaa Day, we proudly salute the heroes and heroines whose sacrifice, resilience, and vision laid the foundation for the Kenya we cherish today. Mashujaa Day reminds us that true heroism lies not only in the past struggles for independence, but also in the everyday acts of service, innovation, and patriotism that drive our nation forward. At Kenya Pipeline Company, we draw inspiration from this spirit of heroism as we continue to deliver our mandate of transporting energy safely, efficiently, and reliably to fuel Kenya's growth and prosperity. As we focus on energy as a driver of economic and social development during the Energy Week 2025, held from 13th to 18th October 2025, under the theme Energy for All, let us embrace the call to be modern-day heroes by working with integrity, unity, and determination to build a stronger, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Kenyans. On behalf of the KBC family, I extend warm Mashujaa Day wishes to all Kenyans. May we continue to honor the past, celebrate the present, and shape a brighter tomorrow together. Happy Mashujaa Day.
Aufanye kazi.
Sifanye kazi siwezi. Nikifanya kazi damu yangu ni kama sijui inatembea ama nini. Naona nachaba ndio. Hiyo natoa jasho. Ukiangalia kenye unakula hakuna. Ile sasa kusaidia kwangu nipotea. Ile pesa na ile iko shahi iko. Wanasema pesa nyingine iliamua tu kusema tukufu. Ningekuwa na nje ingine nikienda.
Hizi ni zile unasikiza, you feel like, you know, kia kulia.
Kwani wait? Bei ya leo premium, si complicated. Kupika leo premium, si complicated. Unabai, unapika, unashiba. Lea premium.
Lea Premium Flour, nurturing the world. Available in a store near you.
Karibu mtazamaji, unaendelea kutazama Darubini Wikendi. Wabunge, maafisa wakuu serikalini na waheshimiwa wengine walipata fursa ya kutazama mwili wa marehemu Raila Odinga bungeni. Rais William Ruto akiwa ameandamana na mama wa taifa Rachel Ruto aliongoza viongozi wa kisiasa na kijeshi katika kutoa heshima zao za mwisho kwa mtu aliyehudumu bungeni kwa miongo miwili. Gishoki Washira na ripoti kuhusu hafla hiyo ya huzuni iliyomalizika kwa ibada ya wafu katika uwanja wa kitaifa wa Nyayo.
Saa 12:40 asubuhi, gari la kijeshi lililobeba mwili wa marehemu waziri mkuu wa zamani Raila Odinga liliwasili katika majengo ya bunge. Kwa takriban saa 2, maafisa wakuu wa serikali pamoja na viongozi wa upinzani walipata fursa ya kuutizama mwili wa marehemu na kutoa heshima zao. Mwanawe marehemu Raila Odinga Jr. alikuwa wa kwanza kutoa heshima zake za mwisho, akifuatiwa na dadake Winnie Odinga, huku wabunge wakitumbuiza kwa nyimbo za kidini. Kisha Rais William Ruto akiandamana na mama wa taifa Rachel Ruto akawaongoza maafisa wengine wa serikali na wabunge kutoa heshima kwa mshirika wake kwenye serikali jumuishi. Wabunge wa kike wakiwa wamevalia mavazi yenye rangi nyeusi na rangi ya chungwa walipanga laini kando ya mwili wa marehemu wakitumbuiza kwa moja ya wimbo alioupenda. Ilipotimia saa 3 kamili asubuhi, msafara wa kijeshi ulioubeba mwili wa marehemu Raila Odinga uliondoka kutoka majengo ya bunge kuelekea kwenye uwanja wa michezo wa Nyayo kwa ibada ya ukumbusho. Gishoki Washira, Darubini.
Na mtazamaji, kama tulivyokuarifu, tutakuwa tunakuletea jinsi mambo na maandalishi ya mazishi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga yanavyoendelea katika maeneo tofauti, na mojawapo ni Kisumu ambapo Wakenya ama wakazi wa eneo hilo wanatarajiwa kupata fursa ya kutazama mwili wa mwenda zake Raila Odinga utakaofikishwa hapo kesho. Na mtazamaji, sasa moja kwa moja tunaungana naye mwanahabari wetu Achola ambaye amekita kambi katika eneo hilo ili kuweza kutufahamisha ni yapi yanaendelea katika eneo hilo kuhusiana na matayarisho hayo. Achola, kama unanipata, habari za saizi, na je, matayarisho yanaendelea vipi katika eneo hilo la Kisumu?
Naam, shukran sana Nancy. Hapa nilipo niko katika mzunguko wa magari katika karibu na kituo kikuu cha mabasi hapa jijini Kisumu, na ninachokueleza ni kwamba wakazi wa eneo hili wamefika hapa, wengi wakiwa wamewasha mshumaa, shughuli kuu ikiwa ni kumuenzi mwenda zake hayati Raila Amolo Odinga, na wamefika hapa kwa wingi, wengi wakiwa wameshika mshumaa, na hali kadhalika pia kusababisha hali ama msongamano wa magari. Ambacho tumeona hapa ni kwamba wengi wamefika wakiwa wameshika mshumaa, wengi wameshika wako na filimbi pia. Hali kadhalika waendesha bodaboda nao pia wamefika katika eneo hili, na shughuli kuu basi ni kuweza kupiga miluzi na hali kadhalika kusherekea Raila Amolo Odinga. Hali kadhalika Nancy, ni kueleze tu kwamba shughuli hii pia sawia kama hii inaendelea katika uwanja ama Raila Amolo Odinga Sports Ground, ambayo si mbali sana na hapa tulipo, na shughuli hiyo imeanzishwa rasmi na gavana wa Kisumu Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, na inatarajiwa kwamba wakazi hawa wataweza kuketi hapa hadi asubuhi. Na swala lingine ni kwamba tumeweza kuongea na kamishna wa eneo hili, na akasema kwamba bila shaka wameshika doria na kuhakikisha kwamba yeyote ambaye atashiriki katika leo basi waweze kufanya shughuli hiyo kwa njia ya amani. Wote ambao tumezungumza nao na wamefika katika eneo hili wanasema hii ndio fursa ambayo wanayo ya kuweza kuenzi mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga, na wanasema kwamba ni kiongozi ambaye walimwenzi sana. Hiyo si taarifa kwa wengi, kwa sababu eneo hili ndiyo ngome yake ya kisiasa, na bila shaka wakazi wa eneo hili walikuwa na wanapenda sana naye pia wana mwenzi sana. Kwa hivyo wamefika katika eneo hili na wanasema watazidi kukaa katika eneo hili, na ndiposa tu waweze kupata nafasi ya kuweza kusherehekea mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga. Wengi walisema kwamba wangeweza kupata nafasi pengine waweze kusema mawili hapa kwanza.
Mimi kwa majina naitwa Samuel Onyango.
Samuel Onyango, umefika hapa kufanya nini?
Mimi ni mkaaji wa hapa Kisumu na tumekuja kuomboleza ombi zetu za mwisho kwa baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga.
Hii mnasema ni fursa yenyu ya mwisho kuweza kumpatia heshima mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga. Hivi mnapanga kukaa hapa hadi saa ngapi?
Hivi baba ni mtu mwenye amepewa heshima Kenya mzima, hata tukiacha Kenya, the whole world. So tutakaa hapa mpaka asubuhi, mwili ya baba iletwe, tuone mwili moja kwa moja, ndio tutatoka hapa.
Shukran sana Eric. Kocha, tuzungumze na mwingine pia, atueleze ni nani na amefika hapa kufanya nini.
Kwa majina naitwa Willis Omondi. Leo ni siku ya maana sana kwetu kama wakaji wa Kisumu, kwa sababu tunaombeleza mpendwa wetu ambaye alikuwa kiongozi shujaa Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye amepigania nchi tangu mpaka saa hizi tumepata uhuru wa kila kitu hapa hivi Kenya.
Hapa hadi saa ngapi?
Hapa hivi leo hatutoki hapa, tutakesha hapa mpaka asubuhi, mpaka tuhakikishe siku yenye Raila anawekwa kwa kaburi ndio siku ambayo tutapumzika.
Wengi walisema kwamba watakesha si hapa tu, bali pia katika uwanja wa Jomo Kenyatta, na tumearifiwa kwamba basi watu hawaruhusiwi kwenda huko. Kwa hivyo mnatarajia, tumeambiwa kwamba si hapa tu peke yake, pia mtakuwa mnawasha mshumaa katika Jomo Kenyatta Sports Ground. Hebu tueleze, wewe ungetaka wale ambao wanashiriki katika shughuli hii wafanye vipi?
Kuombeleza baba si kitu ambayo inafanyika tu hapa peke yake. Tunapoongea hapa sasa, hapa hivi katikati ya town, kuna watu ambao kikundi kingine ambao wako pale sports ground tayari wamewasha mshumaa, wanaombeleza baba. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuhimiza kila mtu tuombeleza baba kwa njia ya amani, tusitoe vurugu, tusifanye mambo ya uhalifu, tusindikize baba kwa njia ya amani.
Asante sana. Pengine niweze kuzungumza na mmoja hapa kabla tujatabatisha Nancy.
Asante sana. Kwa majina mimi naitwa Silas Odingo aka Jake Chiratego. Mimi kwetu ni huku Kisumu kule maeneo ya Moroni. Kifo ya baba ambayo ilitupata ile tarehe 15, sisi kama jamii ya Wajaluo, aswa kama sisi majamaa wa Majaluo tumehusunika vibaya sana, na hakuna kitu sisi tunaweza tukafanya kama binadamu, ila tu ni kuomba Mwenyezi Mungu atupe nguvu wakati huu ambao tunapitia magumu, na pia tunaomba
itabidi tumkatize mwanahabari wetu Achole kutoka Kisumu moja kwa moja. Tuelekee katika eneo la Karen kusikiza kamati ama jopo lililoteuliwa kupanga mazishi, na anayezungumza kwa sasa ni naibu wa rais Kithure Kindiki.
Funeral service for our departed leader, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, took place at the Nyayo National Stadium, Nairobi, between 9:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. The service was attended by thousands of mourning Kenyans. The entire political leadership of Kenya, led by President William Ruto and retired President Uhuru Kenyatta, heads of the legislature and the judiciary attended. The two speakers of parliament, as well as the Chief Justice, were present. Governors, senators, members of the county assemblies, cabinet ministers, principal secretaries, senior government officials, the clergy, grassroots leaders, the ODM leadership and members from across Kenya, and hundreds of other dignitaries. The Odinga family, the presidents of Tanzania, Somalia, and Ethiopia, the vice president of Tanzania, and the interior minister of Rwanda, who was representing President Kagame, also attended. The committee is pleased to note the overwhelming turnout in the very important exercise that has taken place today. And the committee notes with appreciation many world leaders who brought not only their presence for those who came, but also the many world leaders who sent their messages of condolences formally through note verbals received by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of our country. I know I did acknowledge the condolences that had been received by that time, but after we have left the stadium, we have received a few more condolences from world leaders. So allow me to, for the record, acknowledge the condolences that have been received from Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, President of Tanzania, who besides that sent a high-level delegation, which included Vice President Dr. Philip Mpango, retired President Jakaya Kikwete, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Tanzania. We are grateful to President Yoweri Museveni of Uganda, who sent the message of condolences formally. President Paul Kagame, who also sent the Interior Minister to represent him physically. President of Somalia, Hassan Sheikh Mohammed, who sent condolences and also came in person. Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Abiy Ahmed. The President of Djibouti, Ismail Omar Gele. The President of the Republic of Zambia, Hakainde Hichilema. The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The President of the Republic of Ghana, His Excellency John Mahama. The President of the Republic of Burundi, His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye. The President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, His Excellency Mada Julius Bio. The President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa. The President of the Republic of the Gambia, His Excellency Adama Barrow. The President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, and a close friend of the Prime Minister who has left us, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Narendra Modi, also a close friend to the departed Prime Minister, the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Felix Tshisekedi, His Royal Highness Salman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud, the King of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman Al Saud, and we also have received condolences from the government of France through the French embassy in Nairobi. Allow me, for the record also, to recognize the condolences from the Minister for International Development and Africa of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Jenny Chapman. I also acknowledge the condolences received from Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Mohammed Yusuf, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the European Union, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, Dr. Wokde Geneberu, the Director General of the World Health Organization, Tedros Ghebreyesus, the Executive Secretary for United Nations Commission for Africa, Cleva Gatey, the Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth of Nations, Luis Franceschi, the Secretary General of East African Community, Veronica Nduva, but we have also the condolences of the Chairman of the United States Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, Senator James Rich, the embassies of Italy, the government of Australia, the government of Canada, the government of the Russian Federation, the government of the People's Republic of China. And you can see for yourself who the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga was, not just for Kenya, but to the world. As the National Committee on the State Funeral of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga, we are very grateful to all those who condoled with Kenya, and we don't take it for granted that our leader has been so respected. One of our objectives was to make sure that we get the world to know that we consider the late Prime Minister not just a leader for Kenya, but a leader globally. Ladies and gentlemen, having done that, I would like to say a few more things before I invite my co-chair to say a few things and we close this briefing. And I would like to add that before the funeral service, another important event took place, and again we are grateful that we were able to have the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga lie in state at Parliament buildings. It was our intention yesterday, it was impossible. It was possible this morning, and we are very grateful to Parliament for facilitating that important state rights. And in Parliament, the legislators were able to give their respects to our fallen leader, and also all the three arms of government were represented. The executive, led by President William Ruto, the two speakers of Parliament, and the Chief Justice Martha Koome, who also graced the occasion and also graced the event in Nyayo Stadium. I also must appreciate there are many other leaders whom I cannot mention, especially at Nyayo Stadium, and I did note the other time at the stadium that former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka, among others, were also present. And therefore, it is also important to announce to the country that we are pleased with what has happened in the afternoon. We had another event again, and that is the public viewing of the mortal remains of our departed leader. Thousands of mourners, members of the public, the rank and file, supporters and fellow citizens of our fallen leader were able to pay respects to the body of our leader. We are very pleased as a committee that that exercise, which just ended a few minutes to 5 p.m., has continued and ended peacefully, solemnly, and in utmost dignity, notwithstanding that there were thousands of people who patiently queued, waited, performed their respects, and left the stadium. We don't take it for granted. The National State Funeral Committee, therefore, announces that the second day of mourning has been a success and pleads with mourners to continue with the same spirit as the nation enters into the 3 days of mourning tomorrow. Allow me I've just remembered, I should have also appreciated the presence of the Vice President of South Sudan at the stadium, Excellency Rebecca Garang. I think I had mentioned during the event in the day. So we are happy the second day has come to an end. We are praying and pleading that tomorrow, the third day, will even be better. We will dignify our leader. We will respect our leader. We will mourn in dignity. It is heavy, but we must do everything to protect the image of our fallen leader and the image of Kenya, because Raila Odinga was a global leader. Therefore, tomorrow, Saturday, 18th of October 2025, the mortal remains of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga will be airlifted to Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu by the Kenya Defense Forces, arriving at 8 a.m. or thereabouts. Members of the public are requested to be settled by 7 a.m. to dignify the arrival of the remains of our leader. There will be public viewing of the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga at Mamboleo grounds for most of the day until we are satisfied that everyone has had a chance to respect the remains of our leader. Thereafter, the body will be taken to Bondo for an overnight stay before burial on Sunday. The program for Sunday will be given tomorrow, and I want to announce that the committee will provide information about the events on Sunday tomorrow at 7 p.m., but we will do that through a dispatch to media houses, because now we must relocate to Kisumu and Siaya to make sure that the remaining 2 days proceed as we expect them to proceed. Therefore, 7 p.m. tomorrow, there will be a media dispatch to inform members of the public on the program for Sunday as we finalize this very important exercise. We will not be taking any questions today. We have so many things we need to work on immediately after this. We are working throughout the night and then also making our way so that by morning we are able to take charge of the process on the other side. I will only allow the co-chairperson of this committee on behalf of the rest of us to maybe add one or two things, especially from the family perspectives, including what he might consider to be necessary for the public to know. It is now my pleasure to invite my elder brother, my co-chairman of this committee, Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, whom I am very pleased to work with. And because after he speaks, I will not speak again, I want to thank all my colleagues that you see behind me here, who may not be speaking, but they are doing a great job. They have sacrificed their time. They are the ones responsible for some of the gains that you see we are making. All of them are appreciated individually. We have very senior leaders from the ODM party. We have members of the cabinet. We have family members. And I am very proud to be working with each one of these team members who have made my work very easy. Thank you very much. Senator Oburu, please say one or two things, and then after that we will leave it there. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I cannot repeat what my co-chair has said. I will only make remarks on the other aspect of this funeral. First, I want to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues. They have worked tirelessly since this committee was formed, and they have done a great job. I really appreciate, and I hope that they will continue with the same spirit until the whole process is over. I also want to thank the Deputy President for his very tireless work on this and a very, very diligent approach to all the issues which have come across, and the whole government since this matter started. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, for taking this matter personally. And he has been in touch with the family, and he has done all that could have been done by any other head of state to give my late brother the honors that he deserved as a statesman of this country. I also want to take this opportunity to appeal and plead with my people to be peaceful. I know the pains you feel. You feel as much as all of us do, but this is not a time to make any thing which could cause harm and infamity to our people. We want to behave with dignity. We want our people to respect this occasion, because Raila loved them so much, and they should also treat his send-off with a lot of restraint. Let us not overdo what our mourning. Let us mourn in peace. Let us escort our brother in peace, and let his soul also lie in peace. So please, 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 my brothers and sisters, when the body arrives in Kisumu, let us view the body peacefully. I would like to express my disappointment that yesterday there was some tear gas which was thrown around. I really don't like tear gas. To see Raila should not be tear gassed in death. He has been tear gassed enough when he was alive. Please let us not cause a situation where he is tear gassed again when we are escorting him. Let us behave in a way that does not give any reason for tear gassing and even using force against our people who are innocent. They have come to mourn, and they should be allowed to mourn peacefully. Please, that is the only appeal I would like to make to our people. Akwayo jodalawa ni yeuru ni mondo wakow Raila gi kwe, wakowe gi muolo, wakowe gi hera, mondo kik bedie wach moro amora manyalo miyo gimoro kaka tear gas kata bonde muchi kama Raila nitie. Gigo osetimrene, osehinyre ngimane kuom higni mang'eny. Ka gigo timrene kukedo kok odwar gimiluongo ni injustice, to kik wadog wamiye a situation makendo pod tear gas dogo ringo kata donje wang'e kama intie, kama koro wadhi kane e bur. Mano e gima duong' ahinya madaher ni mondo akwau kaka ogandana. Ang'eyo ni awacho gini gi dholuo mondo Radio Ramogi to gi radio wa moko other stations kaka Radio Namlolwe to gi jowa moko be mondo landi maler mondo jowa owinji ni wakwayo kaka family. Wakwayo ni mondo wabeduru gi kwe, kendo agonu erokamano kuom hera ma useng'iso nyaka nyicha jakom nindi, kendo jakom nyicha oherou, ubena uhere, kendo ageno ni wabiro timo kamano. Mano e gima duong' madaher ni mondo awachi. To I know tomorrow we'll be moving home. Sunday will be a day to give the final send-off. And I would like to clarify something which has been in the press. This matter of where the grave of Raila, or where he will be interred, the particular spot. The press has been saying that in Raila's will, he said he wanted to be buried next to his mother, and that we have verified it, and now we are burying him next to his father. Nothing could be far from the truth. Raila, I have seen the will, and it clearly states that he would like to be buried next to, in the place where his mother and father are buried. In the place where his father and mother are buried. So father and mother are buried at Nyamira Kango, Kajaramogi. And that is where Raila is going to be buried, at Kango Kajaramogi, where his father and mother are buried. whether the grave is next to the mother or next to the father, that is now a detail which he did not say, and I don't know why it is important to you, whether it is next to the mother or the father. Both of them are his parents. Both of them are his parents, and that was our decision. And I thank you all. I thank you all, and only plead for peace. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Na mtazamaji, hilo ni jopo wa makamati ambayo liliteuliwa na rais kuweza kufanya maandalizi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga likiongozwa naye naibu wa rais Kithure Kindiki, na hapo mmeweza kuona seneta Daktari Oburu Odinga akizungumzia kuhusiana na maandalizi na akisisitiza swala la kuwepo kwa amani wakati huu wa maombolezi na mazishi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga, na pia akiweza kuweka wazi kuhusiana na eneo ambalo ataweza kupumzishwa aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga. Na sasa mtazamaji, na kuelekeza moja kwa moja kwa mwenzangu Harith Salim aendelee na mahojiano.
Na wenzangu hapa studio, Askofu Hudson na vilevile mwalimu, mwanahabari, baba kivyake Otieno mjomba. Kuna mambo mengi, lakini kimsingi ni kwamba taarifa zimetolewa kwa ufasaha zaidi kuhusiana na mambo yatakayotendeka hapo kesho, na yote yameeleweka. Na kama tulivyomsikia seneta ambaye Dr. Oburu Odinga ni kaka yake marehemu, amesema kwamba au ameviomba vyombo vya habari vya maeneo yale vifikishe ujumbe kwa wahusika kwa lugha fasaha na ya kueleweka na wale wakazi wa maeneo yale. Lakini kimsingi tunataka kuangazia mambo mawili matatu kabla ya muda, manake muda pia nao unakimbizana nasi. Kabla ya hapo kulikuwa na kauli iliyotolewa na waziri Opiyo Wandayi, na vilevile kukawa na kauli nyingine zikatolewa vilevile kuhusiana na mustakbali wa chama cha ODM. Kumbuka kumekuwa na tetesi na fununu za hapa na pale kuhusiana na urithi wa chama cha ODM na mambo kama hayo. Sasa kwanza, kutokana na maneno hayo yanayozungumzwa, unajua wenyewe wanasema if you read in between the lines, ukisoma katikati ya sentensi na mistari ile, kuna ujumbe ambao labda unapitishwa kwa njia moja au nyingine. Kwanza, chama kitasimama. Mtazamo wenu, tuanze na Otieno mjomba.
Asante sana bana Harith. Mwanzo ni vizuri kwanza kuweka wazi kwamba daktari aliamua kuzungumza kwa lugha ya nyumbani ili kuweza kufikisha ujumbe hasa kwa asasi husika kule nyumbani, na hasa kwa wafuasi ambao ni wengi katika eneo hilo, na akawa ametaja na hata redio mbalimbali ambapo wasikilizaji ni wengi katika maeneo hayo, ili waweze kuelewa kinachofanyika na waweze kuelewa kwamba pia ni muhimu waweze kudumisha amani. Kwa hivyo ujumbe huo umepitishwa vizuri, na ni vizuri watu watilie maanani agizo hilo.
Hiyo amani itadumu katika ODM.
Hapo sasa katika ODM.
Kabla uanze kuzungumzia hilo, tuna mapumzikoni kidogo, lakini tukirejea hapo ndipo tunapoanzia
ODM.
Tunarudi hivi punde.
Mashujaa Day, we proudly salute the heroes and heroines whose sacrifice, resilience, and vision laid the foundation for the Kenya we cherish today. Mashujaa Day reminds us that true heroism lies not only in the past struggles for independence, but also in the everyday acts of service, innovation, and patriotism that drive our nation forward. At Kenya Pipeline Company, we draw inspiration from this spirit of heroism as we continue to deliver our mandate mandate of transporting energy safely, efficiently, and reliably to fuel Kenya's growth and prosperity. As we focus on energy as a driver of economic and social development during the Energy Week 2025, held from 13th to 18th October 2025, under the theme Energy for All, let us embrace the call to be modern-day heroes by working with integrity, unity, and determination to build a stronger, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Kenyans. On behalf of the KPC family, I extend warm Mashujaa Day wishes to all Kenyans. May we continue to honor the past, celebrate the present, and shape a brighter tomorrow together. Happy Mashujaa Day.
Mwenye kufanya hiyo kazi ameenda wapi?
Jodi mama, ni kazi tu.
Wewe tusipimane hapa wewe Katushu wewe. Unasikia wewe?
Kati yako na mimi ni nani lambo hapa?
Kasanyo, ngasanyo ndu.
Wanaona VIP. Watu wanakaa watu si watu pathetic.
Wizi wadi. Eleza.
Hey!
Ni nini kwani mkono yangu ni jabu?
Surprise hapa mama yo. Unajua kuna nini Mashujaa Day?
Lea Premium Flour, nurturing the world. Available in a store near you.
Kilifi County, muda umefika. Ni wakati wa sauti zenu kusikika na vizazi kuzungumza kwa uwazi. KBC Channel 1 inakuletea kipindi cha kipekee, Transgenerational Conversation. Jukwaa la vijana na wazee kuketi pamoja, kusikilizana, kuulizana maswali na kujifunza kutoka kwa kila kizazi. Safari hii tunatua kaunti ya Kilifi. Ni Alhamisi tarehe 23 mwezi huu kuanzia saa 1:30 jioni, moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa Kibaoni Social Hall. Usikose kushiriki Transgenerational Conversation, sauti ya kila kizazi. Mazungumzo haya yameletwa kwenu na KBC kwa ushirikiano na NCIC, Korea International Cooperation Agency na UNDP.
Aufanye kazi.
Sifanye kazi siwezi. Nikifanya kazi damu yangu ni kama sijui inatembea ama nini. Naona nachaba ndio. Hiyo natoa jasho. Ukiangalia kenye unakula hakuna. Ile sasa kusaidia kwangu nimepotea. Ile pesa na ile iko shahi iko. Wanasema pesa nyingine ile iliamua tu kusema katukufu. Ningekuwa na njia nyingine nikaenda.
Hizi ni zile unasikiza, you feel like, you know, kia kulia. It's quite sad.
Maombolezi ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu Raila Odinga ambaye mazishi yake yanatarajiwa kufanyika au yameratibiwa kufanyika huko Bondo, Siaya siku ya Jumapili. Kwa hiyo tulikuwa tunazungumzia swala la chama cha ODM. Kiongozi mshika usukani ameshaondoka, chama kitasimama.
Inatupeleka katika methali ya mti mkuu Kigwa, wana wa ndege wamo mashakani. Na hali ilivyo, namna ilivyo, ukiangalia kabla hata wakati ambapo hali ya afya ya aliyekuwa waziri mkuu ilipoanza kuonekana kwamba inayumba, ilianza kutokea mipasuko ya hapa na pale. Kumetokea sauti za vijana ambao wangetaka waweze kusikilizwa, wangetaka waende na mtindo fulani. Kulianza kutokea mpaka sauti wakati ambapo palitokea mambo ya broad based. watu wakitaka, wengine wakiwa mrengo fulani na wengine wakielekea upande mwingine. Hata hivyo baba mwenyewe ndiye aliyehakikisha, alikuwa kama gundi ambayo ilikuwa imeshikanisha kila kitu. Kwa hivyo ndiposa ulikuwa unasikia kauli za baba akisema right tunaenda right, akisema left tunaenda left. Sasa baba hayupo. Hii inamaanisha kwamba huenda pakatokea mipasuko katika chama. Mipasuko hii italetwa kwa njia tofauti. Kuna mwamko wa vijana ambao upo katika chama chenyewe. Mwamko huu huenda ukaleta athari zaidi. Njia ya pili ni kwamba kuna wale ambao wamekuwa wakileta maswali, wakitia doa makubaliano kati ya ODM na serikali. Hii hapa pia huenda pakatokea mipasuko, na mwisho wa yote basi ODM ikiwa kwamba kaimu mwenyekiti hataweza kushughulikia ama kushika chama vizuri, hali itakuwa vibaya.
Askofu, hebu mtazamo wako sasa. Alichokizungumza Otieno Mjomba anasema kwamba huenda kukashuhudiwa labda mipasuko kutokana na sababu alizozitaja. Sasa ODM ni moja kati ya vyama vikubwa katika historia ya nchi, na kwa wakati mmoja ni chama ambacho kilikuwa na idadi kubwa ya wabunge katika chaguzi zilizopita, na mpaka sasa ni moja kati ya vyama mashuhuri. Ukitaja ODM, taswira inaonekana ni chama aina gani kutumia. Sasa mbali na haya umaarufu wa chama, je, hii heshima iko kwa chama ama heshima ilikuwa kwa Raila Amolo Odinga?
Asante Haris. Nitaongezea kwa yale mwenzangu amesema. Kusema ukweli, heshima haijakuwa kwa chama ODM. Heshima na loyalty ya wanachama na wafuasi imekuwa kwa mheshimiwa Raila, na huyo ndio kila mtu alikuwa anafuata, wafuasi wa chama na pia hata viongozi waliochaguliwa kwa chama. Heshima yao imekuwa ni kwa Raila. Nili watch news, nafikiri ilikuwa jana, na kukawa MP mmoja wa Wiper akawa anasema ya kwamba wakati mwingine walihitaji Raila kuja tu kuzungumza kwa constituency yake ili akaweze kupata kura. So hiyo ni thibitisho ya kwamba heshima imekuwa kwa Raila, si kwa chama. Na matamshi kama haya ambao umeona Opio Wanda akizungumza leo, akisema ya kwamba tunataka tukimaliza mazishi twende tuizinishe ambaye amewekwa kama kaimu wa kinara wa chama, yanakuonyesha tayari kuna wasiwasi. Inaonyesha tu waziwazi ya kwamba kuna wasiwasi ya kwamba chama hakitasimama vile kimekuwa kimesimama. Na alivyosema mwenzangu ni kweli, hata kabla tumpoteze mheshimiwa Raila, tayari tulikuwa tunaona misukosuko kidogo. Tulikuwa tunaona ni kama hawako pamoja, ni kama wasomi script moja. Aliyekuwa anashikilia chama cha ODM imekuwa ni Raila, na kuondoka kwake kutaadhiri hicho chama. Na kudhibitisha hilo, utaona kwamba Raila ni mtu ambaye amefanya moves mingi sana kwa hii nchi, kubadilisha chama ama kuingia mahali. Akiingia mahali wafuasi wake wanamfuata, akiondoka wanaondoka na yeye, akienda kwingine wanaenda na yeye. Sasa ameondoka kabisa.
Lakini cha kushangaza ni kwamba akienda mahali sio wafuasi wake pekee wanamfuata, mpaka waliokuwa maasimu wake wa kisiasa, mpaka maadui zake. Ndio unakuta pia katika tukio kama hili mpaka maadui zake wanalia, au maasimu wake wa kisiasa.
Na alivyosema Hudson, kuna ushujaa uliopo ndani ya Raila. Raila alikuwa mwanzo mtu mkakamavu, na akiwa na msimamo wake unabakia ule ule. Na watu wengi kwa njia yote ile, unataka mtu ambaye mwanzo unaweza kumwamini, na wa pili mtu ambaye akiamua kwamba tunaenda kushoto tuende kushoto, tukikosea basi tutaweza kujiuliza maswali na tutafute mrejesho. Sasa Raila, kutokana na hilo, ndio sababu ulikuwa unapata maadui pamoja na wafuasi wanataka kuwa na yeye, kwa sababu mwanzo tulipoanza hapo awali nilizungumzia mambo ya ulumbi. Anajua mambo nje na ndani, na kuna watu, Raila alikuwa na intel Intelligence ambayo hata wakati fulani unashangaa inatokea vipi. Je, ana watu katika serikali ambao wanampa taarifa hizi ambazo ni za kijasusi wakati fulani? Na kutokana na hilo basi hata maasidi wanataka kukaa naye, manake huenda na taarifa zaidi za wao wenyewe. Hivyo basi wanataka kupokea kionjo cha kinachofanyika. Hivyo ni vizuri sana na ni kweli kwamba patatokea mgawanyiko katika chama cha ODM ikiwa kaimu sasa hivi bwana Oburu Odinga hataweza kudhibiti meli kwa njia inayofaa. Akidhibiti kwa meli kwa njia inayofaa na hakikishe kwamba amerejelea mambo ya nini, vijana pamoja na wazee, mambo yatakuwa sawa. Aweze kusikiliza sauti za vijana hawa, mambo yatakuwa sawa. Akikosa kusikiliza, aanze kwenda na msukumo kutoka kwa watu ambao huenda wana nafasi zao katika serikali. Okay? Hapo basi huenda pakatokea mpasuko mkubwa na chama hiki huenda kikawa ni kigae.
Tukizungumzia kuhusiana na chama na masa.
Nikiongezea jambo hapo. Kitu kingine kitafanya hiki chama kusambaratika. Ni tamaa. Kila mtu anataka sasa kuingia mahali Raila alikuwa. Kuna wale hawajazungumza lakini kimawazo wapo hapo. Wanafikiria wao ndio wangesema kuwa hapo. Wanafikiria wao ndio wana ubabe kuliko mwingine. Lakini kusema ukweli, hata nani akapewa nafasi ya Raila, hakuna atakaye match nguvu na ujasiri na influence ya Raila kwa chama.
Kizungumzia nguvu, ujasiri na hususan ni influence ama athari kwa watu, kwa sababu tangu kutangazwe kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga ameipa dunia kisogo, vilio vilikuwa vingi
sana.
Sasa upo uwezekano kwamba kuna wengine walikuwa wanamlilia na wengine wanajililia katika wanasiasa.
Sasa hapo umezua mjadala mwingine mtamu zaidi.
Ukweli usemwe
kwamba ni ukweli. Kuna watu ambao wanaomboleza kwa njia maradufu. Kuna wanaomboleza kifo chake Raila, na kuna wanaomboleza kwamba huenda nafasi walizokuwa nazo za kisiasa, nafasi hizo huenda zikawaponyoka. Kwa sababu gani? Natoka maeneo ya Nyanza, hasa katika gatuzi la Siaya. Na kuna mara si moja ambapo kuna watu wamechaguliwa katika maeneo hayo kutokana na sauti ya Raila, kiasi cha kwamba watu hawakutaka. Ukiangalia katika gatuzi la Siaya kulitokea mpasuko kati ya gavana wa sasa na aliyekuwa naibu wake, kama yule ambaye ni naibu wake. Hapo walishindana, waliwahi kushindana kwa njia moja au nyingine. Yote haya inamaanisha vipi? Sasa hivi pakitokea nafasi kama hiyo, je, hali itakuwa sawa? Na si sehemu ya Siaya pekee, nenda mpaka Coast, rudi mpaka sehemu ya Nairobi. Kuna watu ambao sasa hivi mirengo ilikuwa ishaanza kujitokeza mapema. Kuna watu ambao tayari walikuwa washapelekwa upande wa magharibi ya Kenya, upande wa Bungoma, kwenda kushikilia nafasi. Ukikumbuka nafasi ya mbunge wa Westlands. Mbunge wa Westlands alikuwa katika nafasi bora mwaka jana, uchaguzi uliopita, akitaka kushindania nafasi ya Nairobi. Sasa hivi ameanza kuingia katika eneo la Bungoma kule, ili kuacha nafasi hii ilikuwa inaachiwa nani hatujui. Lakini katika hali hiyo, je, na timu leo hii akiamua kwamba anataka kurudi ndani Nairobi, hali itakuwa vipi? Hivyo basi inamaanisha kwamba kuna watu ambao wataumia, tayari wanaumia sana. Na ikiwa kwamba hawataangalia kwa njia ambayo ni sawa, uchaguzi ujao kuna nyuso ngeni ambazo zitakuwepo, na hasa katika chama cha ODM maeneo ya Nyanza, Busia, kuanzia Teso ukirudi mpaka Funyula, utoke sehemu hizo urudi mpaka Vihiga, kuna nyuso ngeni ambazo zitakuwa zimeshikilia. Kwa hivyo kuaga dunia kwa Raila ni mwamko mpya tena katika uchaguzi wa Kenya.
Ndio swali ambalo lilikuwa linafuatilia swali hilo, kwamba huu msiba wa Raila Amolo Odinga umebadilisha karata za kisiasa za mwaka 2027, sio tu katika chama cha ODM bali katika vyama vyote vya kisiasa. Je, kifo chake kitachangia kubadilika kwa karata za kisiasa mwaka 2027? Hudson.
Bila shaka na vile umesema vizuri kabisa, si kwa chama cha ODM peke yake, lakini siasa za Kenya nzima zinaenda kubadilika. Kunaenda kuwa adjustments big sana nchi nzima kwa ajili ya siasa, na itaanza tu, haitakawia sana. Baada tu ya mazishi ya mwenda zake Raila Odinga, utaanza kuona kuna wale wanaofikiria, kuna wale ambao siasa yao inamalizika na mazishi ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Siasa yao inamalizikia hapo.
Akizikwa
tunazika wao kabisa kisiasa, watasaulika. Hata utakuwa unakumbuka fulani alikuwa amekwamilia koti. Hakukuwa na siasa, hakukuwa na sera, hakukuwa na umaarufu wake ulikuwa ni Raila. Na kuna wale tunasema kwa English wanaenda kuemerge. Kuna leaders wengine pia wataibuka. Wale walikuwaga wanahofia wakati Raila yupo, wanaona tukiruka tutapigwa kisiasa, itakuwa namna hii. Sasa kuna wale pia wanaenda kuamuka, wale ambao hatukujua, wale ambao hatukudhania, wanaenda kuamuka na watachukua nafasi yao. Lakini baada ya kusema hayo, niseme hivi, hata kama kutaamuka wengine, hakutaamuka mwingine kama Raila. Itakuwa ngumu sana hapa nchini. Na ujue ya kwamba hata katika kura zinazokuja, hauwezi jua ni wangapi walikuwa wanafikiria watazungumza naye awe upande wao. Pia wao hata wameathirika, licha kwamba hawakuwa na yeye sasa hivi, lakini labda unajua siasa dai na mambo mengi. Kuna mambo yanazungumzwa usiku, mengine mchana, mengine kisiri. Kunaenda kuwa na mwamko mpya kabisa wa kisiasa. Ni kama era mpya tunaingia kwa hii nchi kwa sababu ya kifo cha Raila.
Kwa sababu nakumbuka kuna kauli moja alitoa hivi majuzi tu akisema kwamba kukiwa na tetesi kwamba ODM itaunga mkono labda kipindi cha pili serikali ya sasa katika uchaguzi wa mwaka 2027. Kukawa na tetesi na wengine wakathibitisha kwamba ni kweli, lakini baadaye akaja na kauli akasema, nani amesema kwamba mwaka 2027 bado uko mbali na chama bado hakijaamua kitafanyika kama ulivyosema. Lakini sasa katika uzito wa chama cha ODM chini ya uongozi wa Raila Amolo Odinga, kwa sababu chama kama kinavyoonekana ni kwamba uzito wake, kama tulivyotangulia kusema, heshima ilikuwa kwa Raila Amolo Odinga, sio kwa chama, kwa mtazamo wa watu wengi, na kama tulivyozungumza hapa. Sasa labda upande wa upinzani kwa sasa, upande wa upinzani labda pia nao walikuwa kama ulivyosema wanatarajia kuzungumza na kushawishi ODM labda waungane pamoja mwaka 2027. Unaona kwamba nguvu za upinzani pia zimeisha kwa njia moja au nyingine kutokana na msiba huu, hususan baada ya Raila kuonekana kwamba ni mmoja kati ya wapinzani maarufu na shupavu katika siasa za taifa la Kenya?
Kama kwa upinzani bado sioni atakaye katika opposition iliyopo ambaye anaweza kamatch nguvu ama upinzani ambao ulikuwa ni wa Raila, kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza, Raila upinzani wake ulikuwa kwa issues. Anazungumza vitu ambazo zinasikika vyema masikioni pa Wakenya. Na wapinzani waliopo sasa hivi wengine ni wakuzungumza kuhusu mtu. Unaona sasa,
kwa ni kama Otelo alivyosema kwamba anajua azungumze nini, vipi, wapi, kwa nini.
Hivyo Raila alijua mahali pa kulenga, alijua cha kusema. Ni mtu ambaye nilisikia mwanasiasa mmoja akisema alikuwa anasikiza kila mtu. Actually alikuwa ni Balala na Charity Ngelo. Walikuwa nasema mngezungumza na yeye, mnazungumza na kusikiza, lakini bado kuna watu wa chini kabisa anawasikiza wanasema nini, wanataka nini. Na ni mtu alikuwa anasikiza kila mtu. Kwa hivyo yeye ni mtu ambaye akiamka hivi na ukikumbuka katika siasa zake, mikutano zake, hakuwa mtu wa kuongea muda mrefu sana. Atazungumza mambo machache, lakini watu watatoka pale wakizungumza kila alisema.
Kuna mmoja kati ya wanasiasa ambao alikuwa katika mrengo wa serikali, nakumbuka tukizungumza, akasema kwamba upinzani hauna raha kama ubingwa hayupo. Kipindi hicho cha uchaguzi wa mwaka 2007 kama sijakosea, alafu ukaja uchaguzi mwingine tena, alisema kwamba huyu bingwa pasipo yeye basi hakuna raha ya kuwa na upinzani, wala hakuna upinzani kwa ujumla. Naona sasa, mbali na hayo, kuna hili swala la vijana na wanawake. Tumesikia wakizungumza kutoka maeneo ya Bondo huko, jinsi baadhi ya wanawake walivyomsifu, walimpa sifa nyingi tu chungu nzima kuhusiana jinsi gani anavyoinua wanawake na vile vijana. Sasa kuondoka kwake huku, unaona kunaweza hujumu juhudi ambazo tayari kiongozi wa ODM alikuwa amezianzisha, na vile kuwahusisha pia na uongozi wa kitaifa baada ya kuungana na Rais William Ruto?
Asante sana kwa swali lenyewe. Na kabla hata kujibu swali la vijana na wanawake katika nafasi za uongozi, ningependa kuzungumzia pia bado kurejelea mambo ya vyama na sera. Katika taifa letu la Kenya na hasa katika bara la Afrika, mara nyingi vyama vinaegemea pande mbili. Vyama vinaweza kuegemea vinara ama vikaegemea sera. Ni vigumu sana kupata vyama nchini ama kote katika bara letu la Afrika ambavyo vimeegemea sera, isipokuwa ANC na hapa karibu na Afrika Kusini. Na hapa karibu na kwetu sidhani kama hali imekuwa hivyo siku hizi. Sijataja majirani, lakini wamekuwa hivyo. Sasa katika uongozi wa vyama nchini Kenya, vyama vimekuwa vikiegemea sana vinara. Ndiposa ukiangalia kwanzia hapo awali alipotoka NDP, alipoendea NDP, watu wote wakaegemea NDP. Akaenda LDP, ikawa hivyo. Akarudi katika ODM, watu wakaenda hivyo. Rudi bado katika upande wa uongozi wa sasa. Rais alipokuwa katika TNA, na wakati huo watu wakawa wameegemea upande wa. Alipokuja katika URP, watu wakajikuta wakiwa URP, akaenda UDA, ikawa hivyo hivyo. Sasa tukirudi katika swali zito ambalo umeuliza la vijana na wanawake, nafasi zao katika katiba, kuna kitu kinaitwa affirmative action, ambapo imeweza kuegemea ama kujaribu kushughulikia watu ambao kwa njia moja au nyingine wanaonekana ni kama wanadhulumiwa ama nafasi zao hazijaweza kupewa kipaumbele. Kuna kipengele cha katiba ambacho kinazungumzia nafasi za kinadada katika katiba, na inasema kwamba wanaume na wanawake wanafaa kupata nafasi sawa katika sera mbalimbali, katika uongozi na kadhalika. Na ukirudi katika sehemu ile ya vijana, pia vijana wakapewa nafasi kwamba wao pia wana nafasi yao katika uongozi. Na
tukizungumzia vijana ni wanawake na
kabisa. Na hivyo basi tunapoangalia katika uongozi wa ODM na Azimio, ukiangalia Gladys Wanga ni gavana wa kike, Wavinya Ndeti gavana wa kike. Urudi katika uongozi huo utapata kuna wabunge ambao ni wa kike na wameshikilia nafasi na hata wakafanya vizuri. Angalia sasa hivi tunaporejelea mambo ya ugatuzi, watu wengi wamekuwa kiangalia Homa Bay kama ndio blueprint ya ugatuzi nchini, na inaongozwa na nani? Mwanadada. Rudi katika uongozi wa ODM na Azimio, uangalie vijana hapa narejelea wa kike na wa kiume ambao wameshikilia nyadhifa katika sehemu hiyo. Katika ODM, Edwin Sifuna ndiye seneta wa Nairobi na amekuwa na ushawishi mkubwa katika chama cha ODM. Rudi uangalie Babu Owino ambaye ndiye mbunge wa upande wa Embakasi East, na nafasi yake sasa hivi utapata kwamba hata katika ulipokuwa ukisikiliza taarifa hizi kuanzia Raila mwili ukitolewa, jina lake linatajwa sana. Inamaanisha kwamba wana nafasi zao katika uongozi wa vyama, na hivyo basi vijana hawa walipewa nafasi na nani? Raila Amolo Odinga.
Walijengeka chini ya
uongozi wa Raila. Na hivyo basi ni shukrani zaidi kwa Raila, hata tunapomwaga kwamba aliweza kuinua, japo hakutoka na yule ambaye atawavusha watu zaidi, mmoja ambaye atawavusha watu, lakini aliweza kuinua pockets of watu pole pole. Ameinua vijana mbalimbali, ameinua kina dada mbalimbali ambao wana sauti, na hivyo watu hawa wataweza kuchukua nafasi na hata kuendeleza vyama mbalimbali nchini. Hata hivyo ni vizuri tuweze kuelewa kwamba Raila Amolo Odinga nafasi yake itakuwa vigumu kuzibwa.
Na umezungumzia kwamba amewaibua watu wenye sauti, na si sauti tu, ni sauti za busara ambazo bila shaka tumekuwa tukisikia kutoka kwa viongozi tofauti. Sasa mbali na wale ambao walikuwa masaibu zake katika chama cha ODM, Skofu Hudson, pia kuna walioko katika vyama ambavyo si chama cha ODM, wengine hata ni mahasimu zake kisiasa, ambao wengine ambao sera zinatofautiana, lakini yeye ndo aliwakuza. Wapo wengi akiwemo wakina Moses Kuria wakizungumza wanamtaja kwa mazuri ambayo aliwafanyia, na wengineo wengi tu, hata rais mwenyewe tangu kipindi hicho walipokusuhubiana wakawa katika Pentagon pamoja na mambo mengi, kwa sababu pia rais mwenyewe alisema ninashukuru kwamba nilipata fursa ya kusuhubiana naye katika masuala ya kisiasa na mambo kama hayo, kuonyesha ni uzito gani aliokuwa nao katika masuala ya kisiasa. Sasa Hudson, swali langu ni hili: mbali na tofauti zao za kisiasa, rais hatua aliyochukua kukutana na kuelewana na kushirikiana na mwende zake Raila Amolo Odinga, unaichukulia kwa mtazamo upi wewe?
Hatua ya rais kuzungumza na Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga, kufanya kazi naye, ni hatua ambayo ilihitajika. Ilihitajika sana, maana tangia hapo walipokuja pamoja uliona nchi ilitulia, na umeona wengi wakimzungumzia Raila kuwa ya kwamba watu hawakumuelewa. Kila wakati akifanya handshake alikuwa anatazama nchi, anatazama mahali nchi inaenda, anaona hii nchi inaenda kuporomoka na isije iporomoke kwa sababu mimi najitafutia uongozi. Hilo ndio limekuwa likifanya anafanya handshake. Kwa hivyo swala ambalo rais hatua ambayo alichukua kufanya kazi na Mheshimiwa Raila Odinga ilikuwa hatua ya hekima kabisa. Maana ilituliza nchi, uchumi ukaanza kutulia, kwa sababu mahali kuna kelele uchumi haiwezi ikakua. Na ni swala ambalo tunaweza omba ya kwamba hata kama wanasiasa wanaweza kuwa na mawazo mengine kwa ajili ya 2027, washikilie hilo kwa sasa hadi hapo tutakapofika kwa kura, ili nchi iwe na utulivu na iwe na amani. Tungependa kuona huo utulivu. Heshima kubwa ambayo tunaweza patia Raila ni kuhakikisha amani na utulivu ambao kila wakati aliutafuta. Kwa handshake alikuwa anatafuta hiyo amani na utulivu wa nchi. Anaangalia maafa ya watu, anaona haifai watu wafe kwa ajili ya sisi. Hilo ni swala nzuri. Na nitaje kidogo kwa hili ambalo mwenzangu alizungumzia kuhusu wanadada na vijana kwa siasa. Ukiangalia wanasiasa walioko kwa nchi sasa hivi, wawe wako opposition ama walikuwepo kwenye ODM, ni kizazi ambacho ukiangalia pole pole unaona wote wamepitia mkono ya Raila. Wote amewakuza, amekuwa na wao wote, anzia wakati amekuwa na tangia wakati wa Matiba, kuja wakati hivi mpaka wakati amekuja Kibaki, angekuwa rais bila Raila. Hivyo na ninapenda pia vile rais alivyosema kwa acknowledge ya kwamba walifanya kazi na Raila hata wakati wa Pentagon. Hilo lilikuwa swala nzuri sana, na akasema yeye hangefika kisiasa bila huyu mahali amefika. So ukiangalia hii crop ya wote walioko hapa, wote amejaribu. Kwa mfano hata wakati alisimama amejaribu kuinua Kalonzo aje na yeye akuwe vice president, licha ya kwamba hawakuwa wanapata. Angalia kama Martha Karua, amemchukua kwa mkono kuja ukwe running mate wangu. Kwa hivyo ukiona wote walioko, whether wako wapi, wakina Gladys Wang, tazama yeye ni mwenyekiti wa chama kama ODM, chama kikubwa sana, na yeye ni mwanadada. So hiyo ni ishara kwamba yeye kabisa kile alisimamia kupigania katiba ambayo italete usawa, yeye alitekeleza, alionekana akiitekeleza. Kuna vijana kama MP wa Lang'ata hangekuwa bila Raila, na wengine wale alitaja. Na ukiwaangalia vile walivyokuwa wanaomboleza, unaweza ona machungu yaliyoko katika macho yao. Ni kwamba anakumbuka ni wapi huyu mzee amenitoa kunifikisha mahali nilifika.
Bila shaka ndio yale tuliokuwa tukizungumza kwamba wengine walikuwa wanamlilia, na wengine wanajililia, lakini yote hayo yako katika kitendawili cha mwaka 2027.
Kitendawili ambacho nilipenda sana kutumia bwana mwenda zake Raila Amolo Odinga. Haritha, ni vizuri pia kuweza kuchukua mtazamo mwingine wa yote ambayo yamefanyika, kwamba ni ukweli imedhihirika wazi kwamba Raila alikuwa amependwa na atazidi kupendwa na vizazi vya kisasa na vizazi vijavyo. Inaonekana kutokana na umati ambao tunaona katika nyanja mbalimbali, na inatokana na pia kauli zinazotoka kwa watu mbalimbali. Kwa mara ya kwanza nimesikia timu ya Arsenal imeweza kutuma rambirambi zake. Na si tu hapo, pametokea watu mashuhuri ambao pia wametuma rambirambi zao. Inaashiria kwamba jamaa ambaye ametuacha sasa hivi, japo watu wengi hawakuwa wamemuelewa, lakini wamekuja kuamini kwamba alikuwa na sera ambazo zilikuwa bora zaidi na zingeweza kufikisha nchi mahali panapofaa zaidi. Kuaga kwake kumefanya watu wakaanza kujiuliza maswali. Je, ni sisi tuliyemkosea Raila Amolo Odinga kwa kutompa nafasi ya uongozi ili tuweze kuona sera zake zikitimia, sera zake zikichukua hatamu, ama ni Raila ndiye aliyekosa? Na ukiangalia Raila kila wakati alikuwa akizungumzia mambo kwamba kushindwa si mimi nimeshindwa, ni hali ambapo nyinyi ndio mmeamua na ni nyinyi ndinyi mnaoathirika kwa njia moja au nyingine. Hivyo naomba sana wanaotusikiliza waweze kutilia maanani sifa zile za Raila za utulivu, ukakamavu, za kupenda nchi. Alipokuwa akituhutubia leo mjane, alizungumzia mambo ya tupende nchi, tudumishe amani, alivyokuwa akisisitiza mume wangu. Hapo sasa narejelea Aida Odinga. Hivyo ni kauli ambayo inafaa kuendelezwa, amani iweze kudumu, na tuhakikishe kwamba sera za Raila zimeweza kudumu. Tutoke katika siasa sasa, ni mwamko mpya, siasa za mtu, tuende katika siasa za sera ambazo zitaweza kuongoza nchi hata zaidi.
Naam, asanteni sana Askofu Hudson, nimeshukuru sana kwa kuwa nawe siku ya leo kuzungumzia mawili matatu. Vile vile Otieno Mjomba, asante sana. Bila shaka maneno ali zaidi hayo ambayo tumekuwa tukizungumzia kuhusiana na huyu mtu ambaye ameibua mwamko mpya kwa njia moja au nyingine, sio tu katika taifa la Kenya bali pia katika mataifa jirani. Wameona kwamba kumbe mambo yalikuwa hivi. Unajua wakati mwingine mtu wakati ule haupo, ndo Waswahili wanasema omba ujadiliwe, yani usiombe ujadiliwe wakati upo, ila omba ujadiliwe wakati haupo,
ili uelewe sifa zinakaa vipi.
Ndio yale yaliyomkumba pia anaitwaje Wangari Maathai. Kipindi hicho watu walikuwa hamuelewi, lakini sasa hivi wamemuelewa, lakini tena ndo wenyewe wanasema too late. Tunakumbuka blanketi
kama kumekucha. Lakini ningependa kutoa shukrani kwa rais tunapotamatisha. Niweze kutoa shukrani kwa rais kwa kuweza kumvisha Raila taji lake la kisiasa, kuhakikisha kwamba Raila ameweza kupata maziko ya kitaifa. Kutakuwa na gun salute nadhani 19 ya kuweza tu kudhihirisha kwamba alikuwa mbabe, alikuwa nguli, alikuwa shujaa. Hiyo yote imeonesha kwamba imeleta kwanza taifa pamoja. Kwa hivyo rais, hongera sana kwa kuwajibika na kutimiza hayo. Ulikuwa na uhuru wa kuamua hali iwe tofauti, lakini ukaamua kufanya yanayofaa kufanya.
Ni busara ya hali ya juu, busara ya hali ya juu, na bila shaka yote hayo ambayo tutaendelea kuyazungumza hapa hayatamalizika. ila naomba mengine tutazungumza tukitoka nje, kwa sababu muda pia naona umetupa kisogo. Kwa hiyo mimi sina la ziada ila kuwashukuru wale ambao tumekuwa nao katika mazungumzo haya, japokuwa tumeendesha sisi kwa mno, lakini naamini kwamba tulikuwa tunashirikiana kwa njia moja au nyingine. Sina la ziada ila kukutakia usiku mwema na vile vile kukutolea shukrani wewe ulioandamana nasi. Mimi nimemaliza kwa niaba ya wenzangu na kumpisha Nancy Onyancha fute tena kabla tujuze ni kipi kinachofuata. Onyancha.
Na mtazamaji, asante sana kwa kuendelea kutazama KBC Channel 1 na pia kwa kutazama Darubini Wikendi. Bila shaka tulikuwa tunakuletea taarifa na pia picha na kukujuza mengi yanayoendelea kuhusiana na maandalishi ya mazishi yaliyekuwa Waziri Mkuu Raila Amolo Odinga katika maeneo ya Bondo, Kisumu, na bila shaka mtazamaji, kama tulivyokuahidi, tutaendelea kufahamisha jinsi mambo yanavyoendelea haswa kuhusiana na maandalizi. Shukrani sana, naitwa Nancy Onyancha, lakini usiende mbali, utakuwa unaungana naye mwenzetu Karen Kibet ambaye atakuwa anakuletea matangazo ya mwendo wa saa 3 na pia kuendelea kuchukua taarifa kutoka maeneo tofauti humu nchini katika lugha ya Kiingereza. Shukrani sana kwa kuendelea kutazama KBC Channel 1.
The young generation awakens on Y254, the leading youth TV station in Kenya. We treat you to current affairs, entrepreneurship, health, and human interest conversations.
It's art, it's culture,
Movies, gossip and trends, sports, drama.
We bring you a vibe like no other, straight to your living room.
To keep you informed, inspired, entertained, and most of all, refreshed.
We are such a vibe.
Y254. Imagine.
Kaya Musha. It is always a good time on Bridge over Congo.
Catch us every Saturday from 10 p.m. till midnight.
Join me, the Rumba Supreme Leader and the Grand Ayatollah Simeon Mfumo Kimbango and
Winnie Marie-Jose, Bridge over Congo.
Mungu esilaka na nzungu te kasielenge Mungu esilaka na
Chumvi huyeyuka chunguni, lakini ladha yake hubakia.
My name is Alice Sayo, Chief Principal Moi Girls Isinya. We are proud to be associated and be the beneficiaries of this LPG project, and this is now clean cooking energy in the school. Firewood was the order of the day, that we order lorries and lorries of firewood in order to cook for all the student meals. But with the introduction and with the installation of the project, we have really seen great change. Our kitchen was reconstructed. These boilers were fixed and connected with gas. It's so fast. The meals are prepared in a very short time, meaning the teachers have enough time to be with the students. This has also helped us in improving our academic performance. Also health-wise, our staff who were so much affected with the smoke and chest pains because they were consistently ensuring that the food is prepared, and at times it rains. So you can imagine when it rains, the firewood is rained on, and the type of smoke, it could be choked. And even that food is again having some smell of the smoke. But what is happening now? Everyone is happy. Kawi, ustawi, ushujaa.
Kilifi County, muda umefika. Ni wakati wa sauti zenu kusikika na vizazi kuzungumza kwa uwazi. KBC Channel 1 inakuletea kipindi cha kipekee, Transgenerational Conversation. Jukwaa la vijana na wazee kuketi pamoja, kusikilizana, kuulizana maswali na kujifunza kutoka kwa kila kizazi. Safari hii tunatua kaunti ya Kilifi. Ni Alhamisi tarehe 23 mwezi huu kuanzia saa 1:30 jioni, moja kwa moja kutoka ukumbi wa Kibaoni Social Hall. Usikose kushiriki Transgenerational Conversation, sauti ya kila kizazi. Mazungumzo haya yameletwa kwenu na KBC kwa ushirikiano na NCIC, Korea International Cooperation Agency na UNDP.
Good evening and welcome to Easy Friday. My name is Karen Kibet. Tonight, the nation reflects on the life and legacy of the man they called Baba. Ida Odinga and her children opened up about the husband and father they shared with millions, as President Ruto and former President Uhuru Kenyatta led a united tribute to a selfless statesman who always put the country before self. Those are our top stories this evening, and later I'll be bringing you all the big moments from the world of sports. But first things first, here are the highlights. The man we all shared. Ida Odinga, her children, narrate the life of the man the family shared with the rest of Kenyans, Baba.
We celebrate your 80 years of presence and also salute you for the great statesman and patriot that you were.
Country above self. President Ruto, his predecessor Uhuru Kenyatta, described the late Raila Odinga a selfless statesman, one-of-a-kind politician.
Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun shines daily on the mountaintop,
down the way where the lights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountaintop.
Lyrics of Jamaican Farewell by Harry Belafonte. The song that Raila Odinga loved helped neutralize an otherwise somber mood during his state funeral. And unquantifiable loss. 97-year-old businessman and philanthropist Manu Chandaria says Kenya may not realize anytime soon the impact of Raila Odinga's death. This is Easy Friday. Our sign language interpreter this evening is Caroline Joroge. Now, a man who placed the state above self. That was the enduring tribute paid to former Prime Minister Raila Odinga by speakers at the state funeral service held at Nyayo Stadium. President William Ruto, who led the nation in mourning the late ODM leader, credited Raila for anchoring his leadership during the turbulent time leading to the formation of the broad-based government.
Round the Bay of Mexico, where the sun...
For the two men who have so far been at the helm of power,
to eulogize a man whom they have used in different instances to steady the ship.
When I stood by him with the other Pentagon members at a defining moment in his and our nation's history, I neither knew that one day we would find ourselves on opposite sides, nor could I have imagined that years later he would stand by me, this time to steady the nation and to help anchor my leadership, culminating in the birth of the broad-based government.
Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa baba wa wote, hakuwa na ukabila na alipenda nchi na wananchi wa Kenya wote.
In a ceremony graced by foreign delegations from Ethiopia, Somalia, Rwanda, South Sudan and Tanzania, President Ruto and retired President Uhuru Kenyatta eulogized Raila as a statesman whose sacrifices far outweigh what the nation could ever repay.
My dear brother Raila Amolo Odinga, as we bid you farewell, we do so with the deepest gratitude as a nation and as a people. We grieve your loss. We celebrate your 80 years of presence and also salute you for the great statesman and patriot that you were.
Historia ya ungatuzi na kuhakikisha ya kwamba wananchi kule mashinani wana uwezo ya kujiongoza na kujitawala na kuwa na viongozi ambao wanatekeleza shida za wananchi kule chini. Haiwezi andikwe bila ya jina ya Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa nambari moja.
With ODM's roots spread across the country, leaders praised the former Premier's legacy of inclusivity, even in the face of internal resistance.
Across space and time, there are few exceptional persons who, when summoned by the call of history, rise to meet the challenges and opportunities of their time with indomitable vigor, with absolute conviction, and with unwavering valor.
Raila alikupenda kwa sababu ya maono yako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya fikira zako, alikupenda kwa sababu ya vitendo yako, lakini sio kwa sababu ya rangi yako ama kabila lako.
But one thing that he kept on repeating to me is that we must urge Kenyans to live in peace.
They thanked the Odinga family for sharing their patriarch with the nation and pledged to uphold his legacy of institutionalizing democracy.
Amolo may no longer walk with us, but his spirit lives within every Kenyan and every African. Such was the depth of his influence and impact that even in his absence, his presence endures.
Leo hii tukiwa tunaaga baba yetu Raila Amolo Odinga, nataka pia tujiape ya kwamba hatutakubali kama Wakenya haki za kibinadamu, demokrasia na mambo yale yote ambayo Raila alitetea, hatutakubali arudi nyuma.
Described in today's funeral service as a man of irrevocable conviction, out goes a man who many have described as loved and hated in equal measure, depending on what side you stood. But one thing is clear, Raila Odinga has left an impacting legacy on the Republic of Kenya and indeed the continent. John Jacob Curia, Easy Friday.
Thank you, Kiora, for that report. Moving on, the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga's wife, Ida Odinga, has called on Kenyans to mourn him in a peaceful manner. Ida, who joined other family members in paying tribute to Odinga, said that until his death, Odinga insisted on the need for Kenyans to maintain peace. His daughter, Winnie Odinga, on the other hand, gave the public a brief account of her last moments with Odinga in India.
Would like to hear the tribute
Friday afternoon at Nyayo Stadium, Nairobi,
of our departed leader, the Honorable Raila Odinga.
The late Raila Odinga's family joined other mourners for his state funeral service that was conducted by the Anglican Church. The clergy, that described him as a humble servant, did not shy away from calling out corruption.
Baba Raila Amolo Odinga never used the power of his wallet as a convincing tool to others, but he used the power of persuasion.
When it was time for Odinga's family to pay their tribute, the public got a sneak peek into his other side as a family man.
To me, he was my advisor. He was a friend. He was also someone who understood me very well.
My father was many things to me, to many people, but to my siblings and I, he was simply Dad.
I watched him fall and rise again, each time with grace, forgiveness, and hope. At home, he was gentle and humorous. He loved storytelling, music.
The other thing Raila was best at was in class. Me, I was average. I could be number 5, number 4, number 3 sometimes if I did well. But Raila was always number 1.
His last-born daughter, Winnie Odinga, recalls Odinga's last moments.
I was with him in India when he took his last breath. He died in my arms. But he did not die like people have been saying on social media. Every day, he was waking up and walking. And every day, he would do 1 round. The next day, he would push 2 rounds. That morning, he pushed to 5 rounds. He died strong, when with dignity and with pride.
His wife Ida, while reminiscing her life with Odinga since they got married in 1973, unraveled the mystery around their names.
He was a great admirer of Fidel Castro, and therefore he named his first child Fidel Castro Odinga. Later, we had the second child, Rosemary, and here again, Rose is the name of my mother, and Mary is the name of his mother. We combined the 2 names together, and we called the child Rosemary. When he came to the 3rd one, he named after his best friend and his cousin, called Raila Kembo. Last came the 4th child. But then I said, if it's a boy, we'll name him Wilson Mandela. But if it's a girl, will be Winnie Mandela.
She urged Kenyans to mourn Odinga peacefully.
One thing that I know that Raila stood for, and he keep on repeating, is that we need peace in our nation, we need peace in our homes. And peace will not survive in a situation, in a chaotic situation. For that reason, I appeal, let us mourn Raila in peace.
After hours of glowing tributes, mourners had an opportunity to view Raila Odinga's body ahead of his burial on Sunday. Nancy Okware, reporting from Nyayo Stadium, Nairobi.
Thank you, Nancy, for that report. Now, it may have been a somber ceremony as mourners from all walks of life bid farewell to the late Raila Odinga, but it still did not lack its light moments. The lyrics of one of Raila's favorite songs, Jamaican Farewell by Harry Belafonte, resonated with the ceremony, and when it was referred to by various speakers, the crowd almost instinctively responded with a standing ovation as mourners dressed to the occasion, dotting Nyayo National Stadium with the colors black for mourning and orange for his ODM party. Speakers recalled their hilarious moments with Raila. Now Kasichana Masha has that report.
Early Friday morning at Nyayo Stadium in Lang'ata constituency, Nairobi County, hundreds of mourners, undeterred by the chilly weather, arrived for the state funeral service of Raila Amolo Odinga. Security was tight to maintain protocol as several ambulances were on standby for any emergency. Some of the mourners were dressed in the ODM party's orange color, others in the party's merchandise, others carried the national flags, white handkerchiefs, twigs, vuvuzelas and whistles, ready to bid farewell to their fallen soldier in style. In expressing their grief, chants and wails filled the air as the military band and other choir groups entertained the crowd, waiting for the arrival of the remains of Raila from Parliament. Then family members led by the widow Ida Odinga and other dignitaries led by President William Ruto arrived at the venue. At exactly 9:45 a.m., the remains of Raila Odinga arrived at Nyayo Stadium, his casket draped in Kenyan flag. Being a state funeral, strict rules of protocol were observed. The presidential motorcade led the way, followed by the gun carriage procession in a lap of honor at the stadium, amid chants of joy blended with funeral hymns in the background. Later, the flag-draped casket was taken to the family's dais, which was decorated with the Kenyan flag and floral arrangements. Then the clergy from the Anglican denomination commenced the service. One of Raila's favorite songs, Jamaican Farewell by Harry Belafonte, became a reference point for many, a speaker charming the crowd.
Round the Bay of Mexico,
where the sun shines on a mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached India, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my world is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Bondo town.
An introduction of his wives by Oburu Oginga, Raila's elder brother, was hilarious.
At my age, I don't want her to scratch me. I don't want her to massage me. So I brought her helper, Judith Oburu.
After the service, a 4-hour public viewing session was provided as mourners and supporters of Raila eulogized him as selfless, courageous, and a champion for democracy and peace.
We'll remember Baba as the Lion of Kenya, the King of Democracy, who has always been there for us as the common mwananchi and always hear our cries whenever we feel low.
Tunaenjoy kwa sasa kama majenzi ni kwa sababu ya Baba, na hivyo tunamtambua. Kwa kweli kama majenzi tumepoteza kiongozi mkubwa, na si Kenya pekee, Afrika kwa ujumla.
Mzee amekuwa msaidizi wa kila mtu. Hajakuwa na ubaguzi, amekuwa mtu wa heshima. Shida ikitokea Kenya, amekuwa akisimama imara, anatusaidia, anasaidia hata nchi za jirani. So mimi nitamkumbuka tu kwa heshima zake, kwa uongozi wake tu.
Kwa sahi Baba hayupo, lakini kwa wale wamebaki, kama tunaweza fuata hii mwenendo ya Baba, tutasonga mbele na Kenya itakuwa Kenya mpya ya ukweli.
Nimehuzunika sana venye ameniacha, yana huzuni sana. Namtakia Mungu amweke mahali pema peponi.
This was the state funeral of Raila Amolo Odinga, organized by the government to bid him farewell. However, the mood lingers on as residents of Kisumu are expected to hold a similar event tomorrow, Saturday, before the body is laid to rest at his home in Bondo on Sunday. Reporting for Easy Friday from Nyayo Stadium, my name is Kasichana Masha.
And Masha's report takes us to our first short break right here on Easy Friday. Don't go too far because I'll be back on more reports to show you how RAILA'S Day culminated.
On this Mashujaa Day, we proudly salute the heroes and heroines whose sacrifice, resilience, and vision laid the foundation for the Kenya we cherish today. Mashujaa Day reminds us that true heroism lies not only in the past struggles for independence, but also in the everyday acts of service, innovation, and patriotism that drive our nation forward. At Kenya Pipeline Company, we draw inspiration from this spirit of heroism as we continue to deliver our mandate of transporting energy safely, efficiently, and reliably to fuel Kenya's growth and prosperity. As we focus on energy as a driver of economic and social development during the Energy Week 2025, held from 13th to 18th October 2025, under the theme Energy for All, let us embrace the call to be modern-day heroes by working with integrity, unity, and determination to build a stronger, inclusive, and sustainable future for all Kenyans. On behalf of the KPC family, I extend warm Mashujaa Day wishes to all Kenyans. May we continue to honor the past, celebrate the present, and shape a brighter tomorrow together. Happy Mashujaa Day.
Praise the Lord. My name is Pastor Tim Wangi, and I want to invite you for a life-changing, transformative show.
I was blinded and thrown to the floor on my knees, just like Saul.
Conversations. Gen Z ni nani? Boldness mnatoa wapi?
Kuna mentality fulani yenye inakujenga. Si a rebellion really, but ni ya kuquestion system.
Engagements that are life-changing and provocative.
When you are young, your core business should be to create value in yourself.
Join me, DJ Andy C, bringing to you Kingdom Vibe, full of gospel bangers.
Join us for Angaza Show
every Saturday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m.
only on KBC Channel 1.
Hivi wewe usomi magazeti?
Wewe ukaniletea mtoto wa kiume, yatawezekana pi chumba hiki na chumba hiki?
Kuna ubaya gani?
Wewe, tengeneza chai ya watu wawili. Fanya faster. Huyu amechoka, anasikia njaa, hana bwana, hana mume. Na huyu umesikia mwenyewe amesema hana nini jamaa.
Sasa, wewe kuja hapa. Huu mzigo unaachia nani?
Nisaidie kwa muda tu.
Unaachia nani mzigo? Lazima atatoka ndani ya nyumba, aende akafe mbele.
Ni wajibu wako wewe Mkenya kila kukicha kuomba Mungu Kenya wewe vile ilivyo.
Na mimi naomba sana.
Welcome back. For those joining us right now, this is Easy Friday. Now, members of parliament, top government officials, and other dignitaries got a chance to view the mortal remains of Raila Odinga at parliament. President William Ruto, accompanied by the First Lady Rachel Ruto, led the political and military leaders in paying respect to the man who served in parliament for 2 decades. Gichuki Washira has the report of the emotional event that preceded the Nyayo Stadium Requiem Mass.
At exactly 6:40 in the morning, the military vehicle carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga entered the precincts of Parliament. For about 2 hours, top government officials as well as members of the opposition got a chance to view the body as it lay in state. Raila's son Raila Odinga Jr. was the first to pay final respect, followed by his sister Winnie Odinga, as MPs filled the air with gospel songs. Then President William Ruto, accompanied by First Lady Rachel Ruto, led other government officials and MPs in paying respect to his fallen counterpart in the broad-based government. Women MPs donned in black and orange attire, lining beside the mortal remains of their fallen leader, performed one of Raila's favorite songs by Harry Belafonte. And at exactly 9 a.m., the military convoy with the body of Raila Odinga left Parliament, heading for Nyayo Stadium for the Requiem Mass. Geshoke Washira, Easy Friday.
Now, Nairobi's Central Business District remained deserted for the better part of Friday, with several businesses closing for today's public holiday in honor of the late Honorable Raila Odinga. Mourners continued streaming into the stadium even after the event had kicked off to bid the former Prime Minister farewell. Many others were left outside when the venue was full.
These are the scenes in Nairobi's Central Business District on Friday. Most businesses were closed as the rest of the country continues mourning ODM leader Raila Odinga, who passed away at 80 years old. The often traffic-packed CBD today had slower-moving vehicles and less busy roads. Some businesses, however, chose to remain open in a bid to cash in on the holiday. With most of the Central Business District remaining seemingly deserted, with few businesses opening up, security has remained beefed up outside the Nyayo National Stadium to ensure smooth flow of traffic, even as Kenyans continue streaming in to mourn the late former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. At the Nyayo National Stadium, the venue of the state funeral mass was full to the brim, and many of those who were locked outside paid glowing tributes to the fallen statesman.
Mimi naweza kumbuka Baba Raila kama mwenye amani, unaona, na ametuleta pamoja. Hakuwa anapigania Wakikuyu, Wakamba, Wajaluo, alikuwa anapigania Wakenya wote.
Tunaomboleza. He's a loyal, very loyal politician in Kenya. We have really lost somebody who is a very loyal. Now, number one, now we don't know where Petnelekea size. Hatujui.
They called on Kenyans to remain peaceful during this time of mourning.
Let's mourn Raila. Let's give him a humble respect as our loyal politician.
The former Prime Minister's body will later be ferried to Lee Funeral Home ahead of preparations to have it flown to Kisumu and Siaya later on for the final interment. Isufar reporting for Easy Friday.
Thank you, Yusufara, for that report. Now, Kenyans countrywide continue to mourn former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. Here is what a cross-section of them had to say about the man considered the father of democracy and evolution.
As a people of Kenya, is that let us remain united, let us forge ahead as one nation, just the way Raila anticipated. If you are a dedicated servant of the people, continue working for the people of this nation so that we take his legacy forward.
Raila alipigania umoja wa taifa letu la Kenya. Tungependa ya kwamba baada hata kufa na kuenda, tuzidi kupigania umoja ili roho wake aliyopigania sana ipate kudumu.
Raila was a good man for everybody and was beneficial for everybody. Now I would ask the youth that they should not barricade the roads for the people who are walking from where to where. They should leave everybody to go peacefully, and anybody that is wants to go somewhere should go peacefully without the roads being barricaded.
Let us mourn peacefully. We need, to send Raila Amolo Odinga in the respect which is due.
This man was a visionary leader. This man was
very influential. This man was a decision maker. He could make decisions which was beneficial to the country.
Huyu ni mtu ambaye hata wakati ameshindwa still atahakikisha kwamba amelete umoja.
Tunapenda tuone ya kwamba ushirikiane ya Raila na Ruto iendelee, kwa sababu Raila alikuwa akipenda amani. He was a very charismatic leader, not as simple as the others. I thought in my mind that after 2032, Raila could be given even one term to lead this country.
Kuna huzuni kuomboleza mpendo wetu Raila Omolo Odinga. Na Omolo Odinga tunaambiwa hii nchi alitoa mbali.
Raila alikuwa kiongozi wa wanyonge, wale ambao jiwezi, wale wa chini. Alikuwa ni kiongozi wa wale wajiwezi.
Tuna katiba yetu, tuko na freedom of speech juu ya mzae. Tunasikia mbaya juu amededi, lakini ina mambo atashikwa roho zetu.
Mwache president amsindikishe vizuri, hakuna kungombana, mpe tu imani yake. Mkuwe na subira, Mungu atatuletea mwingine kama yeye.
It is quite difficult for us, some of us who spend time, even here in Fenyaboli, we spent a lot of time together with Ida and Raila when they wanted to get away from the hustle and bustle.
Raila has been the man who has been leading Kenyan politics in one way or the other. He has saved this country from becoming a log state to what it is.
We are here to mourn Baba because we feel that we cannot fit all of us in Nyayo Stadium.
We mourn this fallen hero of our nation, a leader without equal in present-day Kenya.
Renowned businessman and philanthropist Dr. Manu Chandaria has described the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga as an astute leader whose true quality the country may not realize now or even in years to come. Chandaria says this is because Raila embodied rare traits of selflessness, integrity, and a deep commitment to peace, qualities he believes are increasingly missing in today's leadership. He warns that Kenya will be poorer in the absence of the former Prime Minister, not in material wealth, but in the caliber of leaders with his willpower.
To lose a man of that stature, we can always console, but losing is a loss for Kenya. And this we are never going to be able to replace. A man who worked for peace, a man who had true heart for Kenya, and a happy-going person, irrespective of what happened in political life, he always stood up. We will be poorer than what we are. Why? In terms, because you lose a man who stood for Kenya, was an image of Kenya. Whether he won, he lost, irrespective. He represented the art, the people of Kenya, and what it should be, what kind of people. And he always felt better for Kenya, good for Kenya, not what's good for me.
Now, a woman was shot dead on Thursday night outside Homa Bay police station after a police officer fired a warning shot in the air to disperse a crowd that had gathered for a vigil in honor of the late Raila Odinga. The victim, identified as Yvonne Lucy, was reportedly a passerby heading home from her business when she was struck by a stray bullet. Homa Bay Sub-County Police Commander Jason Odhiambo Polo said the incident unfolded when mourners who had been peacefully marching since Wednesday approached the station, with some attempting to enter the compound. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority and Directorate of Criminal Investigations DCI have launched a joint probe into the incident.
they decided just to enter into the police, the station compound. And then when the officers who were on duty tried to repel them, they became adamant and they resisted. So what they did, they started throwing stones. That was the information I got. He fired rounds in the air to scare them so that they could move away. In the event, just through bad luck, a stray bullet hit at a female resident. We took her to hospital for medication, but through bad luck, she passed on around 2 in the morning. So for the safety of the officer, he is in custody, but is not here.
Ng'ombe shavikamua na ilivyo kawaida, ng'ombe akivilikia mguu malishoni sharti arudi zizini.
Kazi yako ni nini hapa? It's not your father's office and not even past.
Wewe utanipa heshima zangu, utaniheshimu na uniite baba.
He doesn't love you, he's just playing around with you. Kama hanipendi, kwa nini unaendelea kuchunguza maisha yake ukijapo ofisini mwake kila wakati? Nimbali unabai, unapika, unashiba.
Lea Premium Flour, nurturing the world. Available in a store near you.
Kenya Power and Lighting Company. We have a very wide mandate. The aspect that we also do play a role within the transmission space. We also do the distribution and retail of power. So we have to balance in terms of energy generation and demand, and to ensure that the grid is up across the entire country. There used to be a time when availability of power was considered to be for the elites. But I think we are in a time where each and every person requires power for different purposes. When you look at the impact that electricity supply has, and especially in terms of reaching some of the remotest places, let's even start from that young child who is going to school. And being in an age where education is also an equalizer, I think it was almost predetermined that if you came from certain areas of this country which did not have some of these services, then there is a ceiling which could have been defined as to the far you would actually go. But by availing power, one is really able to access all the materials, the internet, and everything that even those in the developing world access. So it actually equalizes in terms of opportunities, in terms of channels to learn, and in terms of accessibility of information that can even assist them right in the rural village. At a center level, it's known that the moment you introduce, for example, streetlights, all of a sudden, they start roaring back to life, they start expanding, so that whereas in the past, people would have to leave them by 5 o'clock by virtue of the security situation, now that can really be expanded until some even work to the late hours of the night. Because where there is light, the risk of security or insecurity is really mitigated. Kawi kwa wote, Kenya Power ni shujaa.
Welcome back to Easy Friday. Now, the Energy Cabinet Secretary Opiyo Wandayi has said that the ODM will remain part of the broad-based government even after the death of its former leader, Raila Odinga. CS Opiyo Wandayi, who was Raila's longtime confidant, was speaking in Bondo, Siaya County, where he was mourning Raila Odinga. He said this and other more. Let's listen in.
I am happy that Siaya County is ready to receive guests who will be coming to mourn with us. And I'm also happy that Siaya County is proud to give Baba a befitting send-off as our foremost leader, not only in this region, but in the whole country. Secondly, I want to thank profusely, I want to thank in a very, very big way His Excellency the President, Dr. William Ruto, for making a proclamation to accord Baba Raila Amolo Odinga a state funeral with full military honors. That is something that we cannot take for granted, because he has simply used his discretion as the commander-in-chief to make that proclamation. Many of you will recall that even Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, who was the first vice president of this republic, was never accorded such honor when he passed on in 1994. And therefore, thank you very much, Your Excellency President William Ruto, for honoring not only Baba and the Jaramogi family, but honoring the Luo community. And generally the followership of Baba as a whole. Thirdly and lastly, indeed, is to affirm that Baba has left us as a people in government. Baba Raila Amolo Odinga has left us in government led by President William Ruto. And that is where we are going to stay. Till the end. Yes. Till the end. Yes. And I can dare say, without any fear of contradiction, that we are going to walk step by step with President William Ruto to the end. Now and beyond 2027. That I must say from here. I must say from here. And ODM, which is the party that I belong to, and that all of us here belong to, has made a very wise decision to appoint Dr. Oburu Oginga as the acting party leader. In fact, I will be proposing as a life member of ODM that the ODM convenes very, very quickly, soon after Baba's send-off, the National Delegates Convention, to actually confirm Dr. Oburu's appointment, and in fact to elect him formally as the party leader of ODM. Because we believe Dr. Oburu Oginga has got the wherewithal, the necessary experience, and the composure to steer this party to the next level.
Welcome back. Now, as the nation continues to reflect on the life and legacy of Raila Odinga, one thing that stood out, the way the Luo community has mourned their son, from the emotional scenes at JKIA to the outpouring of love that we witnessed across the country. Kenyans have witnessed a community honoring one of its great legends in a very, very unique way. But what do these traditions tell us about the Luo people in how they treat the heroes in their life and in death? And what do Raila Odinga's own writings reveal about him? I'm joined tonight by Felix Okach, an author of Luo clans and legends, among other works, a man who has studied and documented stories, hierarchies and heroes that shape the Luo identity. Mr. Okach, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for welcoming me to the studio to talk on the Luo legends and the behavior.
Now tell us, Kenya has watched the Luo community mourn Raila Odinga in a deeply emotional way. Why is honoring a legend such a collective and powerful experience for the Luo community?
Thank you for that question. The Luo are paternal people that believe in the man, and the Luo like brave people. People go to war. When there's a war, the man winning is admired by more. So Raila was that type of man who was winning, admired by many. It's not only Raila, even in the past, the father was the same, Tombe was the same, Broso Fafa was the same, many of them like that. So Luo admire strong people in life. Yes.
We've seen songs, chants, and even traditional regalia throughout this period. What do these symbols mean in the Luo community?
Thank you for that question. In the old days, there was Teroburu. That is, you take the spear and cows and run to the field to chase the death away. It was done so that death should not come anymore. So that was a way of running around and make sure we chase the death. The death should not come and torment people anymore. And then eventually live peacefully. So that's the Teroburu and other things. And all in all is the bravery. They like the strength, strong people who are orderly, who plan what they want to do. Like Raila was an orderly person. He would plan things. He would even organize this party. You could see how the party was moving on in another field. And then also you could also make sure people come together. And he showed his commitment to the country. You see, as the president, it was described by the president and former president, he was selfless. He's someone who would sacrifice what his own personal gains for the sake of the country. So he meant well for the country. Even going forward, you see, we're talking about things like devolution. Raila played a big role in making devolution work. First, he started with the CDF, then again the devolved system. So he's a great man on that line. Yes.
Now, Raila has received a state funeral, something that even Jaramogi, the first vice president of Kenya, did not receive. What does this shift tell us about how the nation will now see Odinga's legacy?
Some call him the enigma. There was the book of Enigma. So some people admire him or hate him in equal measure, as you mentioned. But his fight for the country has been long. Remember the days when he was detained and went through detention. The family suffered. Even he wrote that much in his book. Then on coming out, he goes into politics. And the first time, there was a time he moved from Ford Kenya to another party. And he left the position and went to Kibera and fought election and won and came back. He was showing that if he means something, he would achieve it the way he wants it. So he, in a way, he united the country moving forward. You remember the case, the time when he came Kibaki Tosha. He realized the mood of the country was that we needed Kibaki to run the show. And it occurred, although later on things did work as expected. And of course, going forward, the time he lost, you remember the time when the Justice Maraga, the team, of course, declared that the election of President Uhuru Kenyatta was illegal, and we thought Raila was going to stand. But for the sake of country, he realized, no. You don't contest a presidential election and then you stand again. That would be dividing the country. And he went back and said, for the sake of the country, let me keep quiet. And that's Raila. And fate has made him be where he is. Remember President Ruto mentioning that they were first time in the 2007, before post-election violence, they were together with Ruto and the Pentagon. And then later on, he went to the other side. And they were apart. And then the other day, now things have changed. He's come back to help Ruto. Fate is like that. But all in all, Raila means well for the country. From the time he worked with Moi, the time he worked with Kibaki, Uhuru Kenyatta, and also now with Ruto. He's a man whose activities are across the country. And all in all, he's consistent in what the country needs. And that consistency is common among the Luo. In fact, among the Luo, like there's a Lego clan in my book. When an event occurs, the order of giving positions, in Alego they say the Seji people must have this, Alego Kaluo, Alego Moor, Alego Oile, they've got that kind of thing. So Luos believe in that kind of order. If you don't follow that, bad omen befalls you. So that is among the Luo. Even making homes, there's a method of making home. You don't just come and build a home. So Raila epitomizes that among the Luo. And this is the man of our times. But also let his soul rest in peace, but we remember him more and more.
Now, in Luo tradition, how is a legend remembered even after death? What keeps their name alive across all generations?
Thank you for that question on the legends. A legend is somebody who, over time, people talk about his name for a long time. He's somebody who has done certain achievements. He has been named in many ways. The name appears on your lips for many years. And sometimes even buildings, roads have been named in his honor. Take like Ofafa, the Fafa Jericho Hall, Fafa Jericho, the man was Ambrose Ofafa. Then come to Tomboya, this time was there. Then come to Jaramogi Odinga. So now Raila himself. So these are legends, people who over time their names have been talked about, and there's certain achievements. And in most cases, they're named, people name them later on. Yeah, give the children their names.
Mr. Okach, you're an author yourself. You've written an impressive 455 pages book titled Luo Clans and Legends.
Yes.
Raila Odinga was also an author. From his own writings, The Flame of Freedom, The Quest for Nationhood. What traits or beliefs truly defined him as a man and a leader?
What traits defines him is that when he wrote those books like Enigma and the others, there's a value he stood for. And we read. Some of the books his books I bought and read. That's one. Two, he stood for being a consistent person. This is what I want us to achieve, and go with it. And you see, most Kenyans admire Raila because of his consistency on what he wants. And he would go at strength to make sure he achieves what he needs. And those have come up even in his book. So out of that, of course, is a legend. And even in my book, I mentioned there's a place where he appears with the family as a legend. A man who has done certain things and can remember for long because of his achievements.
Now, you've chronicled many great Luo figures. Where does Raila sit among all these legends among the Luos? I'll
start this way. They are the older ones who start like Gor Mahia. There's a time for Gor Mahia. There was a time for some like Lala Kabanda. There was one Odera coming in game. That's the old generation. Then came the modern generation. When independence came in, the people like Achieng' Oneko, Odinga, the father of Raila, and Fanuel Odede, and Tomboya, Ayodo, those are the ones who fought for the current independence time. Then came Raila in the 70s and 80s, started in the 80s. Then he moved along. So out of that, Raila is one of the latest legends of his time. Apart from that, not only somebody being strong or fighting for war, there's some who are in academic field. Like T.R. Odhiambo, Professor T.R. Odhiambo, who started DCP, that's a great man, a legend of his time. There's David Wasau, a legend of his time. There was Barack Obama, when he's in the US, he does not say in America, he says, I'm a Luo from Alego Kogelo. That's Luo, just like me, I'm from Game. So Luos, they're keen about where they've come from. So when you see Obama, it's not that he's American, he's a son of Alego Kogelo. By the way, that's how he became president, because had he been in Black America, he wouldn't have gone far. So Luos have got that thing within them.
Across social media, people are complaining they haven't seen the former president, Barack Obama, eulogizing.
Could be he's planning to come, I don't know.
Maybe, we are waiting for it.
Yes. So that's how the legends are among the Luo. And I told you, they like strong, brave people. Who, in a day, they carry the day in certain things.
And culturally, how do Luos view succession?
Thank you very much on culture. The culturally, the view, it was according to if the father passes on, in most cases, it's turned to the son, the eldest. I told you it was a paternal, and they believe in what's called, it's called consanguinity. No, it's called the principle of progeniture. Progeniture means it goes to the firstborn. So, like, if the father dies, the next thing goes to the firstborn son. If they're making home, there's a way the firstborn son makes his home. So like in this case, is the firstborn son who's there, who comes in. In the past among the Luos, there's a clan for Kisumu. There's a time when a young man, the father died, and it took time for him to become the leader. In the case of Gor Mahia also, didn't come immediately because he was crowned by the grandfather, but he waited until when he became an old person, that's when he took leadership. So it was the method of passing crown from one to another. Yes.
And with Raila gone, who stands out as the natural successor? What qualities must that person embody to, carry his vision forward?
Successor here is not election. It is, I told you, it's like the firstborn takes over. The firstborn takes. If he can't, somebody will help him, but eventually takes over.
And interestingly enough, today we saw Raila's son.
The son, and
really
you saw he stepped up with the father's grandfather's kofia and the whisk. Yes, and the way he stood out, that's the next leader. In fact, that's the Luos look at the leader. You don't have to go somewhere else, election, no. It is that one who takes over. And then later on, of course, his son or a nearest relative. But as it is, he's the one going. taking over. So it's like the monarchy in Britain. It moves on from one length to another. The Baganda have it. You move on to one to another. So that's how it is. In case of Raila, him, of course, the father didn't give him position as such, but he fought for it himself. If you look at the politics for the Kenya and the others, the father had preference for other persons. But Raila took it upon himself and worked hard and carried the day. Yes.
And what lessons can Kenya learn from the Luo hierarchy, especially in how respect, leadership, and continuity are handled within families and clans?
What I would say is that the Luos, since the people always like sitting together and making a decision jointly, it's better they sit, be peaceful, as my mentioned, peaceful, and organize things in a peaceful way. So hierarchy in Luo, they should follow the customs, which there's an order and a system of somebody coming up. Yeah.
Do you see a new generation of Luo leaders rising from Raila's shadow?
I see a lot. A lot of them. You see, the world is changing.
Yes.
And technology is changing. So now most of them, they know what's happening. In terms of business and leadership, they're coming slowly. You'll see the next elections, you'll see young men coming up from whatever it is, and they'll take over. Yes.
When history remembers this moment, the way Kenyans mourned Raila, what do you think will stand out the most?
He's a great man of his time. He contributed to what's called a devolved system. He sacrificed himself for the country. And what he shows that always work hard, plan properly, organize things the way he's organized his party, make sure things flow in place the way he's done it. He's got good leadership qualities, good management, which I think the young generation should learn from him. Yes.
If you were to write, you're an author, if you were to write a chapter about Raila Odinga, a proper chapter, not just a mention in your book, Luo Clans and Legend, or a book, what would you call it?
His book, I would say a great man of his time, a great Luo. A great Luo in the sense that people can talk about him for many years in terms of his academic. He was also in sports, like Gormaya was in sports, like Odera Kang was in education. He has epitomized what Luo is, what brings the Luo together and moving to a given direction. You see, this Luo, when I talk about the Luos, they came from southern Sudan, and they always come in groups and waves. And all of them, they know one another, they have a common language, common way of behavior, common way of following things. So Raila epitomizes that one. So if I was right about him, I would say somebody who has brought the Luo together and given what's called the Luo identity and purpose. Luo identity and purpose of living. I think he's done that.
Beautiful. Yes. Now, just going back, the scenes at JKIA were very, very powerful. The collective reception, they didn't mind about the JKIA being a restricted area. Their focus was on the remains of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. The next procession proceeds to Kisumu, then Bondo. What are we expected to see? Someone who's not a Luo, what are some of the cultural practices that we will see unique, so that people won't be caught, oh, what is this, what is this, some of those, because now it's home ground now. It will be more intense, the reception will be more ground. What are some of the cultural things that we expect to see special for such a legend in his own hometown?
First of all, remember there was the digging of the grave, which was done earlier.
Yes.
And then after that, the viewing of the body. And then old men will talk, given chance to talk, praise him. And then the burial. And we call it a day. But on the whole, going by what happened at JKIA, moving to Kasarani and Parliament, you remember Parliament, initially they were called Parliament when they were chaotic.
Oh, yes,
I think the security arrangements were faulted. They didn't take aspects of risk in time, or some of them underestimated Raila. You see, the crowd we are seeing at JKIA, they were coming from as far as Kibera Kangemi, walking the whole morning to make sure they are there.
And even after the diversion, they still walked all the way to Kasarani Stadium.
And even in Kisumu, they wanted to go and spend the night, the way they did when there was an exhibition in Homa Bay, but they were told, no, come tomorrow. So it shows that they feel for Raila. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Felix Okach, for shedding more light on the Luo community, things we have seen and things we expect to see as we continue mourning and honoring the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. We now take a short break. We will be back with more.
We shine light on one of the most under-discussed and very urgent issues, especially in women's health. This is maternal mortality. Why are women still dying from preventable causes during pregnancy and childbirth?
The solutions that we create for women must start with the women themselves. It is the wearer of the shoe who knows where it pinches most.
One of the key causes of maternal mortality is obstetric hemorrhage, bleeding.
And I think the leadership of this country needs to wake up and really focus on what is killing women. And they can only do that by listening.
If only would put in money, if only would invest strengthening our supply chain, would ensure that our governance is airtight, then in this country will not be able to speak about maternal mortality very quickly in the near future.
Thank you so much for keeping it easy Friday. Before we took a short break, I was with Mr. Felix Okach, the author of the Luo Clans and Legends book. You should definitely read it to get more insights, deeper insights of the Luo community, its clans, all its legends, anything you need to know about the Luo community. Thank you so much, Mr. Felix Okach. We don't have so much time. I'm so interested about knowing the Luo culture, but thank you so much for just making it brief for us to understand it in the short period of time that we had.
Please come to Kisumu tomorrow.
Asante, I will come.
Yeah.
We have to ensure that Baba is safely rested properly. Exactly. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
And on that, the Deputy President, Kithure Kindiki, has just issued a statement of how things will culminate tomorrow. Kindly listen in.
As a committee, that exercise, which just ended a few minutes to 5 p.m., has continued and ended peacefully, solemnly, and in utmost dignity, notwithstanding that there were thousands of people who patiently queued, waited, performed their respects, and left the stadium. We don't take it for granted. The National State Funeral Committee, therefore, announces that the second day of mourning has been a success and pleads with mourners to continue with the same spirit as the nation enters into the 3 days of mourning tomorrow, Saturday, 18th of October 2025. The motto remains of the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga will be airlifted to Mamboleo grounds in Kisumu by the Kenya Defence Forces, arriving at 8 a.m. or thereabouts. Members of the public are requested to be settled by 7 a.m. to dignify the arrival of the remains of our leader. There will be public viewing of the mortal remains of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga at Mamboleo grounds for most of the day until we are satisfied that everyone has had a chance to respect the remains of our leader. Thereafter, the body will be taken to Bondo for an overnight stay before burial on Sunday.
The press has been saying that in Raila's will, he said he wanted to be buried next to his mother, and that we have verified it, and now we are burying him next to his father. Nothing could be far from the truth. Raila, I have seen the will, and it clearly states that he would like to be buried next to, in the place where his mother and father are buried. In the place where his father and mother are buried. So father and mother are buried at Nyamira Kango, Kajaramogi. And that is where Raila is going to be buried, at Kango, Kajaramogi, where his father and mother are buried. Whether the grave is next to the mother or next to the father, that is now a detail which he did not say, and I don't know why it is important to you, whether it is next to the mother or the father. Both of them are his parents.
Now let's take a look at what's making headlines in the world of sports. Away from home, the Kenya women's hockey team was overwhelmed by Ghana to beat them 5-2 to relegate them to the third place playoffs against Nigeria in the ongoing Africa Cup of Nations in Ismailia, Egypt. It will be the second meeting between the two sides in the tournament after the Kenyan ladies defeated Nigeria 1-0 in their opening encounter. Their male counterparts were on the other side of the coin, holding their nerves to come from behind to beat Zambia 3-2. Omari Cliff, Linton Nayombe and Ivan Ludiali scored the 3 goals for the Kenyan men as they recorded their second win of the tournament. The Kenyan men are now 5th on the table with 6 points, same as Nigeria and Ghana, who are 3rd and 4th after playing 4 matches each. South Africa and Egypt have 10 points each in the 1st and 2nd positions respectively.
Elimu ni taa, gizani uzaga.
Elimu ni bahari isiyokauka zinge.
Karibu katika sanaa ya Kiswahili, bahari yenye kina kirefu.
Sote tumealimika, hii kweli ni balaa.
Bila shaka tunazama na tukiibuka vipaji, talanta mbalimbali ndani ya sanaa ya Kiswahili.
Nina neno kwa vijana, mihadarati na pombe, kila madhara mabaya.
Kuna bunge la mwanafunzi, uchambuzi wa vitabu na kulizamia swala zima la fasihi.
Mchimba shimo huingia mwenyewe.
Kwa hivyo unasoma dondoo, alafu unabaini ni fani gani ambayo tunaitokea.
Ipate chemsha bongo bila tafadhali wala kibali.
Na si hayo tu mtazamaji.
Kumbuka, ni sanaa ya kipekee. Tuchangamkie Kiswahili,
tufurahie sanaa.
Tushinde.com. Cheza safe, cheza smart. Gambling is addictive, not for persons under the age of 18 years.
Dosi amelala, sukuma moja. Wewe pia ndio muoga. Ndio maana Master Demi alikupita. Demi haiko nipita bwana. Mimi najaza entry ticket zangu. Wewe hata unajua namba ya kusenda.
Ni star 419 hash.
Option 3. Ni Probox. Bwana finya hiyo kitu.
Mfinye.
Finya hiyo kitu.
Mfinye.
Finya hiyo kitu.
Mfinye.
Finya bwana.
Option 3. Fresh design na ni light commercial vehicle. Cargo space ni kubwa na kama haitoshi iko foldable back seat for more space. Kamera ni mbili mbele na kamera ni mbili nyuma. Injini yako ni 1500cc. Nguvu na picking guaranteed. Hii itakuserve whether ni familia, biashara, camping, ita come through. Fungua gate. Wewe, saini saa ngapi unafungua hiyo gate?
Ni watchman alikuwa anatoka na gari yake.
Watchman? Ametoa gari wapi?
Ya wasi amesinda kwa star 419 hash.
Iko Probox kwa star 419 hash. Option 3. Cheza safe, cheza smart. Gambling is addictive, not for persons under the age of 18 years.
Welcome back. Still in sports, a mourning and heartbroken Kenya Police FC suffered a 1-0 loss to Al Hilal of Sudan in their second preliminary round first leg CAF Champions League match played at the Ulinzi Sports Complex in Nairobi. On a day the country is still mourning the sad demise of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, a die-hard fan of football who could have most certainly attended the game, Kenya Police could not get their act together just a few meters away from where the public was viewing Raila's body as they slumped to an Adama Coulibaly 20th minute goal. And with the game being played behind closed doors, police had no support to come back to back them up and must recover in time for the second leg set for next weekend. The winner of the tie will book a ticket to the group stage of the Continental League, which will kick off in November this year.
Vijana wangu wameweza kuonyesha kile ambacho wanacho, na pia nikipongeza wapinzani ambao kwa kutumia nafasi moja walipata wakapitalize wakaifunga ni Tasfubo, na dhani ni moja ya kitu ambao nilisisitiza na timu yangu, nikamwambia tunakoelekea ku top level, punguza makosa na ukipata nafasi wewe make sure haupanic kuipoteza.
We have 2 games. It's one game today. It's very good result for us because we score in away, and it's very important in this situation. And then it's coming the second game. But you know, in football everything is possible. Even Police Kenya, they have this problem in the first stage of the Champions League when they win 3-1 and they lose 2-0. I mean, we have to be concentrate. We are happy about the result, but we have to do a little bit more for the next game.
And those are all the stories we had for you tonight, right here on Easy Friday. My name is Karen Kibet. KBC TV Channel 1 continues broadcasting the right Honorable Raila Omolo's Odinga state funeral procession tomorrow as early as 6 a.m. Please tune in so that you can follow, because we know that everyone may not be able to make it to Kisumu, but KBC Channel 1 got you covered. The National Funeral Committee has confirmed chaired by the Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, has confirmed that all is set for tomorrow's state funeral procession from Kisumu to Bondo. So tune in right here on KBC Channel 1. I'll see you next week on Easy Friday, but I leave you with the state funeral pictorials showing you how, since morning, how the Right Honorable Raila Omolo's Odinga's state funeral procession culminated. Good night. Our sign language interpreter this evening has been Caroline Joroge.
Down the way where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. I had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Down at the market, you can hear ladies cry out while on their head they bear. Ackee rice, salt fish are nice and the rum is fine any time of year. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sounds of laughter everywhere and the dancing girls swaying to and fro. I must declare my heart is there, though I've been from Maine to Mexico. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Down the way where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Down the way where the nights are gay and the sun shines daily on the mountain top, I took a trip on a sailing ship, and when I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town. Sad to say I'm on my way. Won't be back for many a day. My heart is down, my head is turning around. Had to leave a little girl in Kingston town.
we shine light on one of the most under-discussed and very urgent issues, especially in women's health. This is maternal mortality. Why are women still dying from preventable causes during pregnancy and childbirth?
The solutions that we create for women must start with the women themselves. It is the wearer of the shoe who knows where it pinches most.
One of the key causes of maternal mortality is obstetric hemorrhage, bleeding.
And I think the leadership of this country needs to wake up and really focus on what is killing women. And they can only do that by listening.
If only would put in money, if only would invest strengthening our supply chain, would ensure that our governance is airtight, then in this country will not be able to speak about maternal mortality very quickly in the near future.
Sasa aufanye kazi. Sifanye kazi siwezi. Nikifanya kazi damu yangu ni kama sijui inatembea ama nini. Naona nachaba ndio. Hiyo natoa jasho.